The trading card game action is in full swing, but of course it's the video game championships all the way on this stream this weekend. I am Charlie Merriman, I'm merry by name and I'm merry by nature, and I could not be merrier to be joined by Lugia Lee, King Gambit Costa, Magikarp Marcus. I'm sorry, Marcus, you drew the short straw, but brutal.
Just wait until I evolve.
Exactly that. Let's see your Magikarp impression. Perfect. Yeah. That's why they're paying the big bucks, everybody. Well then, everybody, we're here in Sevilla, and I tell you what, we've got a severe case of Pokemon excitement coming your way this weekend. This is the culmination of Regulation ZF. That's excitingly.
Very exciting, yeah. I think we've had such a really good run on the return of this format, and we've seen a real kind of innovative style from a lot of players, bringing new teams to the floor from that first time around. And there is that still underlying question, I feel. Is that balanced team going to prevail here again? It was successful at EUIC. People had kind of written it off. We'd seen new teams come to the floor as well. But we've got the influence of Houston from last weekend to come into this event. So everything's up in the air, which makes it very exciting. And will there be another iteration, another team that comes out this weekend and really takes everyone by storm?
Yeah, I really love the last event of a particular format because it means that trainers are just all the more up for that experimentation and throwing in those last-minute surprises, just have a bit of fun. But, of course, Sevilla, this is only one stop along our road to the World Championships in San Francisco. Oh, my goodness, this is so sad. Half of that graphic is grayed out, Marcus.
Yeah, half of the graphic already done, memories along the way, but now it's really in that final step here in the season. Sevilla is so important for many players if they want to make it all the way to Pokemon XP, hosting the World Championships in San Francisco. And yeah, still a lot of great events coming up as well. With Prague, we got Utrecht, Turin, NAIC, but now it's all about Sevilla.
But why attend one of these events when you could just turn up at the World Championships? Well, I'm afraid to say you can't just turn up at the World Championships. You've got to accumulate those championship points. And that is what's on the line here at the Seville Special Championships here. Of course, if you win, you get that direct invitation to the World Championships. But going down the list, you've got a hefty amount of points there, Costa.
Yeah, and even if, let's say, for example, you're not vying for the first place, which why wouldn't you be, really? Direct invitation is amazing. You still have a lot of points that you're able to sort of accrue, essentially, in order to help you lock in to that top 80 threshold that you need in order to be able, here in the EU, make your way through, get that qualification. And then again, it's just not only the points, we've got all the different new regions as well. Each have the respective amounts of thresholds that they allow for the trainers going into the world qualifications, but there's more, isn't there?
What if I told you it wasn't just the championship points? What if I told you you could walk away with something tangible, trainers? Oh, yes. And what if I told you if that thing were Pokemon themed? You can get a hefty amount of booster packs as well this weekend if you play the winner all the way down through the top 64. Look at that. You wouldn't say no to that amount of booster packs, would you, Lee?
Definitely not. I think, you know, as a little consolation on how well you've done this weekend, you can take those away and hopefully get some good pulls from them. But there's not only that on the line as well. You get those lovely medals that are up for grabs. Yep. And, you know, they are fantastic. And I'm sure every player that has started out this weekend is gunning for one of those, hoping to pick one up this weekend.
Yeah, but if we bring it back to those championship points, let's see who in the EU is flying out in front, soaring in the air, top place, hopefully qualifying for the World Championships. Let's take a look at our EU leaderboard. And out in front there, it's our previous world champion from 2022, Eduardo Cunha. Costa, who else is jumping out at you here?
I mean, we've already got so many well-known trainers here, but also quite a few of them having that direct invitation already. Marco Silva, Teotihuacan Masor, you see the golden tickets by their side, giving that signification of, you know, their huge efforts, whether they go ahead and they won regional championships, Latin American international championships as well. At this point, I think just being able to get that is so key. But then again, everyone else is still, I'd say, fighting for their world qualification lives, but they've got a lot of points. Everyone breaking the 1,000 CP threshold is amazing.
Oh, yeah, they're just harvesting those points at this point. That is their own metagame. And I tell you what, Eric Rios, Francesco Biapera, they're jumping out at me there, both of whom did especially well at the Europe International Championships around a month ago. I can't believe it's already 4 weeks ago. Let's remind ourselves of what went down in London.
Hey Pokemon fans, Custard Dimos here with the recap of the 2026 Pokemon Europe International Championships held in London. This year's EUIC was the largest VGC competition to date, with nearly 1,500 Masters trainers. From regional winners to former international and world champions, the road to Sunday was relentless. However, when the lights shone brightest, only 6 trainers remained. In the junior division, Zachary Thomas, the American contender on the rise, faced Hideo Uezu, the Japan Nationals champion and only remaining non-American trainer in Championship Sunday. With 5 identical Pokemon between them, the set was very board position focused. Hideo took Game 1 through stronger positioning of the Raging Bolt, and Game 2 was decided by a perfectly timed Icy Wind that flipped the speed order and closed the match. With this huge win, Hideo Uezu added yet another major title to his growing legacy. In the senior division, we had Charlie Kim versus Leland Smith, both regional champions as well as close friends who were running the exact same 6 Pokemon because one gave the team to the other. In a razor-thin mirror, Charlie managed the margins just enough to claim the senior international title and cement his name into history. In the Masters division, legacy met redemption. Zachary Weed arrived searching for payback after a heartbreaking regionals finals loss in Las Vegas earlier this season. Across from him stood 6-time regional champion and 2023 EUIC champion, Paul Chua. Where Zachary pushed aggression with an Iron Crown Hyper Offense team, Paul brought refined structure with the meta-popular Bolt Balance archetype. Zachary fought with creativity and courage, but Paul's resilience and patience prevailed, thus reclaiming his throne as the King of Balance and now 2-time Europe International Champion. If you want to throw your hat into the ring and join the pursuit of glory, make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information on how to get involved in play Pokemon events around the world.
Thank you so much for that recap, Costa. I don't know how you do it. 2 places at once.
Wait, what, sorry?
2 places at once.
I know, I find a way somehow, but no. I mean, it was an amazing opportunity to be there, just seeing all of our champions being crowned there, and of course the finalists on that main final stage was something I think everyone cherished. It was the biggest tournament of all time at that point, so yeah, great stuff.
Sometimes I wonder if we do have script writers for these events. I mean, Paul Chua winning again. Winner of the first tournament, the first EUIC in Scarlet and Violet, and now the last as well. Just incredible. And Paul absolutely beaming, couldn't believe it. Having a repeat international champion as well, that is something very, very, very few trainers have been able to achieve. I mean, that's what it's all about, Riley. That reaction there, the beaming smile.
I mean, it was just phenomenal being there to be able to kind of witness Paul doing it again. But I think it's just testament to Paul as a player because the time, the effort Paul puts in, and he gets the rewards from it, right? I think such a great example for a lot of players at home that might be kind of hoping that they can achieve that big victory. And I think it's about not giving up. Paul, a few years ago, won EUIC. Hasn't really had that big win since then. Had some good results, of course, following that up. But then to kind of come back into that event with the team that they did, and then just take the whole thing, just phenomenal to see, and really looking forward to seeing Paul's performance at the World Championships later this year.
It was quite amazing as well because, if I'm not mistaken, he had gotten the finalist placement in Toronto several weeks before with basically the same team. So just saying, you know, I know I'm pretty good at this team, clearly proving King of Balance, right?
Yeah, exactly that.
But it wasn't just about Paul, of course. Zachary Weed, the finalist position as well. Let's take a look at their teams, how they matched up into each other. And Zachary was rocking this Iron Crown set that since has become really the premier Iron Crown variant in Regulation Set F with that Calm Mind able to boost up. And I want to shout out the fantastic Mousehold plush there as well, my favorite Gen 9 Pokemon. What do you make of this matchup here, Marcus?
Yeah, I think it's it's a big matchup, a big story, I think, over the Scarlet and Violet, different formats that we've seen. The Grassy Surge over on the Rillaboom side against Indeedee with a Psychic Surge, Psychic Terrain. And yeah, this time around, the Rillaboom team was able to prevail. But yeah, Zachary Weed, as you were saying, bringing some interesting new twists to that archetype, especially that Choice Band Landorus Therian. seem to be very, very strong and definitely really beneficial in Zachary doing that well. But at the end of the road, there was Paul Chua with his trusted, balanced kind of team, and that was just a little bit too much in the finals. And yeah, Paul deservingly claiming that championships.
I remember Zachary saying they had a great balance matchup, but no Paul matchup. And Paul is just one of the premier pilots, just a trainer that you really have to get inside the mind of if you want to stand a chance of beating him. But of course, that's just the top 2 trainers. Let's take a look at the top 8 as well. Now, obviously, plenty more trainers besides the biggest Pokemon tournament we've ever seen. And really interesting team compositions here. I mean, we had some Cresselia rising to the fore, piloted by Frederick. Here we've got this Gouging Fire team. This Italian archetype Francesco Piopera is rocking. Lee, what do you make of that?
Oh, I love that. I think the iteration, it's so different from what we were expecting to come into the tournament. And that Thunderous as well with the Eerie Impulse was such a good call to shut down those big special attackers in the format. And then the Ting Lu in there as well amongst the mix of the Dragonite and the Gouging Fire, which were such oppressive physical threats. And the ability that Francesco was able to kind of pilot through a lot of the common teams that we were expecting to see so well was just testament to him. And Francesco here in Seville this weekend. So I would say maybe a player to watch out for, because I think they're really on a hot streak of form in this format.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Roberto Parente, I believe, is also here this weekend with this Regidrago team, a Pokemon that's a bit sort of, you either love it or you hate it. I mean, what are you thinking, Mark? Is Regidrago, is that a Pokemon that you back in Regulation Set F or not?
A very, very interesting design, and it's one of those Pokemon, if you did not consider it during team building, and it's showing up in team preview, and you're thinking about, oh, what can I even do to stop these powerful dragon energies, then sometimes it's already too late. It's one of those Pokemon that kind of forces you to have either a Fairy-type Pokemon or a Terra-type in your team, and that in itself already, of course, speaks loud volumes, because yeah, it just goes to show how strong it is. But you need to be very, very careful in how you position it, because once it lost a little bit of health, then it's far less threatening.
And when you say fairy type Pokemon, really what you mean is Fluttermane. I mean, I myself, maybe I tried Daxbun. Maybe we could try Daxbun. Regulations there.
Of course I would, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Sylveon, though, of a dash.
Sylveon? That'd be cool.
Bom dia, André.
Very cool.
So, Primarina.
Um ótimo
Yes,
sábado
true.
pra você, ótimo fim
There's
de
also
semana. Como é que você tá?
the giraffe in the room, Raging Bull, Terra Fairy. So
Yeah, but you got to commit terrestrialization for that.
it's
So.
always going to, pretty much, unless you're Terra Electric and you got some shenanigans going on.
Now, before we expose that too deeply, everybody, let's take a look at our champions in our EU season so far. And I think you'll find it's a whole bunch of Italians. Oh, yes, that top row, all 5 of them, Italian champions. And it's just unheard of to have that many champions consecutively, all unique, in one season. I mean, what's going on, Costa?
I mean, well, it's Italian source, clearly. You know, they, ever since Luca Cheribelli going ahead, picking up that world championship a couple of seasons ago, all of these trainers have been on absolute fire. They've got such a strong team core in terms of the community and the big team building groups as well as practice groups, where they're just not only promoting themselves, but they're promoting everyone around them. So it's a really positive environment to find yourself in, especially when they're so talented. And 5 out of 5 is incredible. With 2 Italian trainers being so close to getting EUIC, reaching that top 4 level.
Yeah, looking at those graphics reminds me a little bit of what was going around at all the way back in 2012 at the Pokemon World Championships.
Oh.
Back then, Ray Rizzo, he was a 2-time world champion, and before the tournament, everyone was like, I mean, surely he's not going to win a 3rd time, right? Like, he did it twice. Like, surely there's no way, right? And so maybe we're sitting here thinking, like, surely there's no way an Italian player wins for the 6th event in a row, right? Like, surely not, right? There's so many talented players here in Spain, but I mean, well, we know, well, most of us know what happened in 2012. Ray did win a 3rd time in a row. Yeah, maybe the trend will continue here as well, but yeah, we'll gotta see.
It would be quite a feat, because we often see the home turf advantage coming into play in some form in Pokemon. Just having that, I don't know, relaxation, knowing that all of your friends are out there supporting you. But it could happen. It could happen. All bets are off for this weekend. But now let's come a little bit more recent. Just last weekend, of course, it was the Houston Regional Championships. And again, of course, that metagame was developing a lot of Tornadus, hyper offense. In the finals, of course, Dylan Matthews met Carson Comfer. Carson, a previous regional champion from last season. Dylan went ahead and claimed their first regional championships title. And Carson, of course, was rocking that Cantonian Ninetales. Real interesting adaptation. But for Dylan, it was that Iron Crown. Lee, what do you think? Iron Crown, you think it's the king of Regulation Set F?
I don't know about the king, but it's a very important threat in the format. I think we saw Zachary at EUIC piloting it through the field that weekend to a really good success. The only thing that stopped Zach was Paul, really, at the end of the day. And I think Iron Crown has picked up a lot of usage since then, for good reason. It's got the booster energy to set itself up kind of automatically. You've got the Calm Mind as an option if there's space on the field. And then you can really punish your opponent with the use of the Indeedee support. You've got the redirection, you've got the psychic terrain, expanding force hits both targets, and it makes your opponent have to have answers to be able to switch into that. Otherwise, you are getting punished. You are getting put under Trick Room. You are having everything manipulated against you. And yeah, really, really predominant threat in this format.
And I think the Calm Mind variant in particular is something that really has been growing in popularity because you're able to essentially go up against other opposing, let's say, Calm Mind users, such as like the Raging Bolts and such, right, in balance, where you can absolutely sort of meet them, if not out damage them in certain scenarios when you're playing around with that psychic terrain. You've got Helping Hand, and even some variants of Iron Crown run Terra Psychic for even more compounding multipliers to just skew away any damaged outs that balanced players are expecting.
Iron Crown, just one of the Pokemon, of course, of these 12 here. And again, the Cantodian Ninetales, a real fascinating adaptation from Carson. Of course, otherwise, you're looking at Torkoal, which is such a slow Pokemon. Cantodian Ninetales, so much faster. Still able to get off big damage, and of course has access to Helping Hand as well, so is able to boost the damage of its allied Pokemon on the field. And with the release of Fire Red Leaf Green on the Switch, oh, I've been loving a bit of that Ninetales. But again, so many more trainers were there in Houston. Let's take a look at some of the other teams in the top 8 of the Houston Regional Championships. Already called out the Primarina Marcus that we saw last weekend. And again, Fairy types are at such a premium in Regulation Set F, and Lucy Fleming's composition here is really interesting.
Yeah, a lot of great teams here. That Primarina, once again, it's one of those Tornadus-based teams that just really like to use Tailwind, and also with Frigoref have the option to go for Trick Room. But overall, I think my little Rillaboom pin was calling in here saying, Houston, we've got a problem. There's no Rillaboom to be seen in all of this top 8. So that is definitely something that I will have my eyes out on for, because yeah, well, Rillaboom, one of the premier Pokemon in this format. Is it maybe over? Is the time over for Rillaboom's reign? And we're looking at the I don't know, the time of the Psychic Surge. Yeah, that is something that I will have my eyes out for this weekend.
Yeah, that meadow has withered, and there's only a couple of Incineroar in there as well. Goodness gracious me. It's all changed here in Regulation Set F in Sevilla. You need to be following along, trainers. Oh, yes, you do. If you want one central hub for all of the action to follow, Pokemon.com/broadcasts is your friend. Tell you what else is your friend? Our Pokemon channels on YouTube and Twitch. Follow along, watch along, and follow us on the socials too, everybody. Oh, yes. Get tweeting with the hashtag we know so well. Okay, Marcus, give me a beat. If you want to follow all along, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Who's jumping in with another rhyme? Lee, throwing to you this time.
The crowd are gone wild, the crowd want more. That's when he threw out his Incineroar.
It's very good. We love that. But now we're going to end this rap. We smashed that.
I think we did.
Good.
Right.
Good job, everybody. Excellent. Now let's send this off Spanish Pokemon style. You ready?
Yep.
Mol, tres, Zapdos, Articuno, vamos!
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Thank you very much, Rose. Yes, we are here, getting primed and ready in Seville for the Special Championships. I am Costa, this is Marquez, and we are absolutely excited to be able to be featuring the final Regulation Set F major event for this season, and who knows, maybe for the future. So this is going to be the opportunity for all of the trainers to be able to get all of those aces up their sleeves and really show us what this format's all about.
Absolutely. Yeah, really delighted to be here together with you, Costa. And you know who's also delighted? My little Rillaboom. Because check that out.
Hey, we got the sync going.
Yeah, we get some synergy going on. Okay, so what if I set the grassy terrain
and I go for a sword stance?
Go for some grassy glide later on?
Oh yeah, I'm down for that. Grassy glide, of course. But I mean, yeah, that's kind of the thing that we were talking about as well. Rillaboom, not as common as we'd think, but then again, you never know. It can make a splash, as we know it always does. But we have got some notable matches for you, lovely folks, to be able to preview alongside us, as we're going to be getting things ready for our stream match between Marcus Coe and Sam Tabner.
Yeah, the action is already heating up here in Seville. Round 1 already done, and we have a couple of players here that, are showing up to this tournament strong. We've got Iker Rodrigo, the champion from last year, also using a pretty similar team. We see quite a lot of Pokemon that he was using there in a different format back then. Then we see Jorge Tabuyo, one of the strongest Spanish players, going up against Lucy here in the second round. And then Gilberto Goracci from Italy is going up against his fellow Italian player, Francesco Piopero. So that's also going to be a great match. But let's focus on Marcus Coe against Sam Tabner.
Yeah, and Marcus was actually coming off a pretty strong Birmingham regional placement, if I'm not mistaken, running the Galarian Weezing and the Dondozo Tatsugiri, as well as the Flutterfish, which is sort of a nickname for the Fluttermane Chi-Yu, which is so powerful when they are paired up. They've got such great synergy.
Yeah, we've seen this team from Marcus Coe quite a few times now after he really kind of popularized it at the Birmingham Regional Championships. And yeah, it's one of those teams you really don't want to go up against unless you have a very specific plan for that matchup, just because of how difficult it is to overcome Dondozo, especially if the toxic spikes are out there, your Pokemon are taking poison damage every other turn, the Dondozo is just not going down. It can be quite the experience.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sustained main, if you would basically say. But then Sam as well, getting top 8 last year here in Seville. Back then, it was Regulation Set G, where you had that one restricted available. But then again, Sam just going to show that he's really been putting in a lot of work. I've spoken to him countless of times. He's such a hard, consistent trainer in terms of having that essential drive. And just seeing him go up against Marcus, sort of it's actually a battle between locals, if I'm not mistaken too. So they've gone against each other quite a few times. Quite curious to actually see how this unfolds. Round 2 coming through into a special event.
Yeah, this is what can happen even if you're traveling far away to play in these tournaments. We're also seeing it with Gilberto against Francesco.
Yeah.
Now here Marcus against Sam. And yeah, you mentioned it, Sam last year here in Seville, I think he was the only player
He was the only
from Spain to make it into that top 8. So yeah, quite amazing to see what he was able to accomplish here last year. And now he's back trying to look for some more championship points.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, that's essentially what you're doing, because we know that we've got new formats that will be unfolding in the next couple of months, but right now, regulation set F. This is the final opportunity to be able to try to get any sort of capitalization of how the meta has progressed. You know, we've had version 1 in previous season, now we've got version 2 in this current one. The first regional event being Toronto back in January, now unfolding to the point where we've got such an interesting take on the current meta. Iron Crown's just coming to the fore versus all of the balance.
Yeah, and there Marcus Cole on the left-hand side. I think he's one of the strongest players with this archetype. Definitely not the player you want to go up against in the second round already. But Sam, he has shown before that he is able to take on the best in the game. So he will be ready. He will have come with a plan, and he's looking to execute that against Marcus's team.
Yeah, exactly.
Dozo.
And Marcus, of course, as we said, just being able to go ahead and have that finalist placement in Birmingham a couple of months before, but that's not the only achievement they've got. They've been able to get that top 16 in Lille earlier this season, and then back in Singapore in the previous seasons, NBL top 8 and the championships top 4 in 24.
Yeah, we're debuting our beautiful new stage here as well, I think.
Yes, we are. Sorry, completely past me because it's so fabulous looking. I was like, oh, this is just another broadcast, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you're color matching, of course, or your red suit here, but Sam on the other side, we've talked about it. Seville top 8 last year, and then also some more top 64 finishes at EUIC in Birmingham, as well as a top 32 in Dortmund. So definitely a player that knows how to do well at tournaments. Also someone who has tasted that top cut here in Spain, in Seville. There we see our stage once more, but Marcus Cole is going to be a big challenge. Chiyu, Fluttermane, Dragonite, Weezing, those are the 4 Pokemon that are looking to support this.
O time do Marcus Cole é Chiyu de Foxset, Weezing de Citrus Berry, Dondoso de Rock Helmet, Tatsugiri de Septigalus, Fluttermane de Boost Energy e Dragonite de Ice Base.
Tatsugiri helping hand is absolutely destructive on the field as long as the heat waves and the overheat can connect, which Marcus has some pretty good experience in so far.
Yeah, of course, that is something that you have to be worried about when using a Pokemon like Chiyu. So powerful, but then, well, that accuracy of heat wave and overheats can come back to bite you a little bit, as both players here are exchanging team sheets. Now we'll have a better look at what their opponent is bringing, and Sam is looking at the team sheet. Well, there's not that many surprises there.
E o time do Sam Tabner, Orgepon, Máscara de Fogo, Indeed de Rock Helmet, Urshifu de Água de Foxset, Tornados de Corvo de Cloak, Iron Crown de Boost Energy e Regidrago de Life Roll.
That is the standard set of these teams nowadays. And then Tornadoes there to support the team with Tailwind and Icy Wind to establish speed.
Yeah, and I think Ethan Trejo is one of the most notable trainers that started popularizing Carmine Iron Crown set. Now, he usually ran Booster Energy in the speed aspect in order to promote it to 1.5 multiplier, but there have been a couple of variants going around promoting the special attack offensive powers, essentially having a life orb on demand. So you're going to have to see and figure out, suss out essentially, what sort of port drive training this Iron Crown is undergoing.
Yeah, with the open team sheet format, of course, players get a decent idea of what their opponent is bringing, but that is one of the key information that is not being highlighted there on that sheet. say, okay, the Icon will have a booster energy, but you do not know which stat is going to be boosted by the booster energy, then activating the long drive. So that could be a key thing in this matchup, because yeah, Icon can definitely outpace the boosted Dondozo if it has the speed booster. And at the same time, I think, yeah, Marcus will have to think about how to remove this
começou,
regardless
depois
of
de tornados,
booster energy, though.
Exactly, as we're going to be
Dondozo e
getting
Draconax.
straight into the action. Round
Ladies
2,
and
game
gentlemen.
1. Marcus leading with the Dondozo and Dragonite versus Sans, Ogapon, and the Tornado. So all of a sudden, we've got a situation where speed control is
The
available on
Tornado.
Sans' side, but
Já
also
volto,
being able
gente.
to directly
Vamos ver
threaten
na
the
partida aí.
Dondozo. But the Dragonite may have a word or two to say here.
Yeah, it's already this mind game. With Dondozo on the field, well, is Marcus just going to bring Tatsugiri in right away? Or is there going to be a protect from Dondozo? Because, well, either whether you double target the Dondozo and it goes for protect, that's not good.
Yep.
Or if you try to go after the Dragonite, but then it switches into Tatsugiri, jumps into Dondozo's mouth, that's also not good. So Sam deciding maybe to go for a little bit of a protective play here, going for the protect spiky shoot just to scout out what Marcus is doing on turn 1.
Yeah, and the thing with Sam is he's got a lot of experience with using Dondozo Tatsugiri, as he's been able to bring it to quite a few tournaments in the past. So just essentially wanting to A, suss out a potential Tatsugiri switching like you mentioned, but also see which move this choice ban locked Dragonite has essentially put itself into.
Yeah, and with that information now, Sam can make a better decision into the second turn. Very advanced play there, because, of course, now you can maybe expect that the switch is coming out into the Tatsugiri. But once again, it's still a little bit of a mind game, because Dondozo, even if it's staying in, it could go for that terrestrialization into the grass type to shrug off an Ivy Cudgel.
Yep.
But then you would, of course... to shrug off a Wood Hammer, but then you would make yourself weak to Ivy Cudgel and Bleak Windstorm. So a nice positioning there that Sam was able to establish with leads, even though nothing has really happened. I think already Sam looking to be in a decent spot taking on this Dondozo.
And that's the beauty of being able to pace yourself in terms of getting the scouts available and sort of forcing Marcus into a scenario where you either have to play around with protects or try to force that offensive, bring the Tatsugiri in as he has done here in order to try to get that offensive prowess going. Now the question is it going to be a commit to the terrestrialization or not? There isn't actually. Tailwind on the Tornadus. The Ogapon will just be allowed to go for the Wood Hammer. This is a +2 defense, and it deals just about 45-ish% as it does incur a bit of chip damage due to the Rocky Helmet as well as the recoil.
Yeah, and a lot of recoil going on this turn, because also Dondozo is going for a Wave Crash, getting that KO on Ogapon, which, yeah, had to take some recoil there before as well from Woodhammer and the Rocky Helmet. But now this Dondozo, it's carrying Rocky Helmet, so no recovery for this Pokemon, and it's already so low. And now Regidrago makes an appearance. If it's able to outpace Dondozo, then I think, yeah, it might just go down this turn or the next turn.
Yep.
Maybe Marcus wanting to go for Protect here, stall another round of Tailwind, as there's still 3 of those left. But yeah, I think just going for maybe a Bleak Windstorm and Dragon Energy should send that Dondozo right back into Marcus's Pokeball.
Yeah, and this is sort of the beauty of being able to essentially corner the Dondozo out as early as you can, really. But that doesn't mean those are the only Pokemon available to Marcus. We know the Dragonite is in the back as well as another one. The Bleak Windstorm does come out and does, of course, connect onto the Dondozo here. Now, Sam doesn't need to commit with any sort of Draco Meteor here. You don't want to be able to lower your special attacks. Just a safe Dragon Energy, because of the current range, is more than enough to pick up the KO. And this now allows Sam to still have, if I'm not mistaken, one more turn of Tailwind available after this one ends. Tatsugiri is safety goggles. It does not have Focus Sash, and we get a bit of a sneak preview. The Flutter Mane, the booster energy is in the back, Marcus.
Yeah, Flutter Mane, of course, the perfect Pokemon to have against Regidrago, but because Marcus was kind of locked into the Dondozo positioning, was unable to switch it in there, but now has the chance to bring Flutter Mane in and can then maybe try and make the most use out of Tatsugiri. I think that is one of the crucial topics when talking about using a Dondozo-based team the best way. Dondozo, of course, is the star of the show, but once Dondozo goes down, can Tatsugiri also pull its weight? Will it be able to contribute anything to the battle? Because yeah, it is not as strong without Dondozo by its side. But Fluttermane joining the field now can potentially go for some icy wins and maybe make life for that Tatsugiri just a little bit easier.
Yeah, and that's essentially what you want to be able to do at this point. You just want to be able to take advantage of a board sort of a setting piece, which definitely is that Fluttermane, given the fact that it's just going to be able to nullify and shrug off all of the dragon-type moves coming from the Regidrago. So being able to find it to this point and force into an awkward scenario where the Tornadus is probably just going to go on the offensive as well, right?
And for Sam, I think it's about, well, up until this point, everything went according to plan. You were able to get rid of Dondozo without taking too much damage, but now the important part of the battle begins, because how do you continue with this momentum, and how can you kind of take the win that seems to be already there? But yeah, there's still 3 healthy Pokemon for Marcus that you need to go through.
Oh, okay, we got the Terra Steel, so wanting to make sure that you forego any sort of weakness to those powerful fairy-type moves, as well as the Icy Wind that most likely is inbound. Tatsugiri going for the Protect, like you called out there, Marcus. Icy Wind wanting to set the pace for enabling the Tatsugiri, as well as that Dragonite in the back. Will have to take the -1 in return. Regidrago going for the Earth Power, only to be met with the Protect. And Icy Wind now finally does come out, and this is quite crucial here, because the Bleak Wind Storm, or essentially, should I say, sorry, the Icy Wind from the Tornadus is sort of a check in order to be able to not allow the Fluttermane to take advantage of staggered speed drops.
Yeah, definitely a lot these players will have to take account for, because, well, with the Icy Wind drops, then we got a speed boost on the Fluttermane, we got the Tailwind still up, and Sam deciding there to go for a little bit of a read that Tatsugiri, it could Terrestrialize into the Steel type to shrug off those Dragon type moves just a little bit better.
Yep.
But Sam showing, well, I'm ready for this Terrestrialization, I can cover it with Earth Power, and now the mind game once again is going to be, okay, well, if there's going to be an Earth Power, do you even want to go for that Terrestrialization? And it seems like Marcus is deciding not to go for it this turn.
Okay, and Tornadus goes for the Protect, wants to make sure that it's still going to be available in order to get another Tailwind set up in the subsequent turn. Tornadus will be able to obviously forego the damage. The recoil from the Dragon Energy is not going to come into play, because the Dragon Energy is actually going to be able to pick up the absolute KO onto the Tatsugiri. It's able to outpace it there. Quite crucial in terms of the training, given the scenario, and will, of course, incur a bit of chip damage via the Life Orb recoil, but the Tailwind does now expire.
Yeah, Sam going 1 level above, kind of, saying that, okay, previous turn, I showed that I have Earth Power, so now you will be afraid of that Earth Power, and instead I'm going to go for Dragon Energy, calling out perfectly what Marcus was attempting to do there with Tatsugiri. And now Tatsugiri is down. Dragonite has to join once more, but because it is the Choice Band variant, it will have to make a decision here. Will have to lock into 1 move. Yeah, I think, well, Extreme Speed still probably the best option for Dragonite, but Regidrago already Terrestrializing into the Steel type, very difficult for Marcus to get rid of. Yeah. However, one thing that can help Marcus here is the fact that Extreme Speed has a higher priority than Tailwind. Tailwind has just expired, so if Dragonite can knock out Tornadus and then Fluttermane can outspeed this Regidrago, maybe we can see a big turn here for Marcus.
Oh, and the Extreme Speed, of course, is going to be locked in. It goes for the Tornadus. There's no Terra Steel available for the Tornadus to be able to have any sort of chance to survive that. It does get taken down. The Fluttermane opts to go for the Moonblast here. Sure, it's chip damage, but there's also potential of dropping special attack, which it does to -1. Draco Meteor trying to pick up any sort of KO it can there. Maybe it could have with a critical hit, but the Dragonite surviving on about 111 health points really means that Marcus has a lot of pressure, but we got the reveal. Final Pokemon from Sam, it is going to be that Urshifu, which does have a Focus Sash.
It absolutely does. Draco Meteor, through the multiscale, not strong enough to do decent damage to Dragonite, and so, yeah, I think the move that Marcus locked in there, Extreme Speed and Dazzling Gleam, it won't be enough to knock out Regidrago, but it might be enough, or it's certainly enough to knock out this Urshifu, so what can Sam even try and do about it? Maybe protecting Urshifu and going for a Draco Meteor into Dragonite if you're trying to call out that move.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the way to enter a 2v1 endgame. But it's a tough decision to make because, yeah, the protect play seems to be quite obvious. But let's see there. There is the detect on Urshifu.
Okay, all right. So, Marcus, which target have you gone for? Oh, the extreme speed goes into the detect, which means the Flutter Mane may be trying to follow suit unless it tries to divide the damage in order to break the sash and deal a bit of chip damage onto the Regidrago, but it doesn't go down. The question is, can it pick up the KO onto the Dragonite with a critical hit? It cannot. And even though Life Orb Recoil will be putting it further down, it's got one final opportunity, but at this point, Marcus looks like he's been able to sweep up this game one.
Yeah, it looks like it. Special attack drop means Dragonite can take this second Draco Meteor, and now with another combination of extreme speed and dazzling gleam, Marcus Ko can clean the game and kind of reverse it here. Even after losing Dondozo quite early on, trading against Ogerpon was already enough. Very well done there by Marcus, navigating towards this end game, just showing how good of a player he is with this team.
Yeah, truly, and how comfortable he is as well in order to be able to make the tough decision of, okay, when do I burn up or utilize that Terra option? We saw, and like you called out there, Marcus, earlier, the Tatsugiri does have Terra Steel. It had the option of trying to go for it in order to be able to resist the Dragon-type move coming out from the Regidrago, but had to be susceptible and wary of the Earth Power being able to pick up the KO there. So, Marcus A had to factor that in, committed with just not terrestrializing, but then said, okay, there could be room for the Dragonite to be able to capitalize off of that as well, and essentially forego its weakness to Dragon-type, but also promote its damage output.
Yeah, I think a very instructive game if you want to learn something about delaying your own Terra. Because already at the very, very first turn of the battle, you could have thought, oh, there's an Ogerpon over on the other side, there's a Woodhammer threatening, maybe the Dondozo should terrestrialize into the grass type.
Right.
And then we had the situation in the mid-game with Tatsugiri against Regidrago. Oh, maybe Tatsugiri should terrestrialize into the steel type to resist the dragon type attacks, but no, Marcus knew, okay, I want to keep my Terra around all the way until the end of the game, because then it will give Dragonite enough power for extreme speed, but it would also mean that Regidrago is just a little bit less of a threat. And taking those two Draco Meteors back-to-back like a champ with a special attack drop and multi-scale, I think making Dragonite really the star of this first game.
Yeah, and I mean, it was quite crucial, that special attack drop, right? Because do you feel like it would have been able to pick up the KO from that range, the second Draco Meteor?
Oh, you mean from the Moonblast? Correct. Yeah, I think then it's a little bit of a different game. I think Marcus was kind of aware of the fact that Draco Meteor was not going to KO Dragonite from this range.
Right.
So maybe he would have just switched up his play as well. But yeah, it was definitely impactful in the sense that it allowed Marcus to go for this extreme speed dazzling gleam play back-to-back and kind of, yeah, bearing a critical hit. I think Marcus always wins that game in that end game.
So what leads do you want to see from Sam?
I think what he was doing in the first game was pretty strong, actually, because it allowed him to scout out the moves from Dragonite, and it also allowed him to scout out what Dondozo was going to do. So, yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense that Sam is running it back here for our second game, but Marcus actually winning the first game is the one switching things up.
I know, and bringing a Pokemon he didn't in the previous game, being the Chi-Yu, the shiny Chi-Yu looked so glorious, as opposed to the Dragonite that was in that spot. So there are a couple of different scenarios that could play out here. Most likely, the Ogerpon is going to naturally be faster than the Chi-Yu, as well as the Tornadus, depending on the training, of course, because the Focus Sash on the Chi-Yu does mean that you could allow any investment in speed and special attack, but this adds a couple of mind games in terms of what do you commit right now? Do you go for the offensive from Sam's side or defense? But it looks like pure defense.
Yeah, and it seems like Marcus is not going to commit to anything yet. As once more we see the double protect by Sam, but Marcus is not switching Tatsugiri in right away, going for this protect and heatwave play, and there isn't really a great way for Sam to punish this play. I don't know, maybe Bleakwind Storm, and you gotta go for the Terra on your Ogerpon with Ivy Cudgel to knock out Chi-Yu there. But I think that, yeah, now we're in this spot, in the same spot like in the first game, where Tatsugiri could switch in, and once again, then it could be the Woodhammer, it could be the Ivy Cudgel trying to expect a Terra Grass. But that was a favorable trade for Marcus in the end. So maybe Sam is actually thinking about switching out their Ogre Pawn just to get a little bit of a better position for it later on in the game. But at the same time, you also have to be afraid of Marcus just swapping out on Dozo and going for an attack with Chiyu, as right now Chiyu is not really threatened. And if there's this threat of switching in Tatsugiri, you really don't want to double target a slot, right?
Yeah, and based off of the play from Marcus in game 1, or his general sort of aptitude of the Terra, not wanting to be committed early game, he opts to go for the defensive rather than try to risk a Terra Grass, which may be read out from Sam going for the Ivy Cudgel with the Terra option.
Wow, but that is a commit here by Sam going for the Terra Fire.
Okay.
Did Sam make the read and go after Chiyu? I cannot believe it.
Oh, we're going to have to find out. Tailwind, so there's we know for a fact that the Chiyu does have a focus sash. It will not be felled if the target does connect into its slot, but it's going to be into the Dragonite now switched in for the Dondozo, and it was the Ivy Cudgel, so trying to catch out that terrestrialization on the Dondozo, and Marcus being one step ahead, saying, no, I don't want to commit so early, gonna bring the Dragonite in.
Yeah, of course, Ogre Pawn now also resisting the Heat Wave. This could have been even worse, but I must say it's not a great turn of events here for Sam. Well, he does now kind of have confirmation of all 4 Pokemon that Marcus brought, as you have to expect Tatsugiri is waiting there for Marcus as well. But it doesn't make navigating the Sport State much easier, because there's Dragonite with a Choice Band. We saw just how much damage it can do with Extreme Speed. So yeah, you have to play a little bit defensively with Ogre Pawn. But yeah, did Sam call Marcus's target?
Oh, okay. Extreme Speed picks off the Tornadus, and that's, I would say, relatively safe, because it's probably going to be a Dark Pulse into the Ogre Pawn, because you essentially make sure that you capitalize off of just the targets ahead of you. But then again, Sam, we saw in that game 1, didn't want to bring in the Psychic Terrain or any sort of female Indeedee, Iron Crown mode, because it just doesn't feel like it's going to be able to get as much gauge and mileage as it wants. But it's going to be the Regidrago again.
Yeah, now Tornadus is down, so no more speed control for Sam, while Marcus can just stall out this Tailwind. Only 2 more turns left, and we have already seen how nice Extreme Speed is in these situations, because yeah, it doesn't really care about whether there's a Tailwind up or not. It is priority move and hitting first, and it is hitting hard. In this game, Regidrago will not be able to go for the Terra Steel like in the first game, so Extreme Speed could be a valid option there to just reduce its HP and weaken the Dragon Energy. However, yeah, Chiyu is still on the field, so we got the Beats of Ruin, also affecting Dragonite, and there's a chance that Sam maybe is just going for a little bit of a defensive play. Could actually go ahead and go for a Follow Me and Dragon Energy here.
Oh, as we got the Chiyu now going on the defensive, respecting the Tailwind that is available on the field. Extreme Speed without the Terra normal commit deals so much damage, over half on the Regidrago, as the Woodhammer is trying to finally break that Focus Sash on the Chiyu, especially accompanied by that Dragon Energy. Surely would have been able to be enough because of all the various multipliers, but Dragonite is down. Marcus is now put in a spot where, okay, Chiyu is still on the field, has its sash intact, but which Pokemon do you bring in right now? Dondozo? I mean, surely, if you got the Tatsugiri.
Yeah, and I think you can just go for a round of Protects here for Marcus, and then you will have a field day with Earthquake, because Tailwind is gonna be over, and Earthquake allows you to bypass any sort of redirection attempts from Ogre Pawn. Yeah, Extreme Speed, very important move there, because it puts Regidrago into KO range for any move here for Dondozo. And so, yeah, I think once again Marcus was able to navigate into a position where, yeah, Dondozo now is going to do the trick. So the first game really went a whole different way, but Marcus showing that he has different options to play this team, is very, very versatile in how he plays it. But yeah, I think with a couple of defensive plays here from Marcus, yeah, it's going to be really, really tough for Sam to make something happen in this game.
Yeah, it really will, because Sam's lost his key utility piece, being the Tornadus, because of that Dragonite, which so far for me has been an absolute MVP. Game 1, Game 2 as well, because now you're in a spot where the Dondozo most likely is going to be able to outpace that Ogerpon once the Tailwind has expired. But then again, it depends on the training. I'm not sure if we got that confirmation in Game 1, or did we not?
No, but like historically speaking, Marcus really tended to favor a really, really fast Dondozo.
Yeah. Okay, so that sort of will mean that there's probably going to be check and mate, but we don't have the final Pokemon from Sam revealed. Maybe there's a way to be able to circumnavigate around it, but there's so much pressure from Marcus's Dondozo right now with the Commander Boost.
Or maybe Marcus changed something up about their Dondozo and Sam's Ogerpon can outpace it. Let's see though. Okay, Spiky Shield first. It seems to me like Sam is also aware of the fact that this Dondozo is probably a very speedy one.
Yeah, and maybe actually wanting to be able to let the Regidrago go down here in order to be able to bring in that final Pokemon paired up right next to the Ogerpon to be able to hopefully pick up the KO, the necessary one needed on this Dondozo. But it's going to be the Urshifu, which means even though it's got a Focus Sash, attacking the Dondozo that has a Rocky Helmet will break the Focus Sash because of the contact aspect of the move.
Yeah, and so just like that, Dondozo with Earthquake. Is it going to be enough to knock out Ogerpon? I think so. Dondozo does outspeed, confirming it is a very, very speedy version, and it's enough for the KO on Ogerpon. Sorry, Costa, your little pin mascot for this event.
Very sad.
Going down, and with only Urshifu left, Sam has to see the writing on the wall.
Yeah, exactly. And even if that was a critical hit, I don't think it would have been enough to pick up the KO on the Dondozo. Marcus has been able to absolutely run out on a riot in this set versus Sam. Two UK representatives. We've got the battle cancellation. Marcus Co. progressing with a 2-0 win.
Yeah, just goes to show why Marcus is really synonymously used with this archetype, really showing in many tournaments before just the whole potential of this Dondozo team, because yeah, it can play at a lot of different paces. We were talking about it, we didn't get to see it this game around. There's also, of course, this kind of stall tactics with the Weezing and the Toxic Spikes. Instead, this game, Mark is going for a very offensive way of playing it. Putting the Dondozo out there saying, okay, you have to deal with this. You have to do something about Dondozo or it's going to keep on trading very favorably. So draining a lot of resources out of Sam. And then in the second game, switching things up, switching in Dragonite, allowing Chi-Yu to get off one big heat wave. And that is just tipping the scale in Marcus's favor with getting a lot of damage down with Heatwave there, and yeah, then in the end, Marcus just knows how to play these end games.
Yeah, and Rocky Helmet Dondozo, something you don't commonly see as much, being able to just guarantee that KO onto the Ogerpon early on in that game one because of the Rocky Helmet, because of the Wood Hammer, chip damage, and being able to be bulky enough to take all of the offensive prowess. And Regidrago opting to go for the Terra Steel wasn't quite enough. There were a couple of cool mind games between Marcus and Sam in that game one, but what ended up taking it all is the Dragonite Terra Normal E-Speed. Picking up the Tornadus not once, but twice across the span of Game 1 and Game 2. So there's a bit of a point that I want to touch with you, Marcus, very quickly. Sam clearly didn't bring the female Indeedee in Iron Crown mode. However, you'd normally think, okay, against Dondozo doesn't make sense, Calm Mind Boost essentially don't do much, right? But this is an oblivious Dondozo. It's not unaware. So do you feel like there could have been a line where Sam could have leaned into the Psychic Terrain mode?
So from my own experience, where we get this compilation there, Dondozo clicking Earthquake, getting those important KOs. Really crucial, once again, before I answer that question, Dondozo, it has to be trained with maximum speed so that it can outpace Ogerpon, even with the boosts. But that is something that Marcus is willing to invest because he knows just how important that little fella is and how important it is to outpace Ogerpon, and so you can get the KO. But back to your question about Calm Mind, I think it's basically, from my own experience playing in similar matchups, usually you don't get the time to set up Calm Mind. But I think Iron Crown definitely has a place in this matchup where we didn't get to see which stat is Booster Energy actually boosting.
Sure.
But Sam, certainly knows that, maybe it wasn't, or maybe Sam didn't play a player of Marcus's caliber with this team yet. And maybe what he was doing there was usually working because maybe their opponents were switching in their Tatsugiri preemptively or committing the Terra too early, right? But Marcus very, very masterfully held back those resources until it was absolutely necessary for him to commit. And so, yeah, Sam didn't get to adjust kind of into this psychic type game plan.
Yeah, and to good extent, at least from Marcus' side, a lot of experience, especially with these 6. As we saw, he was able to go and get that finalist spot in Birmingham a couple of months ago. But he's not the only trainer that has been able to perform with these 6, which have proven to have a lot of notoriety, as we've got Victor Jimenez picking up the top 32 in that same very regional as well.
Yeah, I think both of those were the trailblazers for this archetypes. I know both Victor and Marcus really committed to making Dondozo work no matter the regulation. And then Yuki Zaninovic and Stefan Morioka just jumping on the same train, understanding how strong this team is and what the potential is there. And Yuki actually also got a top 16 at Houston there. So back-to-back top cuts. Also in the NA region, just showing that this is a worldwide phenomenon and is a team that can do well anywhere.
Oh, 100%. And just essentially being able to capitalize off of all of the different layers to it. You've got a way to be able to suppress the abilities of all of your opposing Pokemon. You've got such offensive cores of the Flutter Mane, Chi-Yu. Sure, you don't have the Chi and Pao, but the Dondozo Tatsugiri are already in such a great spot where you capitalize off of a Rocky helmet in order for you to be able to deal a tiny bit more damage against those physical Pokemon that capitalize off of contact moves like the Focus Sash Urshifus. You've got the Rillaboons as well, where you've got that mind game of do you commit with the Terra Grass or not in order to be able to deal enough damage to absolutely get rid of it.
Yeah, but let's hear from the Dondozo pioneer himself, because we are ready for an interview with our winner of the second round, Marcus Ko.
Thank you so much, Costa and Marcus. Well, I'm here with our round 2 winner, Marcus Ko. Congratulations, Marcus, on such a great win. And how are you feeling after that great start today?
Oh, I'm feeling happy. Of course, a 2-0 start is great, but we are still pretty early in the day. So I think most important thing is just to keep a cool head and just take it round by round.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way of approaching it. Of course, you came off a second place finish at our last European regionals in Birmingham. So, and you haven't really changed up the team from then, or you might have made some tweaks. We'll not get into the details. We don't want to reveal too much, but you must be feeling quite comfortable with the team at this point, at this stage of the format, coming into this last event in Regulation F.
Yeah, I think it's still a really strong team, and I've gotten comfortable with it over the last few months. So I actually ran back the same 6 Pokemon at EUIC as well. So I decided, since it's one last Reg F regional, to just go for one last ride and do my best with the same 6.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think with the success that you've had with this team, and not only the success, but I think the understanding of the team as well. I think the variations that this team can provide in different scenarios against different teams, you really kind of showcased it there in that match against Sam, where I think a lot of the time when you see Tatsugiri Dondozo, you feel like it's going to be a stally, slow game, but you really showed the offensive nature that the team can have in that last game.
Yeah, but I think that's the main strength of the team, because normally a lot of Dondozo Tatsugiri teams, they play in a pretty linear way. But I think with my team, I have the tools to mix up and either go on the offense as needed or play defensive when needed. So I think that's the strength of this team and why it's been doing so well in this format so far.
Yeah, and I just wanted to ask as well, because in game 1 in particular, you were sitting in front of the Regidrago, and you had the Tatsugiri, and it does have the Terra Steel there. But knowing that you had the Dragonite in the back, was there a moment where you thought, I could Terastallize Tatsugiri here, or were you always in the mind of, I know Dragonite's in the back, I know that can come in the end game, and I'm Terastallizing that, and then Extreme Speed's gonna get me the victory that I need?
Yeah, so I did consider going for Terra Steel on the Tatsugiri, but because I knew I still had the Dragonite at the back with the multi-skill still intact, and from the 3 Pokemon that he revealed, it was pretty unlikely that the last would be in DD at that point, which opened up the remainder of the game to Terra Normal Extreme Speed. So it was alright to just let the Tatsugiri go down in that situation, as long as I preserve my Flutter Mane and Dragonite.
Yeah, that's really great to hear. I love getting the insights as well, and I think more so the match itself. If we look at Sam as a player who came into Seville last year and finished top 8, he was the only non-Spanish player to be in the top 8 last season, and he actually piloted a Dondozo Tatsugiri team to that top 8 finish. So he's very familiar with that team. So to go up against someone that's very familiar with it and then overcome them in such convincing fashion, I think is just another testament to how strong you are with the team. And are you feeling confident coming into this weekend? Or are you kind of just taking it game by game at this point?
Yeah, so I mean, first of all, also kudos to Sam. He played that match really well. And I guess the thing is also, although he has experience with Dondozo Tatsugiri, if I recall correctly, the team he used last year was pretty different with the Cadillacs and the Weezing. So I think it also still depends, because my team has a lot of flexibility in that regard. So I guess the challenge for him was still to be able to be prepared for how I would particularly pilot that team, even though he's familiar with the archetype. And as for how I felt going into this weekend, well, I mean, I trust the team, but we are still early on in the day, so I'm just here to do my best. We'll see how it goes over the weekend.
Well, I think you're going to do great. Hopefully we see a lot more of you this weekend. But getting on to the wider picture, obviously we've got the run-in now to the World Championships. You're doing really well in the championship leaderboard, over 800 championship points so far this season. So really on course to make a showing at the World Championships. Is the plan to push on to try and get as many championship points to secure that place going into the summer?
Yeah, so I'm just hoping to secure my spot to compete at the World Championships, because to be honest, I'm not really keen on playing Reg I, so I'm actually dropping from Prague after this weekend, although I've already registered.
So what is the plan for the remaining events for the season? Will you be competing in Turin or?
No, I don't intend to compete in any more events, because I actually have 0 local CP so far. So if push comes to shove, I'll just go to some locals and hopefully should have enough points to make the World's qualification.
And then it'll give you enough time to prepare for the World Championships coming up for the rest of the season. So is there any, because you've been so set on this Dondozo Tatsugiri team throughout Regulation F, was there any other teams that you looked at that might have swayed you into using them, or were you always just, this is the team, this is what I want to run for the remainder of this format?
Yeah, so actually I was pretty interested in Carson Confer's team, which he used to get second place at the Houston Regional Championships just last weekend. I feel it's a pretty strong team with a lot of tools that gives it pretty good matchups into most of the common teams in the meta nowadays. But given the lead up to Seville was just 1 week after that, I decided to just stick with what I know best and what I think I can play best.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much, Marcus, for all of the insights. I will let you go and have a little bit of a rest before the next round starts. Is there any shout-outs, anyone here at the venue or anyone at home that might be watching before we let you go?
Oh yes, of course, plenty of shout-outs. So first of all, huge shout-out to my good friend and team building partner, Victor Jimenez from Spain. So although he's decided to sit out from competing this weekend, he still made the trip to come and support me, and I really appreciate the support, together with his friend Carlos as well. And other than that, also huge thank you to my Dondozo group from Japan, Chenyue and Yuki, for helping me to prepare for the past 2 Regulation F tournaments, as well as this week's tournament in Seville. Thanks also to Danvir from Singapore for helping me to prepare, as well as my other friends from Cambridge who've been supporting me throughout. And also thanks to my professors at Cambridge for always supporting me in balancing my studies and competing in this wonderful game. And last but not least, thanks to my family as well for supporting me throughout.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much, Marcus. Lots of people supporting you and rooting you on this weekend, and I'm sure we're going to see more of you. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. We're going to be right back. Get yourselves a beverage, because we'll be starting round 3 of the Seville Special Championship very soon.
There it is. That's going to do it. And Dragonite proudly watching from the sideline as Giovanni Costa wins his first regional championship at the San Antonio Regional Championship.
I got first into Pokemon when I moved to Los Angeles in 2015. I was looking at a way to make friends. I was like, oh, I like Pokemon. Let me try this so I can make friends. And then just been playing ever since. I transitioned to competitive play because I'm a pretty competitive person, and being able to talk to people that's also competitive, it was sort of a way to share this love. What drives me to compete in Pokemon is honestly just to have an opportunity to hang out with my friends. I only get a chance to see these people a few times a year. It's just a really fun experience to be able to spend time with these people that I honestly love from the bottom of my heart. My favorite moment from Pokemon is my 4v1 comeback with my Dragonite back at 2017. I don't think anybody thought I was be able to come back from that, but Dragonite pulled through.
It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama.
Absolutely crazy. I could hear the crowd through the headphones. That's how loud people were.
So, wow, what a comeback there.
Oh, my man. Okay, Gio defying all the odds.
Honestly, my #1 goal is to become the world champion. I top cut worlds back in 2016. Ever since then, I've been chasing being able to get to that place again. And it only gets more and more difficult every single year. And if I can get that one title, then I can say I accomplished what I wanted to with Pokemon. One of the things I learned very early on is I like to make my own teams. I like to just try my own things, and I think that has translated very well to other things in my life. If I were to give one advice to someone is always march by the beat of your own drum. Do what you think is right, and I think you'll be successful no matter what you do.
I actually work for a major airline. So we do doubles, so 16-hour shifts. So I'll do a double and then have 2 weeks off, which I'm doing right now. And then I was just playing Pokemon on my time off and then playing with friends.
You just kind of find it within yourself and make sure Pokemon Go is like an outlet. You know, you're really busy and you want to take some time off and just have a nice break instead of a chore or a liability. And when I find that good balance, when I enjoy the game the most.
I work part-time while I'm also going to college. So usually what I'll do is I'll do all my homework, I'll go to work and all that. And then if I have any extra time, I'll just sit around and play Pokemon for a little bit.
It's a lot harder than it looks, but as long as you focus and just keep your goals in line, you can definitely achieve it. But also don't be afraid that every now and then you can take a break. You can just play some practice matches or just go to locals and take a break from regional for a month or two. It's okay. There's so much to do, but honestly, as long as you enjoy it, sometimes I might pass out at the end of the day and feel like I just walked 10 miles in a venue, but it's fun. I love it.
It's mostly trying to find direct time in between when I work at night and when I work at my day job. And I've just been trying to at least find little moments here and there to at least practice on live and at least try and get some practice for events like this, or try to find some local leagues, at least on the Pokemon website. It should be all right if you find out time for that.
The balance for me is this is a thing I only do once in a while, and I do it with friends, so it's social and I don't lose my mind over it.
And giving Luca a huge lead in this game 3.
Luca was a little bit disappointed. It's going to be enough to take down the Mirage. I love the way Luca was able to pivot this in here. And the big survives on. What's it going to be?
Luca Cherubelli.
Cherubelli, become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
Luca Cherubelli is your 2024 Masters Division Pokemon video game world champion. But just how did he get to that hallowed position? Charlie Merriman here, trainers, to take you through Luca's path to the peak. He attended his very first competitive Pokemon event in 2017, finishing with a respectable 4 wins and 3 losses. But what mattered far more to Luca was the firm friends he made within the passionate Italian VG community. Helping each other and building up experience at local events, just 9 months later, Luca claimed his first title as the 2017 Turin Special Events champion. However, there followed a run of disappointing results, and Luca was frustrated not to be doing himself justice. In fact, he was even on the verge of quitting Pokemon VG altogether. But having qualified for the 2022 World Championships in London, he decided to give it one last shot. And out of the 300 best trainers in the world, he finished 36th. Luca Cherubelli was back. Worlds 2023 in Yokohama showed Luca how the standards he held himself to had shifted. He was pleased to reach Day 2 again, but was hungry for more. Similarly, at the Europe International Championships the following year, he went all the way to top cut, but still knew he could do better, proved to himself that he could indeed be the very best. At Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii, he took the tournament one game at a time, until all of a sudden he found himself in the grand finals against Yuta Ishigaki from Japan. The night before, Luca went out for dinner with his friends to take his mind off it all, paving the way for a good night's sleep and focused preparation on the big day. Identifying that his trusty Miraidon's Draco Meteor hit nearly all of his opponent's team for good damage, Luca won Game 1, but Game 2 went to Yuta. It all came down to one final battle. And with Miraidon supported by Luca's favorite Pokemon, Half-Flame Mask Ogerpon, Luca Cherubelli secured his spot in history. The first thing Luca did after winning? Rush into the arms of the friends who made attending events so special, that helped each other improve and grow, that was such a crucial factor in Luca becoming world champion. After all, in the phrase we all know so well, you teach me, and I'll teach you. As for what's next for Luca, well, in his own words, I'm not letting winning worlds be a hindrance to my growth as a player. I'm not just hiding behind, I won the world championships. Trainers, the best is yet to come. Want to walk your own victory road? Head to Pokemon.com/play. Who knows? It could be your first step towards becoming our new world champion. Marcus, I heard you were going to come dressed as a Pikachu, and I was going to do the same, but I didn't want to mimic you. Welcome back, trainers, to the Sevilla Special Championships. It's Charlie Merriman, it's Marcus Harmon, we got Rillaboom, we got Apom.
Yeah, we have some fake-out bros, maybe
true.
The next generation already training.
I feel like Apom is the cheeky younger cousin.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
of the fake-out bros.
Yeah.
He's the one that they're rearing, you know, trying to not make him too mischievous, but he's on the desk as well. He's all over the place.
Right, yeah, he is. Some more friends all around here.
Lots of friends.
Yeah, like to see that, and also, of course, like to see some competitive Pokemon action here in Seville for the Special Championships. What a first round to get started for us to get into the action, right?
Yeah, very swift, wasn't it? Marcus Coe, absolutely stunning display there. Of course, our finalist at the Birmingham Regional Championships, what, 2 months ago now? What's going on, Marcus? Is time going fast for you?
Yeah.
That's absolutely crazy.
So maybe it's the Dialga doing his little work somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Just riding on our Dialga steeds all the way to Sevilla. Could Marcus go all the way and become our Seville Special Champion?
Not this one. Not this Marcus.
Not this Marcus.
The other one.
Could Marcus Coe become our champion this weekend? Time will tell. But from the people to the Pokemon, let's take a look at our usage stats. What are the Pokemon that trainers are backing coming into the final event of Regulation Set F? Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Incineroar, Fluttermane. It's no surprise to see those in the top 3 positions. I wonder, Marcus, if heading into tomorrow, we'll see the single strike Urshifu rise up onto this graphic.
Yeah, or Ursaluna. That is also one of those Pokemon that is just sitting right outside that graphic a lot of time. Indeedee being another one. But yeah, not too many surprises. I mean, we've played this format now for quite a while at this point. And yeah, it just goes to show that players have really identified what are the top Pokemon in this format. But of course, even when the metagame is quite developed, we are still seeing a lot of developments. Even at the highest level, the Ninetales taking second place in Houston. Also, Iron Crown and Indeedee not even making it here on our top 12 most used Pokemon. And yeah, but as you said, let's have a look tomorrow. When we're heading, or later today actually, when we're heading into Phase 2, how this is changing up.
Yeah, the single strike Urshifu, of course, had such a stunning performance at Houston last weekend. I believe it was on the top 2 teams there. Talk about the Fake-Out brothers. What about the Genie brothers? You've got Tornadus and Landorus right next to each other. Tornadus just has the edge there. Thundurus is nowhere to be seen, even though it had such a fantastic performance at EUIC.
Yeah, especially also working together quite nicely is our Tornadoes and Landorus. We also saw that in Houston, taking down the championships there, because Landorus, with sheer force, Life Orb is just so powerful. The only thing it lacks maybe a little bit is speed, but there's a Tornadoes that can help with that. And, well, as long as there's no Articuno or Alolan Ninetales around, those two, yeah, synergize quite nicely.
And then we've got the Ogerpon brothers as well, or sisters, perhaps. Ogerpon Hearthflame and Ogerpon Wellspring, of course. They're right next to each other. I'm surprised how many of these Pokemon that are so similar or of the same kind are next to each other on this graphic. I guess you could also talk about the long-necked bros with Raging Bolt and Frigoroth, but of course Frigoroth isn't there. Raging Bolt is very much the star of the show when it comes to Regulation Set F, although it's a Pokemon that hasn't been on as many winning teams in Regulation Set F than I might have expected.
Yeah, it fell a little bit out of favor after taking home a lot of the early events, especially winning Birmingham, winning EUIC, of course. But yeah, Raging Bolt a little bit on the decline, as yeah, maybe Landorus is now also on the rise. And yeah, I can tell from experience, being a Raging Bolt player for most of this regulation, Landorus is the one single Pokemon you don't want to see on your opponent's team.
Oh, goodness me. It counts it so well because, of course, Raging Bolt is often going to be running the Terra Fairy. Landorus has access to Sludge Bomb, and with that sheer force, you remove the chance to poison the Pokemon in favor of added damage. So, whether you Terastallize or not, that Raging Bolt is not sitting pretty on the field. It was on your Birmingham top 8 team, wasn't it, Marcus, Raging Bolt?
Yeah, absolutely. I was using the Life Orb, though, not the regular Calm Mind one. Instead going on the all-out offensive.
That clearly worked pretty well for you.
Yeah, it's quite good. Thank you.
Would you be backing it this weekend, the Life Orb?
Well, I think maybe Calm Mind is a little bit more consistent, but yeah, I would be running back the Life Orb if I get to decide. But yeah, let's have a look at some of our other players who are here actually playing in the event. Our players to watch that, yeah, we'll have a little bit of an eye out, because they have done incredibly well in the past, like Iker.
Last year's Sevilla special champion. And we've got Victor Medina here as well, Francesco Piopero. Victor, that trainer who is looking for that first major win. Of course, he's been in so many top cut positions, he's been in so many finalist positions, but could it finally be their time here at the Seville Special Championships? And Francesco Piopero, Marcus, of course, who was running that Thunderous that we mentioned before, and a trainer who was third place, I believe, at EUIC. It was third or fourth place, at least, in the top 8 of EUIC. And Francesco, of course, another Italian player. Iker and Victor, they are Spanish, so they're going to be wanting that home turf advantage.
Yeah, Iker currently at a 2-0 record, winning both the first 2 rounds. Then Victor currently at a 1-1, actually losing the very first round of the tournament, but climbing back after that. And then Francesco also at a 2-0, undefeated so far. So our players to watch are doing quite well, I would say, so far. Let's check in with them later throughout the day and see how it's going. Yeah, what do you think about the 2 fairy type plushes that are featured here on the screen?
I was just about to say that Screamtail is looking so snug under Francesco's scarf, though. I don't know how he's done that. Has he pinned it to himself? That's defying gravity is Francesco Piopero. We'll ride on our broomstick over to Victor's Fluttermane here. It's a lovely plush, that one, isn't it? It looks like a very cuddly one. Same with the Screamtail, just a big old marshmallow. Would like to see more Screamtail in Regulation Set F. It's another fairy type, it's another past Paradox Pokemon, of course, but Fluttermane is very much the queen.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Sitting there at second place in the usage statistics. I mean, Screamtail, yeah, it was showing up every now and then, but yeah, if you need a fairy type, then usually it is Fluttermane in this format.
Yeah, Iker not with the plush. Maybe that was a plush switch. I doubt it, but oh well. Let's hope that the plush metagame keeps evolving. But Iker, our champion from last year in Seville, that was, of course, Regulation Set G. In fact, I think it was the very last event of Regulation Set G, and this weekend it's the last of Regulation Set F. Let's take a look at Iker as a player, their achievements, how we think Iker's going to be doing it this weekend. Because a trainer who really rose to prominence last year, winning Seville, but a trainer who's been around for a little bit. Top 8 at the Utrecht Special Championships as well. Lille top 64. Then you see there, that first major win was Seville. And yeah, running an all-physical team, went ahead and won. That is, you know, a core tenet of team building, have some special attackers as well as physical, just so Pokemon like Incineroar don't run too rampant. But clearly, Iker didn't mind about that.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly the type of style that he brought to the table also last year here in Seville with so many physical attackers. And then you have the Chien Pao for some extra damage boosts, because of course with the sort of Ruin, you lower defensive stats of everything, so physical damage will be even greater. And then you also have multiple ways of playing against Incineroar. For example, Defiant King Gambit, because the Incineroar so annoying for a lot of physical attackers. And yeah, coming after this top 8 finish at Utrecht, I think we're talking about this last time as well, but it seems like those special championships are really where Iker knows how to shine, winning one in Seville last year and with the top 8 in Utrecht. And now, well, he's back, as I said, currently 2-0, ready to add another good finish here in Seville to his accolades.
Coming away with a huge amount of booster packs as well, ready to trade with their friends. So from Iker now to another Spanish player, Victor Medina. Let's remind ourselves of the phenomenal achievements Victor has under their belts. I mean, look at this, 2 times world's top 8, the highest caliber of competition. Top 4 at the North American International Championship, the 2nd place at Latin American International Championships in 2025, and then the finalist in Frankfurt. But again, the glaring omission on this graphic so far, Marcus, is that champion title.
Yeah, can you believe it or not? Well, Victor has even more great finishes, like a top 4 at 2022 EUIC, and that didn't even make the graphic just because of how many great finishes he has had in countless of tournaments. Also being another regional finalist before as well in Lille, I think it was. So yeah, definitely it came close on so many different occasions, but yeah, still looking to add that title, the #1, the gold medal, to his cabinet of trophies. And yeah, he's trying to do this time with his Trick Room-based team, Cresselia, Fluttermane, Ursaluna, a very strong team as well that we've also seen show up a few times throughout this regulation.
Yeah, Cresselia is a Pokemon that's really been rising to the fore. So bulky. It's so hard to remove from the field. It's a Pokemon that you just have to keep chipping away at, and it might not look like any particular damage on one turn, but it all adds up, and that's where these top players really thrive, knowing that if I chip you on this turn later in the game, it's going to make my life so much easier.
Yeah, and then let's have a look at Francesco's player profile. We got a little glimpse at the team he's bringing earlier on the notable matches, but he was able to come out on top in that last round as well. Currently 2-0 with this Rain team, switching things up after the most recent 2026 EUIC top 4 finish. And also in previous seasons with a top 8 at NEIC, back with that Terrapagos Miraidon team. This was back in Regulation Set I. So yeah, he's probably one of those players looking forward to playing that again. And then also being a regional finalist, but once more one of those players that has done well so many times. Also a multiple time online tournament winner. But yeah, in big offline tournaments, he's still looking for that big win as well.
I love seeing this Rain composition that Francesco is bringing this weekend. I might have mentioned to you before, Marcus, Francesco inspired me back in the Sword and Shield era to run a Gigantamax Blastoise team.
Oh, yes.
I had the most fun. It was physical Regieleki as well. Clearly, he's a fan of these water types, isn't he? A fan of the rain. So we'll see if he's going to make the sun go away and make it all overcast here in Seville. It's absolutely beautiful weather here, I got to say. And last year, the Seville Special Championships was in April. It was about a month later. This time, the temperature is really pleasant. Last year, I think for you and I, Marcus, it was a little bit hot. We had to apply that factor 50 or maybe make it factor 100 sun cream.
Yeah, Francesco, one of those players that is really trying to maybe swim a little bit against the metagame in some ways, always trying to build a team for events that is maybe not out there yet, and that he can maybe, with his group of players, his building group, can bring to success at these events. And yeah, with the Rain team, bringing the Rain to Seville, maybe that's the strat. Who knows?
Well, yeah, especially after Sun was so popular last weekend in Houston. So many Torkoals running around. I remember Zach Emerzian's team with the Torkoal and the Regidrago. And also, how many Regidrago are we going to be seeing out there? I love Regidrago. You've got him lurking over there. I call this one Mr. Snaps. So, What if you want to attend some regional championships or indeed special championships? How will you be able to sign up?
Yeah, how does that work again? How does it work again?
Well, if you look at the screen again,
I'm not familiar with that yet, but...
As if by magic, we can now show you.
Okay.
Go to rk9.gg/event/Pokemon, and that's how you can sign up for these tournaments. We'd love to see you here. Whether you're a veteran or whether you're a newcomer, we know that you'll have the time of your life here, just sharing your passion for Pokemon with like-minded people. And such a friendly community it is as well. A number of times you sit down in front of your opponent, you just have a nice chat for your very first round. Sure, you're probably going to be feeling a little bit nervous, but they will be there to put your nerves at rest. And also it's a community that really thrives on feedback. They love helping each other. This turn, maybe I would have done this, and that would have put you in XYZ position. And yeah, it's a game that's very hard to do well in without the help of others.
Yeah, it's also fun to just celebrate the love of Pokemon, even if you're not about competing. Of course, you can come and spectate our events as well over there, or you can just tune in on our live streams. So that's, of course, also always an option. Yeah, I think the second round is almost over, so we are setting things up for the next round. But before that, we will take a very short break. Gives you time to maybe grab some snacks, grab a drink, and then we will be back with more action here from the Seville Special Championships.
In many VGC formats, the same Pokémon rise to the top again and again, putting the spotlight on thorough preparation and precise positioning. But Scarlet and Violet's Regulation H told a different story. With no legendary Pokémon allowed, the field opened up, and new strategies and unexpected stars took center stage. Across the first half of the 2025 season, 4 European regionals crowned 4 unique champions. Let's relive the key moments that defined this unforgettable run. At the first tournament, Dortmund Regionals, creativity and team building was everywhere. But the finals came down to Matty Morgan and Davide Miraglia. Matty was chasing his second regional win, while Davide hadn't been this deep in a tournament since 2016. In Game 1, Davide's Golden Go plus Safety Goggles Annihilate completely neutralized Amoonguss, and he took the lead. Matty adjusted for Game 2, but Davide was ready. Clefable gave clutch support, Annihilate set up with Bulk Up, and without answers on Matty's side, Davide secured the victory. A huge win for him, and the first major title ever for Clefable. Lille brought even more creativity, and in the finals it was Nils Dunlop versus Victor Medina. Nils, a former EUIC champ, brought a unique sand team, while Victor was hunting for his first ever major win with a balanced team that included Ninetales. Game 1, ChoiceBack's Ninetales froze Nils' Corviknight and carried Victor to victory. But in Game 2, Nils turned the tables. He stacked boosts with Corviknight until it was unbreakable, forcing a Game 3. Once again, Ninetales pulled off an incredible freeze and even survived on 1 hit point. It looked like Victor's moment. But Nils wasn't done. He unleashed a lethal combo of Terra Psychic Indeedee and Sneasler, completing the comeback and taking the title. In Gdansk, 2 Italian legends clashed. Federico Camporese's Rain Team versus Marco Silva's Sun Squad. Marco already had multiple international titles at the time, while Federico was chasing his first. Game 1, Marco made some great calls and forced out Pelipper early. With this, he managed to get weather control and cruise to victory. Game 2 started rough. Federico gambled on a Terra Dark Sucker Punch read that failed. But with his back against the wall, Pelipper connected a desperate Hurricane in the sun, confusing Porygon 2 and swinging momentum. That miracle led to a wild endgame where King Gambit and Pelipper actually won under the sun, tying the set. Game 3, Federico revealed Basculegion for the first time. It instantly knocked out Charizard on turn 1. With Rain locked in, thanks to an unfortunate Trick Room timing, Basculegion dominated the field and delivered Federico's long-awaited first major trophy. Federico's victory added 6 brand new champions to the list, meaning that every winning team so far, Davide's, Nils's, and now Federico's, featured completely unique Pokémon. No repeats at all. Even if Marco had taken the title, this streak would have helped. showing just how wide open and creative this format truly was. But with one European regional left, the big question was, would we crown a fourth team of unique champions, or would a proven strategy finally rise again? For the last European regional of Regulation H, the circuit returned to Germany. Joe Ugarte's Sun team fell in top 8, leaving Eden Bachelor against Francesco Piopero in the finals. Both veterans, but both chasing their first major offline title. The set was incredibly positional. In Game 1, Eden made a great call, pivoting Ursuluna Blood Moon into Archaludon's Electroshot and riding that momentum to a win. Francesco adapted in Game 2, targeting Incineroar early and navigating a difficult endgame beautifully, tying the series. In the decider, Francesco revealed Basco Legion, but Eden defused the threat with Intimidate, traded Incineroar for it, and returned to their strongest position, Golden Go plus Dragonite. A timely Nasty Plot gave Eden the edge, and they closed out the set to become the final European regional champion of the regulation. 4 tournaments, 4 epic finals, and 4 incredible champions, each with their own unique team. In total, 22 different Pokémon claimed the spotlight as European regional winners in Regulation H. This format gave us unforgettable battles throughout the 2025 season, and it's back for the first half of 2026, with even more stories waiting to be written. What was your favorite Regulation H moment? Share it with us using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Seville Special Championships. Yeah, reliving some moments there from the Regulation Set H. It's going to be interesting seeing what we will say about Regulation F once it's done. I'm Marcus Hamann, joined here by Charlie Merriman. And yeah, well, the story of Regulation Set F is still not completely written, this being the last weekend of that regulation. Is there something in particular you are looking forward to seeing?
The rest is still unwritten, and what I would like to see is a return to Articuno and Alolan Ninetales. I mean, we saw, and by the way, fantastic voiceover in that segment. I was hooked on your every word, Marcus. I really enjoyed that. We saw, of course, we were reminded of the Corviknight being frozen in the Lille finals between Nils and Victor Medina. And of course, we had in Utrecht, the last time we had Regulations at F, we had this Articuno Ninetales. Yeah. Nick already piloting that and went ahead and won the tournament. Articuno, first major win. It was so cool. No pun intended with the ice trainers. And to see some freezes, maybe even some sheer cold connects. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, bring me that. How about you?
Yeah, amazing. Well, I'm looking forward to just seeing some of the best players in the world battle it out one last time in Regulation Set F, and we are ready to take a choice here for our round 3 battles. And of course, once again, we will let you at home decide which game will be featured. And wow, just looking at this list, amazing players, bringing in some creativity, bringing in some trusted teams that they have done well with at previous tournaments. But yeah, really great lineup.
Yeah, I love this. I mean, David Partington, shout out to our fellow caster, with a fascinating team of Paradox Pokemon, Gouging Fire, Walking Wake, Iron Crown, going up against Santiago Molina, who got Eduardo Cunha, our 2022 world champion, against Femi. Ruben Gianzini, Bologna champion from a couple of seasons ago and finalist last season, going up against Javier Senorena, Salvatore Rega, and Davide Fazio as well. Davide with a fantastic performance at EUIC just a month ago. And Salvatore, sort of harking back to teams that did well earlier on in Regulations at F with that Roaring Moon.
Yeah, and yeah, with David Partington and Santiago Molina, we have this another Dondozo team there going up against David Partington's, or should I say Jamie Boyd's special here from the past and the future. A little bit of an interesting, unique mix-up here, coming out with Gouging Fire, Iron Crown, and Walking Wake. And then, yeah, the world champion, Eduardo Cunha, also joining that Psychic Surge train, going up against Femi.
All aboard, trainers. I do like some Psychic Terrain, Expanding Force Action.
Yeah, so how do you make this decision? You can hop over onto our Twitch chat, where there's going to be a poll with all 4 of those games, and you can cast your vote and decide which game we will feature here in Swiss Round 3 in Seville. Yeah, usually this is the point where I would say, oh yeah, you can't really make a decision, so many great games, but well, yeah, for real, so many great games. I don't know, Charlie, do you have any favorites that you would really want to see?
I mean, again, I would, if I had to choose one, and I'd love to show some love to our fellow caster David and that really unique team, of course. Initially piloted by Jamie Boyd, but we'd love to see what you want to see, trainers. That's what it's all about. You dictate the action here. Vote in the Twitch chat. We want to know which of these matches you'd like us to bring to you. And I mean, either way, you're going to have a fantastic time. So just go with the instinct. What jumps out at you, trainers? And the caliber of trainers out there, the number of trainers out there as well. Seville, a very popular event, a very beautiful location, of course. It's an honor to be hosting all of these trainers here, and it's an honor to have you joining us on the stream. So let us know on Twitch. Let us know what you want to see. We can't wait to bring it to you.
Yeah, I just casted my vote, so let's see. Let's see what we'll have. Just kidding, but yeah, again, so many great players already in this early stage of the tournament still, of course. Yeah, if you're traveling to Seville, if you're traveling for any of these tournaments, of course, always also a little bit of a debate that I like to discuss with some players. Do you want to face the big names early to maybe get a win and then get a lot of confidence, or maybe lose to them, but then, well, you came here to play the best, and then you were able to achieve that and do that. Yeah, well, all 4 of those matches, I think, all of those players, well, they will have the luxury of playing against a really, really strong opponent in this next round.
Yeah, absolutely that. Whether you face the top players sooner or later in the tournament, to be the best, you, of course, have to beat the best. Get on over to Twitch and let us know what match you want to be seeing. Marcus, let me return to your question you asked earlier. What team would you like to see this weekend? I said Alola Ninetales and Articuno.
Yeah, I think, well, the team that I really enjoyed the most using in this regulation is that Raging Bolt team with the Rillaboom, the Incineroar. So, yeah, seeing some high-level gameplay of that, I'm all up for that. But I'm also very open to learning about some new strategies and new teams. So I think, yeah, my vote is going to be just any team that we haven't really seen yet, just to see how far can you push in this format with team building. Have we already reached kind of the limits? Are these the best teams, the ones that are known right now? Or maybe something like what David is bringing here, opening kind of a new team where people are going to be like, oh yeah, why didn't I come up with this? So that's always a moment that I like after these tournaments and reviewing the results.
And then there's always that question of, is it the team or is it the player? Because of course the pilot, not everyone, for example, would have done as well as Carson Confer last weekend with that Ninetales team. But from Houston back to Seville, we've got the results ready. Let's take a look at what you have voted for. For what we'll be bringing you, it's going to be David Partington versus Santiago Molina. Fantastic news. Good choice, trainers. Wow. Well, I'm very excited indeed to see all these Paradox Pokemon. We've got another Tatsugiri Dondozo, but is David just going to be able to carve their way through before that Dondozo gets too carried away?
Yeah, but this one, we will see a little bit more details in a little bit, but yeah, with Tornadus and Glimmora being slotted in here over Weezing, Galarian Weezing, and Fluttermane on the team that we saw before by Marcus Coe is going to be a different version of Dondozo. And then, yeah, David's team is not really comparable to anything we've seen before so far. I mean, you could make the case of maybe saying that, okay, what if you took the standard kind of size spam team and then you replace Gouging Fire, you put that in over Ogerpon Hearthflame, and then you take out one Dragon, you take out Regidrago, and you put in the Walking Wake. You take out one Tailwind user, Tornadus out, Whimsicott in. Maybe then you have the same kind of structure. But yeah, it's really unlike anything we've seen so far. And I'm really beyond excited to seeing how David will navigate this matchup.
Yeah, really fascinating as well, Marcus. You called it out earlier when we were talking about Houston, how there was 0 Rillaboom in the Houston top 8, and we've only got a couple here. Really fascinating. If you were to tell me that Rillaboom would be dropping off to such an extent, I'm not sure I'd have believed you, because it's such a prominent threat, whatever format that it's allowed in. And we don't have any Rillaboom here, so David will be able to get that Psychic Terrain up with no worries.
Yeah, I think one thing about this trend is the fact that in a lot of previous formats, Rillaboom would have the advantage over the Psychic teams. And so having a Rillaboom was deemed to be very important in order to have a matchup against those teams. But as the Psychic teams kind of were built better and better, and more practice was put in. I think at this point, the Psychic players kind of identified how to really play against Rillaboom in the best way. And because the best Rillaboom set for a long time was deemed to be one with high horsepower instead of U-turn, I think the edge was swung, and actually Ndidi has the advantage in this matchup. And so players are now realizing, well, Rillaboom, maybe it just isn't really that helpful in this matchup at all if you're running high horsepower, so you have to come up with a different way of playing the matchup anyway. And so therefore a lot of players are dropping the Rillaboom, and this of course then in return boosts the kind of the level that you can reach with a Psychic Surge-based strategy even higher if you don't even have to worry about terrain control at all.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I wonder if we were to have regulations at F for a little bit longer, whether Rillaboom we would start to see rising to the fore again and maybe more with U-turn. Thank you very much for that explanation there, Marcus. Of course, we don't really have much electric terrain or misty terrain at all, the other two that we have access to, because the Pokemon that set it up, they, I don't know, maybe leave something a little bit to be desired. Pincurchin isn't going to be the most powerful Pokemon, and otherwise you've got Galarian Weezing, but if you're running that, neutralizing gas is such a incredible, unique ability that it's hard to overlook that and go for the Misty Surge instead. Yeah, but in future formats, I look forward to seeing those other terrains coming back.
Yeah, for sure. But for now, for the longest time, it's been a lot about the grassy terrain and the Psychic terrain, and that is also what we will see in this match. David Partington, can you remember the last time that he was playing on stream from the player side?
No. I know that he was competing at EUIC. We were both competing at EUIC. Yep. And he did well there. I think it went 5-3. Yep. But yeah, in terms of playing on stream, I know that he, of course, won regional championships with a Murkrow, but that was
2019?
2019, yeah, I thought it was 2019.
Quite a while ago, but yeah, we will talk about that a little bit more when he comes on stream, because of course nowadays David, mostly known as being a caster, but he definitely can also play really, really well. And yeah, he will show what he can do with this. Well, I don't want to call it crazy, but it's a little bit out there, right? This team?
It's absolutely out there, and it's no less than we'd expect than one built initially by Jamie Boyd. Yeah, we got the future with Iron Crown, we got the past with Gouging Fire and Walking Away. What's fascinating, of course, is that the most popular of those past Paradox Legendary Beast Pokemon is the other one, Raging Bull, but it's the one that's nowhere to be seen on David's team. And look at this really fantastic new desk that we have here, glimmering in all its glory on the stage. I love it.
Oh, I thought you were talking about David there for a second.
Well, then I'd be describing him as a desk, which, I don't know. I don't really see those attributes in him.
Glimmering in all his glory is David on the left-hand side, and glimmering in all his glory is also Glimora over on Santi's side of the team. Yeah, Santiago, yeah, looking forward to doing well here with this Dondozo team. I actually played against them all the way back in the Birmingham Regional Championships, where they were using the Carry Dartona team with a Roaring Moon. And yeah, we're also doing quite well there, but yeah, switching things up here for the final event of this regulation set F.
There's no plushie metagame to speak of, I'm afraid, trainers, but I'm sure we'll see those mascot plushies on stream shortly. Oh, is that a ferret that the judge is rocking? That's very sweet. I love that. Little supportive friend. Oh, I do enjoy ferret. Marcus, what's your favorite of those Route 1 normal type Pokemon?
Oh, ferret.
Rattatas and Centrets.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yes. Yeah, I have like I have the little plushie as well.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really, really cute, and it just keeps on walking, you know?
Yeah, that's true, yeah. I think I would say ferret too, but I am a big fan of Zigzagoon as well, I have to say. There's something about it, I don't know. Linoon as well. I guess it takes a leaf out of Ferret's book, actually, being long, slender, running around.
Are you a fan of Zigzagoon, or are you a fan of Zigzagoon?
Huh?
Never mind. We'll
have to explain that one to me later.
Well, yeah.
But now we will zigzag go on into the team preview and, of course, the achievements of these incredible players. Now, David, of course, reached the top 16 at the Lille Regional Championships in 2022, and that was, in fact, my first ever live Pokemon event. That's where I met David for the first time, and he went ahead to reach the top 16 position. Yeah. We go way back. It was wonderful.
Great times.
Yeah, absolutely. Such fond memories. And, of course, Santiago has such incredible achievements performance as well. You just mentioned it then, Marcus. Birmingham regionals a couple of months ago now, top 32, top 128 at the North American International Championships last season, and as a senior, top 4 at Europe Internationals. So this is clearly a trainer with a huge legacy in the game.
Yeah, two players actually that have some of the most sought after trophies at home. David having that championships win there in Bristol, regional champion, and then Santiago with a top 4 at an IC. Yeah, it's gonna be a great one there. Both players getting ready, getting comfortable. Yeah, I think you can see David looking forward to playing this match, and there we have it. It's the Choice Band Gouging Fire. It's the Sunny Day Whimsicott. We got the Choice Specs Walking Wake, and then Heal Pulse Indeedee. We got the Calm Mind Iron Crown, and, well, Landorus, I was gonna say, looks like maybe the most normal on the team, but no, it is a Terra Psychic Landorus, no Sludge Bomb, and it has Calm Mind. So what do we make of that team, Charlie?
I really love this from David, because even in this open team sheet era, looking at this team across the table from you think, okay, well, I've never come across this in my practice. How on earth do I try and counter it? Yeah. I love the Terra Psychic on the Landorus. Of course, it means that you can take that Psy spam that David is rocking himself so much better. The expanding forces that Landorus will hopefully be shrugging off. I love how hyper offensive it is with the Choice Band and the Choice Specs. Just wanted to carve through teams quickly. What's fascinating about this matchup is, of course, that Santiago running the Tatsugiri Dondozo wants to take things slower. So I'm looking forward to seeing how David is going to be denying them that opportunity. And I just want to call out briefly as well, the Terra Electric on Whimsicott.
Yeah, because why not?
Yeah, of course. Just go the whole hog. But now we'll go all the way over to Santiago's team, who's running, you know, maybe a slightly more standard composition, but still some differences there, as David is waiting for that fist bump. Good, thank you for not leaving him hanging there, Santiago. We got Chi-Yu, we got Dragonite, Dondozo, Tatsugiri, Glimora, and Tornadus.
Did you see what was going on in the top 4 at LAIC?
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. The fist bump himself. Fortunately, Santiago was able to swoop in and save the day. We got Focus Sash here on the Chi-Yu. Choice Band again. We got a couple of Choice Bands, and we have all the choice items. Here we go. We got Choice Scarf there as well on Tatsugiri.
Yeah, and we got an Assault Vest Glimora with a Toxic Debris ability with a Mortal Spin for a lot of poison status spreading around. And then with Dazzling Gleam and the Terra Fairy, maybe a little bit of an answer against the Regidrago-based teams, but also maybe could come in handy against some of the Dragon-type moves coming out from the Walking Wake and the Gouging Fire. Maybe that's something we'll have to watch out for. Yeah, unlike the Dondozo we saw before from Marcus Cole, this one has Unaware and Leftovers, so it might be trained to be a little bit more bulky, a little bit more defensive, leaning a little bit more into that kind of stall poison tick route, rather than going for this really, really offensive way that Marcus Cole likes to play Dondozo.
Yeah. I mean, looking at David's team, you've got the Iron Crown. That's obviously taking no damage from poison-type moves. You also have no poison Pokemon, so they can't switch in and soak up those toxic spikes that could be left on the field from the toxic debris. So David might have an issue trying to deal with that, but fundamentally, it just wants to carve the advantage as quickly as possibly can. And into the Dondozo, especially with all those boosts, what are we thinking in terms of the damage? Of course, you can keep chipping away with the expanding forces, try and get off these dragon-type moves. The Dondozo for Santiago is the Terra Grass, so all of a sudden then Gouging Fire's Choice Banded, Flare Blitz, and Heat Crash become all the more powerful. But let's see what these trainers are thinking. Dondozo and Chi-Yu, double fish in the lead. I got Indeedee and Iron Crown, this classic psychic combination coming out for David.
Yeah, David making use of that psychic terrain right away. And let's see now, we talked about this in the previous round, Booster Energy going off. We have to pay attention. Which stat is it affecting? Okay, special attack went up, and then special defense will go up for this Indeedee. So a lot of extra stats for David right before this very first turn. And now Indeedee, of course, could go ahead and go for, say, a Follow Me. We have to be careful. Chi-Yu, of course, carrying Heatwave to bypass that. The Iron Crown is the Terra Dragon, so that could match up nicely also into potential Water-type attacks coming out from Dondozo. But as always against these Dondozo teams, turn 1 is always already a little bit of a mind game because, well, Chi-Yu could be swapping out into Tatsugiri right away, or there could be this Protect play and Heatwave that we saw before coming out from Marcus Cole in the previous round, and already a big decision here for David to make.
I mean, the expanding force we saw David go for there in case the Tatsugiri was to come in, of course, Chi Yu taking no damage from that, but is going to stay the Chi Yu as Dondozo goes for the protect, and it's just the one shot thanks to the Beads of Ruin, reducing the special defense of Iron Crown. Goodbye, and the expanding force has gone with it, but Ndidi is able to set up the Trick Room.
Yeah, great play there by Santiago, identifying that, well, Dark Pulse hits everything here, both Ndidi and Iron Crown, for a ton of damage. And because there is no terrestrialization on Iron Crown, we often see it go for, say, a Terra Water, Terra Blast, or Terra Fighting Terra Blast. That would hit Chi Yu for super effective. But with this Calm Mind moveset, actually, David didn't have a great way of hitting that Chi Yu at all. So pretty safe move coming out from Santiago. And, well, David did get up the Trick Room, but since Santi didn't commit to the Dondozo-Tatsugiri combination, Dondozo now might actually benefit from this Trick Room.
Yeah, Dondozo, a really slow Pokemon. It would have got a double boost to its speed, of course, had Tatsugiri swapped in. So, Walking Wake, I mean, it's not doing it terribly on the field. You match up against Chi Yu fairly nicely. Dondozo would threaten it with a super effective Order Up, but with no boost, Walking Wake should be able to deal pretty well with that. With the Choice Specs, though, you're really threatening the Chi Yu here, so maybe Santiago is going to want to switch into the Tatsugiri to combine for that reason, but in fact, it's going to be the Dondozo switching.
Yeah, Dondozo swapping out, and once again, still, David doesn't have the greatest way of dealing with Chi Yu, since Ndidi doesn't have any offensive moves. It cannot hit Chi Yu, and it cannot break the Focus Sash, so Chi Yu is guaranteed to get off at least one more attack. As Walking Wake now going on the offensive, presumably, with a Terra Water.
Yeah, Terra Water maximizing the damage of those Water-type moves. Helping hand, too. Love to see this from David. A big, decisive play here. But just what move will it be locking into? Dark Pulse will be going next from the Chi Yu. The Trick Room benefiting the Chi Yu more than the Walking Wake there. Dragon Pulse, in fact. So the Terra Water just to change the defenses. It's another one-hit KO. That Tornadus is down. And with it, there goes Santiago's speed control for when the Trick Room expires.
Wow, okay. Tornadus in the back, I guess, with Trick Room already being up. Not the most helpful here anyway. But now, I mean, with this Terra Water, as you were saying, Walking Wake no longer weak to Order Up from Dondozo. So even if Tatsugiri was switching in, boosting it up, I don't think Dondozo has any way of getting the one-hit KO into Walking Wake. So therefore, I think what Santi could do is go for a combination of, say, Wave Crash from the Dondozo without any Tatsugiri switching in to knock out Ndidi, and then we already saw Chi Yu is faster than Walking Wake under Trick Room, so then Chi Yu could follow it up with a big Dark Pulse into Walking Wake.
Will that be what plays out? Santiago apparently has the 3 fish. We assume it's Tatsugiri in the back, but can that Genie Tornadus grant Santiago's wish? So far, fairly even. As Dondozo gets that protect off, no damage heading into that slot. Follow me, Ndidi, the center of attention, loves to be the star of the show, keeping the Walking Wake all the safer. Dark Pulse is going to be easily enough to secure the KO onto Ndidi. David just down to their final 2 Pokemon now. Where did this Walking Wake target? If it's into the Chi Yu, then that could be an advantage that David can claw back. And yes, it's the Dragon Pulse. That is not going to be enough for the KO. It's holding the Focus Sash anyway, but it's really nice. It should be enraged now with follow-up chip, but with Whimsicott in the back and you still got a few turns of Trick Room, feels like David's sequencing is a little bit out of order.
Yeah, setting up Trick Room was a nice attempt against the boosted Dondozo to keep that in check, but now it's really coming back to bite David here a little bit. Important to note, yeah, Encore is not on the moveset of Whimsicott. It wouldn't work under the Psychic Terrain anyway, so that's not an option. So instead you could go for a Sunny Day, maybe lowering the damage output of Dondozo a little bit and activating the Photosynthesis on Walking Wake. But yeah, indeed, it doesn't really have a great way of contributing right now. Maybe if Moonblast, maybe if Whimsicott is faster than Chi Yu and Moonblast gets the KO from this range, that could be something. Yeah, it's all down to this trusted duo now by David, the Walking Wake and the Whimsicott, the last remaining 2 Pokemon.
Well, speaking of trusted duo, here comes Tatsugiri. No more trusted duo than Tatsugiri and Dondozo. Now, of course, Dondozo is going to get maximized in its stats. As I maximize, it's +2, but sometimes it feels like maximized.
It feels pretty high.
Yeah, when you're trying to take one down. Does this Dondozo have now what it takes? A reminder, its moves Wave Crash, Earthquake, and Order Up alongside the Protect. And spamming that Earthquake, you're going to get a huge amount done. Of course, David targeted into Tatsugiri Tatsugiri slot, which meant that there's no damage from the Moonblast. With these boosts into the now boosted Dondozo, it's not bad. It's about a quarter of its HP. The order up, no longer super effective, but this means Dondozo is boosting its attack here as well.
Yeah, and it is going to recover from the leftovers, so it will be a tough mountain to climb for Whimsicott and Walking Wake. Now, one thing that I would say was good for David was the fact that Walking Wake was moving first, was moving before Dondozo here. So now at least one more hit coming out from Walking Wake, but with this additional attack boost, will Dondozo be able to get the KO? I think that's going to be crucial here to determine the winner of this battle.
David is going to amplify the offense even more with the Sunny Day. The Photosynthesis boosting the special attack. Now how much damage is the Dragon Ball is going to do? Now that Dondozo in range of just one more hit. Order up is going to be enough, though, to claim the KO thanks to that previous attack boost, the curly form Tatsugiri. And now it's Whimsicott against the world. And let's not forget, of course, as well as the Tatsugiri that's lurking in Dondozo's mouth, you've got the Chi-Yu in the back as well. It's had its focus sash broken, but Whimsicott isn't necessarily the Pokemon you'd want to be able to clear up a game.
Yeah, I think this turn, this KO probably decided the fate of this match because, yeah, with 3 against 1, Whimsicott won't be able to do that. However, yeah, I think it also showed that the game was much closer than it looked like initially, because had Walking Wake taken this additional order up, the next turn, Trick Room was over, you can go for a Tailwind and Dragon Pulse, potentially knocking out Dondozo, and then all of a sudden you have the speed advantage, and then Whimsicott and Walking Wake can maybe clean the game from there, yeah, I think let's not forget Santi also still had Terrestrialization available, if I'm not mistaken. So that is something that was, still could have played a role, but yeah, order up was enough, get the KO, and with this, the game 1 goes to Santi.
I mean, to be fair, the Dondozo only could do either resisted or attacks that were immune into the Whimsicott with Wave Crash, Earthquake, and Order Up. So there's a chance there that the Whimsicott would have been able to hang on, but again, with 2 further Pokemon to deal with, chances are that Whimsicott didn't have what it took, and David recognized that. And so, into Game 2 we go. And it felt like, yeah, in the turn 1, just not getting the advantage, certainly out of that Iron Crown that you would like to see. It just went down immediately.
Yeah, I mean, that Dark Pulse, with the speed tiers, how they were, it definitely benefiting Santiago there. And yeah, he then kept the momentum up from this first turn. Big KO. And yeah, I think David definitely has to reassess this approach a little bit, because Indeedee and Iron Crown, neither of them can touch Chi-Yu. Whimsicott also not the best in facing down a Chi-Yu, so that just leaves you very, very weak to the Chi-Yu. And this is also what we saw, and good decision by Santiago also to lock into Dark Pulse, as Whimsicott was the only resistance there. Sometimes we see players have the Terra Fairy on Indeedee, so then it can gain a resistance to Dark-type attacks from Terrestrializing, but that's not the case here. It's a Terra Dragon, just like Iron Crown as well, and then Dark Pulse is just very, very difficult to power through, and you also didn't have, you don't have a lot of offense against Chi-Yu with Indeedee and Iron Crown. So I think David needs to switch up things in a significant way. I think maybe going with either Walking Wake or Landorus early on, just to get rid of Chi-Yu. That would be the approach to choose for Game 2. However, of course, Santiago also knows this, can maybe then swap out Chi-Yu, keep it around for later, for facing this Indeedee and Iron Crown combination.
This, in my mind, is the biggest weakness of the Calm Mind Iron Crown. The fact that there is no longer any room for Terra Blast, namely Terra Blast Water that we often see on Iron Crown, just gives it so much less flexibility in that sense. But of course, Calm Mind Iron Crown's been doing so well. It's not like David doesn't have the tools to deal with Chi-Yu. Oh no, not at all. But it is going to be in the lead again. These 2 blue fish, once more in the lead for Santiago. And there's that big change-up you wanted, Marcus. It's going to be Whimsicott and the choice band Gouging Fire.
Yeah, and the Gouging Fire is actually quite interesting, because it is a Pokemon that is quite bulky, and usually it goes for a booster energy to boost its speed. But on this team, it's actually a little bit different, because instead of using the booster energy, it will use Whimsicott's Tailwind to gain a speed advantage, and then also gets the Choice Band for extra damage. With the Terra Fire, can do a lot of damage. However, over on Santiago's side, 2 Pokemon that resist fire-type attacks. So maybe, do you want to go for, say, the Breaking Swipe? Maybe it's once again, it could be one of those cases where you want to, like, Terra out of the weakness to order up. But I think Breaking Swipe and Tailwind covers all options that Santiago can go for. And then depending on what David has in the back, there might be ways to continue the game from that.
I do like the Breaking Swipe option because it's also a way, as well as getting spread damage, to break the focus sash of this Chi Yu. Having said spread damage, Dondozo won't be taking any this turn thanks to the Protect. Tailwind from Whimsicott, so very much the speed advantage in David's court now, saying, I don't like how that last game went. I want the speed to be in my side. Chi Yu gets the attack drop, that doesn't matter. It's a special attacker, but it deals significant damage. The Heat Wave, Whimsicott without the focus sash, goodbye, it's going down. The Tailwind's been set up, and often that's all Whimsicott needs to do, although it would have been nice to have had the option for a sunny day later on in the game for these Protosynthesis Pokemon.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It means you get one of your attackers onto the field though, and this Dondozo is an unaware Dondozo, so ignoring any boosts, but it's also ignoring any drops, so you could freely lock into Draco Meteor if you wanted to. However, we just saw how the Chi Yu can probably take another one of those Breaking Swipes, and yeah, you really wouldn't want Chi Yu to hang around for another turn, so do you try and target down Chi Yu, or do you just, bank on the fact that maybe Tatsugiri is switching in on the Chi Yu slot and just going for the double target onto Dondozo? That's once again a crucial decision to make, and once again we see David taking his sweet time, but I think, Draco Meteor and Breaking Swipe seems like an onslaught of dragon-type attacks is the way to go here.
Yeah, and this time Santiago will be swapping out the Chi Yu, and in comes Tatsugiri, the Driven, riding that monster truck all the way onto the field and into Dondozo's mouth, so getting the right call this time around. It's unsurprising to see David such a long time to lock into those moves there because, yeah, if you target that Tatsugiri slot, no damage is being dealt, but makes the right call this time around. I really love this position for David so much more than in the previous game. The Draco Meteor connects, and it's going to be taking that Dondozo just below half, even with all of those boosts. Thanks to that Tatsugiri driving the Dondozo in its mouth, Tatsugiri the Driven, and now the Breaking Swipe means that the Dondozo's attack is brought down to -1. I love this too because, of course, you have the order up boosting the attack of the Dondozo so you can keep it in check, but not if this Gouging Fire goes down to an Earthquake. But no, you were saying how bulky Gouging Fire is, Marcus. That really came into play there.
Yeah, now I think, well, I guess the next turn is going to be Protect from Dondozo, just to stall out another turn of Tailwind and get a little bit more recovery from leftovers. But then, if Draco Meteor gets the KO, we saw it move first just now, then Draco Meteor knocks out Dondozo, and then Breaking Swipe will go and hit into the Tatsugiri. So this could be a huge damage trade for David that he was able to set up here. Though it will come down maybe to a little bit of how the damage will go in this next turn. This turn, I think, I'm definitely expecting Protect from Santiago's Dondozo.
Yeah, you could also, if you're confident that the Draco Meteor is going to get the KO onto Dondozo, because again, unaware, ignoring the special attack drops, just go for a Dragon Claw into that Tatsugiri slot, and that means you'll be able to get 2 KOs in 1. But as it is, Gouging Fire just going to switch out, anticipating this Protect, and Indeedee coming in instead. Indeedee without the Iron Crown to boot, but it will be able to go for those helping hands, and that should mean that Draco Meteor is an easy KO. We've been talking about Dondozo potentially going for a Protect, but we are yet to have the confirmation, but there it is, stalling out the Tailwind, getting a bit of leftovers recovery.
Yeah, smart play there by David, identifying that Protect was very, very likely, and now with Indeedee, as you spotted, Charlie, you get to go for Helping Hand and Draco Meteor, and this should get the knockout onto Dondozo, even after this little bit of extra recovery from the leftovers. And yeah, with that, switching out Gouging Fire also means that it will be able to change its moves. Was locked there with a Choice Band into Breaking Swipe, and that could come in handy later on, but actually, David thinking about a different way. Okay, let's see. No Helping Hand. Is this going to be enough?
No Helping Hand, and no, it's not. It's just out of range there. David was really hoping it would be enough. Frustrated in the camera, but the wave crashed into the Indeedee. Yeah, bringing it down oh so low there, but now the recoil damage is going to be enough to KO the Dondozo. And now Tatsugiri is going to hop out of the mouth. So 2 more fish left for Santiago, and the Trick Room being set up too. Really nice sequencing here from David in the face of this Choice Scarf Tatsugiri with its speed boosted.
Yeah, the sequencing was good, or the timing was good of the Trick Room. However, well, now you have a -4 special attack Walking Wake on the field, locked into Draco Meteor. It can deal significant damage, of course, still to Tatsugiri, but Tatsugiri still could go for the Terrestrialization. Terrestrializing to steal would mean that, Draco Meteor would do laughable damage, even when it's backed by the Beats of Ruin of the opposing Chi Yu. But yeah, this is not the optimal setup under Trick Room, I would say. Now, you could try and bring Gouging Fire back in somehow, but yeah, I think I have a feeling Walking Wake is going to stay on the field, just clicking Draco Meteor either until the game is over or until it's knocked out.
It could get critical hits, of course, that would ignore the drops, but there is one Pokemon as of yet unrevealed in the back for Santiago. If it's that Tornadus and David can coax it out before the Trick Room has expired, then you're looking better. But it's an uphill struggle for David right now. And again, just the Dondozo Tatsugiri mind games have really been playing with David. Be fascinating to get his thoughts as to his approach into this matchup. Really bring it down to the wire here. Just 1 second left, but is able to lock that move in. And now it's time for the Terastallization, heading into Santiago's Tatsugiri. Wanted to be the star of the show. Is that enough of being in Dondozo's mouth? Now it wants to be the one out on the field. The axe on its head, the axe to grind. And let's see if Santiago is able to carve their way through to a victory here, as indeed he will be redirecting, becoming the center of attention once more. The Dart Pulse, yeah, that's going to be easily enough to get the KO onto the Indeedee. Now, what can this Walking Wake do? At least it was safe from the Dart Pulse. There would have been a huge amount of damage. The Draco Meteor, it does connect. It's a Terra Steel Tatsugiri, and yeah, that axe is only barely chipped.
Yeah, now Tatsugiri firing back, showing how it's done with the Draco Meteor, no damage drops, and with the super effective hit, knocking out Walking Wake. And now it's all down to David's Gouging Fire, the final Pokemon for him. And Santiago looking very, very close to closing out the series with a 2-0 win.
Yeah, Gouging Fire has access in this situation. Flare Blitz, Heat Crash, Dragon Claw, and Breaking Swipe, and you cannot switch up the move once you've chosen it. It's carrying a choice band. So, I mean, you get the spread damage at least with the Breaking Swipe, but that's all you get. Seems like Gouging Fire might just be extinguished this turn, but David is yet to spend the Terastallization, so there's no better time than now, and then you can threaten this now Terra Steel Tatsugiri with a super effective knockout. You have a Chi-Yu to deal with as well, but you can only lock into one move. Good luck to you, David. I don't envy you in this position.
Yeah, certainly not. And the Gouging Fire is still trying to lock the right target with time ticking down once more there for David. In the end, deciding to go after Chi-Yu, but let's see if that was the decision that can get David back into this game.
All right, it's the Terra Fire on the Gouging Fire. The chandelier atop the head is going to have a roar of victory, but unfortunately it might just go down in a blaze of glory. The Heat Crash, at least that's going off next, and it's going into, in fact, the Chi-Yu here, and it is enough to get the KO with the Terra Fire.
Okay.
The Tatsugiri is locked into Draco Meteor. It's no longer super effective damage, and it's already at -2 in its special attack. It does connect. All of these Draco Meteor Pokemon are feeling very accurate today. The Gouging Fire takes it, and David will coax out this final Pokemon from Santiago before the battle is up, and it will be the Tornadus. Of course, remember, we're still in the Trick Room here. Tornadus, however, does have access to Protect, so can stall out the Trick Room that we're in. It's still an uphill battle, but there's hope.
Yeah, it can stall out the Trick Room potentially, but what it cannot do is land a hit with certainty, because yeah, Bleak Windstorm is the only move of choice on Tornadus, so we have Tatsugiri locked into Draco Meteor and Bleak Windstorm, so of course both moves that can miss. And if you can call the right targets for these Heat Crashes, I think maybe there's still a way to come back for David in this game.
There is. There absolutely is. It would have to come down to a little bit of luck, but it's seeable. There is light at the end of the tunnel, targeting into the Tornadus instead of the Tatsugiri. That makes a whole lot of sense. Is this going to be enough for the KO? Yes, it is.
Okay.
That's a one-hit KO. David Partington, more like David Parting Shot, saying to Santiago, I see you. I can raise you. I can take this to a game 3.
Draco Meteor, is it going to hit?
It's going to hit. Is it going to crit? Oh, no. David, though, really fantastic play. Playing to their outs, doing everything they could, the smile on his face. Of course, David, no stranger to knowing that the sportsmanship goes a long way in this game. Congratulations, though, to Santiago Molina, your winner of Swiss Round 3.
Taking the set over David. Well done, Santiago.
That Gouging Fire, if the Draco Meteor had missed, then yeah, we could be heading right now into a game 3, and that's the beauty of Pokemon, you know? Sometimes all bets are just off. Anything can happen. Hugely well played to David, and I love to see that team doing well in the rest of the Seville Special Championships, but we'll have to see how the day shapes up for David. But, you know, down but not out. Down but not out. One loss, you can still afford to lose one more game before you're feeling nervous about whether you make day 2 or not.
Yeah, both players dropping a lot of Dracos there in that final game. And yeah, I think I like the approach much better that David chose in the second game. Going for a Tailwind-based strategy right away and then setting up the Trick Room later on. Yeah, I think that one turn, where the Draco Meteor was just barely not enough. Yeah. I think we were behind the desk, we were kind of hinting at it that maybe Helping Hand was needed, and the switching into Indeedee, it seemed like such a smart choice, but then in the end, David decided to use that to set up the Trick Room. But yeah, just a little bit too bulky was Dondozo over on Santiago's side in that moment.
A tale as old as time. The big fish that just seems to keep getting bigger. Walking Weight was trying to take a leaf out of its book, going for its Terra Water. So cool to see Walking Weight being brought to the fray. Unfortunately, didn't have the showing that David would have liked it to have on stream here. Trying to prove its worth in the Regulations ZF metagame, but huge props to David and, of course, Jamie Boyd building this team for trying to take a new spin on Regulations ZF, something that Boyd is so well known for doing. Love to see the 3 fish over on Santiago's side of the field and that Genie Tornadoes granting the wish that was granted the win in Swiss round 3.
Yeah, and here we see the final moments of the second game. Chiyu going down, then Tornadoes going down to Heat Crash as well. But in the end, Tatsugiri hit the final, the most important Draco Meteor, knocking out Gouging Fire and taking the set 2-0 was Santiago.
So that Tatsugiri at that point was at -4, wasn't it?
Yeah.
13 HP. I wonder the minimum amount of HP for Gouging Fire there to be able to hang on with just 1.
I mean, Draco Meteor is a powerful move.
Yeah.
I think maybe without the Rocky Helmet chip damage that Gouging Fire was taking from Tornadoes.
Yeah.
Maybe then there's a way with like minimum roll, but yeah, 13 HP at Draco Meteor, I think, I'm afraid to say, it's gonna do.
It's guaranteed. It's guaranteed. Yeah, I just wonder the margins where David could have taken that to a game 3. Oh well, hugely well played to both trainers there, and it's only Swiss round 3.
Yep.
We have 5 more of phase 1 before we start getting into phase 2. I can't wait to see the other innovative teams that trainers will be rocking. Will we see the Articuno? Will we see the balance? I think we'll probably see the balance. I think you might win on that front. But it'll be fascinating to see how these trainers pilot it, and if there's a change up in the items. Who knows? Maybe there's a Choice Specs Raging Bolt. You know, it's all about those tiny changes to the established metagame.
Absolutely. And of course, also, David is not out yet. We'll be able to continue playing in this tournament. And yeah, if you at home are feeling like you want to play in some tournaments as well, but you're not sure going to the big stage, to those regionals, to those special championships right away, then of course we have a way for you to get started playing Pokemon, which is at locals. So let's have a look at what those are like.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card. Yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
I'd love to go to a local with you, Marcus. Not that we are based in the same country, and be at the table and you come in looking nervous and I just say, hey, want to play? You say, sure. And then we battle them. For some reason, we have American accents in this scenario. But if you want to join, scan that QR code, find your local, and we'd love to see you there. Locals are a fantastic way to try out teams that maybe you're not confident in yet. You just want to get some insights into how the metagame is shaping up. And of course, more than anything else, you'll learn so much more from all of the other trainers there and make a huge amount of new friends. And that is what this wonderful community is all about. We'd love to see you at a local soon. Scan the QR code, come and join us. Look how happy that Lechonk is. That could be you.
Yeah, it looks like, maybe just playing in one of the local tournaments.
Exactly.
Just being really happy, and use that QR code to look for Pokemon leagues close to you. And that might be your way of getting started to join the season and to join this maybe new hobby. If you're a viewer already, then why not take it to the next level at some local tournaments?
Absolutely, and I gotta say, if you're playing, then of course you're gonna be getting so much more out of watching the streams as well. You get all of the nuances, get into the heads of the players a little bit as well. So if you're new or if you're a veteran, do remember to keep supporting your local scene. It is the lifeblood of this community. So thank you very much, trainers. What was your last local, Marcus? What did you bring to that?
This was last weekend.
Okay.
And yeah, we don't talk about it.
We don't talk about it. Great. Well, moving swiftly on.
Okay. Well, I got a team, or I got some help from a friend who traded me because I had lended away one of my Pokemon, and so I was looking for one, and I got it, and then I realized too late, which was after I had already submitted everything, that I forgot to bottle cap it fully, and so yeah, well, that's how that went.
Suboptimal stats. Oh well, but you had a good time?
I of course I did. Yeah,
you kind of had to say yes there. I'll tell you who else had a good time. It was Santiago Molina in that previous game. So I'll tell you what we're going to go to now. It's going to be Santiago Molina, who knocked out that David. Boom, boom, pow.
Thank you very much, Charlie and Marcus. Yes, I am here with Santiago Molina, our winner of Swiss round number 3 here in Sevilla Special Championships. Santiago, how are you feeling, my friend? That was a couple of back and forths with David on the big stage.
I feel like very happy because I don't used to play in the stream, and it was like a really easy matchup. So I say I can play relaxed. I have to play well, but I can't do it relaxed because if I was playing Rain in a stream, I probably give up because it will be really hard, but it was easy.
Yeah, sort of like a bad matchup, right? I feel.
It was a really weird team, but it was kind of easy, so that's really good.
Yeah, might not be surprising. It's a Jamie Boyd team as well, so it's all sorts of weirdness there. But no, David did a really good job about it. But going into the match itself, game 1, we saw, and I'm sure you were very happy to see, the Iron Crown and female Ndidi lead. So is that something you were expecting from David since you led with Chiyu and Dondozo?
I didn't expect that because my lead is always Dondozo Chiyu because I think that is the lead that covers most of the leads he can make because you know in game 2 the Whimsicott was also very scared but having Chiyu in front of me but I think that Iron Crown indeed is the best lead he can make for me because I think that it's really easy, and if he wants to don't waste Terra Dragon, I can just win the game in the spot.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw, even though he still tried pulling it through with the Trick Room setup as well towards the end of the game. But then game 2, you stuck true with Chiyu Dondozo, like you said. It's a very familiar lead for yourself. But then we saw David change it up with Gouging Fire and the Whimsicott. So initially, it seems like he's got a bit more of actions he can do versus game 1. But talk to me a bit about your mind, your thought process when you saw that lead.
When I saw that lead, I think that he's always going to use Breaking Swap because he makes damage if I don't change into Tatsugiri, but it also, if I change into Tatsugiri, he's getting the attack drop. So it's like the best lead he can do. It's not a really good lead because the match is like horrible for him. But it was really well played. And I think that getting the early KO in the Whimsicott was really good because he didn't have the tailwind speed control.
Yeah, and Sunny Day as well, right? That he could
Sunny Day for the Wake Rush. And then I think that Doto is really good, and the Rocky in the Tornadus is really good because Draco Meteor wouldn't KO without the Rocky.
Yeah, and we saw he really brought it down to the wire. It was so close to a game 3 with that Gouging Fire being able to survive, but you were able to pick it up in a really good way, which was very impressive to see. So just talking about the team a bit, there are very similar components to it with, let's say, we saw Marcus Ko earlier on the stream today with the Dondozo and got the Chiyu Focus Sash. So is this a team that you've been working on quite a bit? Because we know that you got top 32 at Birmingham as well a couple of months ago.
The story behind the team is really fun because my mom told me that I should play a Hyper Offense because my runs were very, very long. And I do completely the opposite and I play Dondozo. So it's really
That's fair.
fun.
Hey, I get it.
And thanks to my friend Torch, Hector, he has played a lot this team and he has a lot of experience. He has been playing all Scarlet and Violet Dondozo. So Mitsu sent me this team and working with Torch, we have a really cool team against all the matches we can find here.
Oh, 100%. You've been doing an amazing job as well, and that could show you're comfortable with it. So, as we will be wanting to go ahead, give yourself a bit of rest as we're going to be progressing to the next round. Do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give to anybody in the venue or watching at home?
No, not really. I just want to thank my friend Torch because I think that he's the best Dondozo player and one of the best players I know because he can play a lot of tournaments, but he's incredible. And my family, my friend, and my brother.
That's lovely to hear. Thank you so much for your time, Santiago. Huge congratulations for that win. And keep it up, my friend. You are on such a good progress to be able to run it through. So with that being said, we're going to leave all of you folks an opportunity to get some refreshments, as we'll be back very shortly with Swiss round number 4.
Hey, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win Game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense plus 3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z-move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z-move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The heavy slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit!
Critical hit!
It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and they crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Pokemon trainers, we all know that Pokemon battles are essentially about knocking out the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. So the temptation is to do that as fast as you can. But what if you want to take things a little bit slower? I'm Charlie Merriman, I'm joined by Ben Kiriakou, and today we're going to talk about Trick Room.
It's one of those strategies that's been so prevalent in VGC over the years, and with good reason. Most trainers, when they're picking their team for the coming into competition, they're picking between power, bulk, and speed. All of those things are really crucial to any team. Now, most teams, without the advent of Trick Room, have to pick maybe 2 of those things to be able to have an effective team. Maybe they're trying to be fast and offensive. Maybe they're trying to be, a little bit bulky and powerful. But you always have to sacrifice something. Under Trick Room, though, you can be the fastest Pokemon on the field and be the most powerful and take a few hits as well.
Yeah, it's a really, really interesting strategy. And I think also when you set up Trick Room, and especially when your opponent isn't expecting it, if maybe they're running a more hyper-offense team, a very fast team, those teams, as you've been saying, Ben, tend to be frail because they can't also have that bulk. And so quite often won't have the resources necessary to weather that storm when Trick Room is set up.
Especially over the 4 turns of Trick Room that these teams really have available to them. So, looking at this, it sounds all sunshine and roses for Trick Room teams, but it's not quite that simple. Trick Room's a really difficult move to be setting up because it's so slow. It almost always goes last in a battle. That means that 2 Pokemon can double up to knock out the Pokemon trying to set up the Trick Room, or moves like Taunt or Roar could even force the Pokemon trying to set up Trick Room to not be able to act that turn. And that's really, really tough. If you don't have that dedicated Trick Room setter and the support for it, you can really have a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's quite high risk, high reward, isn't it? But I think it's also worth saying that even if you are running a faster team and Trick Room is set up, there are still ways around it. There are still ways you can try and stall out those turns before you can achieve something when the Trick Room is expired. Going for a priority move, for example, extreme speed, grassy glide, those sorts of things, those are ways to get some damage down and make sure you're still acting first, because those moves will still go first in Trick Room. And of course, protect, the move that's so common throughout VG, trying to keep your Pokemon safe until they're in a position where they can act decisively.
Protect, defensive switches, they're all well and good though, Charlie. You can always, though, count on Pokemon like Torkoal to be able to, use those really powerful spread damage moves to get around those sort of defensive plays. And as you were saying before, it's those more fast and offensive teams that really struggle to be able to deal with Trick Room threat. So, trainers, if you're at home thinking about what strategies that you're going to be looking to take to a tournament in the video game, Trick Room definitely should be high up on your list. But that's all we've got time for at the moment. Thank you, Charlie, for discussing this with me. We're going to be getting back to the action, though, very soon.
Eu voltei, mas já vou sair, gente. Tem que ir na rua. Bom dia, Alexandre. Desde já um ótimo sábado e um ótimo final de semana pra você, cara. Fazer um negocinho aqui, gente. Daqui a pouco vou ter que ir na rua e depois eu volto, beleza?
Lee, what's a fire-type Pokemon's favorite drink?
Mas eu tô de olho em vocês. Tô de olho aqui em vocês no chat, tá?
Welcome back, trainers. I hope you're chilling out with the stream as well. Couldn't have been better timing, really, with that ident with Sprigatito passing in for Goku there. So thank you, production.
I had lava on my mind for some
lava. Just pure lava. Heat trap downing a pint of lava. Mega heat trap. I could definitely do that.
Oh, yes.
Gaping jaws.
Soon.
Yeah. Really cool design, that one.
Very cool. Yes.
You have a favourite?
Out of the new Megas.
Yeah.
I really like Mega Clefable.
Nice.
Yeah, I really
Nice.
like that one.
Really cool. I think that's an underrated answer. It's an underpicked answer. That.
Yeah, really like that one. What about
Yeah,
yourself?
it's fun. For me, it's got to be Mega Phalanx.
Yes, very cool.
I've always loved Phalanx, and I think the idea of it
Armors up, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that little one in the middle that's holding up the others and struggling under the way. I think it's such a fantastic design, yeah. We want to hear your favourite new Mega designs as well. You know what hashtag you can use? Let's improvise a harmony. 1, 2, 3. Play Pokemon. Yeah.
nearly
Just
got
hashtag
it.
play Pokemon. yeah. And let us know your favourite Megas. Now, Lee, I've got a challenge for you.
Oh, a challenge?
Got a challenge. You might have seen in Birmingham
challenge.
trainers doing Pokemon anagrams, Pokemonograms. Lee, I've got some lined up for you. You ready?
I am ready.
So you're going to see some scrambled letters of Pokemon names, and we have to, well, I know the answers, but Lee and you have to unscramble them. And your clue is they're all grass types.
Okay.
Of course, we are in springtime now. Who's that Pokemon? Anime Gum.
Meganium.
Straight in there. Meganium. I think it's Meganium.
I do. I love
You
it.
unscramble it. Let's reveal the answer for you all at home. Do you reckon it's Meganium? What do you reckon? It's Meganium. Congratulations, Lee.
1-0.
They're not going to be all that easy, though, my friend.
Okay.
Okay. So, yeah, let's maybe also just discuss what it could be for a little bit. We're going straight into giving Charles that home.
I'll play the game a little bit, yeah.
Fun that you can make the word anime gum out of Meganium, isn't it? It's interesting. Okay, here comes number 2 for you. Some Pokemon anagrams. What's going to be our next puzzle to unscramble? All grass types.
Sunflower.
So it's not as straightforward, right?
Sunflower.
It's amazing the words that you can make out of Pokemon names.
Sunflower.
Yeah, it's solar fun.
Solar fun.
Also, solar really appropriate with the spring theme and solar power. Talk me through your thoughts here.
I think it's, I think you know what it is.
I think I could tell. As soon as it came up, I thought you knew what it was. And
It's a flower Pokemon.
What do you
Maybe.
reckon it is at home? Let us know in the chat. Solar fun, unscramble those letters. Well, I mean, let's see. You can certainly make the word sun out of that.
Yes, sun. And
and that leaves Flora. Sunflora.
I didn't want to really say
Aye.
it before, 'cause I feel like I spoiled the Meganium
Flora,
one.
that's fine.
That's
That's fine.
Straight in there.
I think I planned 6 in total, and it'll get
Okay.
harder. Let's see if we're going to reveal 6 so
the
far.
next one.
And get to the hardest one. Only one more. Okay, all right. We're going
We'll
to do
take
one
our time
more,
with
but
this
let's
one.
see if it's a harder one. Robomail.
Robomail.
Robotic
Robomail.
mail.
Robomail.
Unscramble that anagram. You think
I know. I'm really trying to think.
You're really good at this, aren't you?
Robomail.
The contestant I had in Birmingham was giving it a little bit more thought, but Lee is straight in there with the
Straight
answers.
in, I
Let us
kinda
know
saw
in
it,
the
yeah.
chat what you think it is.
Yeah, I'm probably not the best person to have on this. I feel like as soon as it comes up, I've got it straight away.
I'd really like to test you on the harder ones. I hope that
Yeah.
later in the day we can do the
I
other
would like,
Pokemon
yeah, I would
anagrams
enjoy
to you challenge.
some challenging
Cara,
ones.
Get that grassy
Bem
surge
sério.
and spring up on the field because, of course, it is.
Drum beatings, Rillaboom.
Ah, Rillaboom,
It is.
Well done.
I
Excellent.
think the hint at the start
They're all
definitely
grass
helped.
types. Yeah, of course.
I think
yeah.
without that, it might have been a bit,
Maybe. Yeah.
been a bit more difficult.
Could have been the reveal of the.
But it might be a secret power they have. Might be a hidden talent. Might be just identifying grass-type Pokemon.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Oba, bom dia, Marlon.
Yeah,
That's your
Salve.
Pokemon
Bom
ability.
sábado pra você
Specifically
desde já.
identifying grass type.
Ótimo final de semana. Mas já
I'm not sure it happened.
Trying to think of a name for that
quarta
ability.
partida já vai
Maybe
ter.
called Grass
A
Pass.
Pokémon Company me
Grass
trollou
Pass.
de
Got the Grass
novo,
Pass, or can we do that on
I like that. Yeah. Grass Pass.
mas hoje,
Meadowhead. That's
enquanto
quite
a,
Meadowhead. You got the Meadowhead for
a
grass.
Meadowhair.
o regional passado
Meadowhead,
eu comecei
Oh,
depois,
okay, I'm looking at your hairstyle. Go.
esse eu comecei
How's your hair
antes.
care routine?
Tá lá programado pra 4 horas. Eles vão me abrir live 5 horas da manhã.
Powder, bit of wax.
Got some
What about yourself?
should use some wax. I've got some powder in there right now, no wax. It's a shame. I would like to do some more Pokemon anagrams, but apparently
I know.
we had time for. But we're actually going to be taking a look at the matches that are going on in the venue, which is arguably more relevant.
Oh, definitely more relevant. I mean, after that last match as well, I can't wait again. We've had quite a lot of Dundos and Tatsugiri so far on the podcast, so each round so far. Are we going to see more? It's been pretty predominant.
Yeah, well, this time around we'll have a look at the notable matches going on the venue, and of course the one that we'll be bringing you, and that will be Gabriel Lanza with a great tusk going up against Jordi Casado with this Chien Pao Raging Bolt combination. We'll talk much more about that in a moment, but let's take a look at some of the other matches going on in the venue right now.
Sui Elegant from V there going up against Aurelian Sula, and Aurelian bringing that tried and tested kind of psychic core team. Obviously there with the ladder Asterion as well, so very much a similar team to what we saw Zachary have success with at EUIC, and then yeah, Francesco changing it up, going back to something maybe a little bit more comfortable in the rain mode there with the Pelipper or Chaladon as well. We haven't seen really much of that, so an interesting choice from Francesco and Sinistra as well. Yes, love that. I really like to see that. And, I think it's got a definite place in more Dondozo Santiago. Obviously, we've had season. So if we're going up against a bit more of that balanced team,
yeah, I'm so excited about
switching things up.
Lights shone brightest.
Match points to exceed the threshold.
Is going for a wave crash. Getting the that's
over 125
this format.
We see quite a lot
aqui, ó. Esse Gilberto aqui. Olha o time do Gilberto. Do nada. Um balão aqui. Do nada. Do mais absoluto nada.
Pokemon that he was using there.
Ebbs and flows where we've seen Iron Treads kind of come in and out of the format, but Great Tusk's never been that Pokemon that's kind of made that reappearance, and maybe this is the time where it comes to the floor and reintroduces itself on Mind Strainers, that it is an option for them to use, and like you said, the ground typing that it's got is very good into the format at the minute. And that fighting type isn't anything to scoff at either, you know. It's got that photosynthesis ability to take advantage of the sun. That's becoming a little bit more used, so you can, even if you don't carry it yourself, your opponent sets it for you, you can take full advantage of that. So it's a very good Pokemon in the right situation, so maybe it's found that niche.
Sky-high attack and defense as well, so yeah, it's bulky on that physical side as well as dishing out that massive attack. Yeah, has it found a niche in the last gasp of Regulations AF? How cool would it be, Lee, if Great Tusk went and won our last Regulations?
That would be brilliant. I would
just
love
show us
to
that
see
maybe
that.
we're wrong all along. There's so much more evolution this metagame can do. Well, huge luck to Gabriel Lanza rocking this Great Tusk. I think it's really nice actually that we get to see it go up against a more tried and tested core with this balance, because that is exactly the matchup that Gabriel will have practiced time and time again in order to get this Great Tusk team through.
That's one of the beauties I think about our players, picking these niche Pokemon that might not be so commonly used, because your opponent hasn't had the time to practice against them, and on the fly almost has to make a game plan, which can be very testing and can be maybe that difference between winning or losing, with margins being so tight in these matches a lot of the way. So I really love those odd picks. Great Tusk here is going to give their opponent a lot of problems to deal with. It's that extra layer of thinking, but like you say, for Gabriel coming in, he's probably practiced against the team that they're about to go up against a multitude of times, knows the ins and outs, knows where this Great Tusk can fit into this particular model against it, and maybe it has enough to take it over the edge.
It's interesting that, isn't it? Because we say, yeah, of course Gabriel will practice against a balanced team, but there will always be slight quirks to these teams that maybe Gabriel isn't expecting. Maybe he's practicing against the Bolt balance, but not so much a Chien Pao variant. And of course, that's another Pokemon that Gabriel is going to be facing heading into this next round. And Chien Pao, of course, is going to be threatening very tough with that super effective Ice-type damage.
Yeah, I love Chien Pao as a Pokemon in general, and it's not one that's been on the top of the usage stats, but I think it's got a really good place in the format. You see a lot of that double gene combination at the minute, the Tornadus, the Landorus, and a lot of other Pokemon that are susceptible at the minute to the Dark type attacks that it carries. You know, the Psychic Pokemon that we're seeing, the Indeedis, the Iron Crowns. The Chien Pao has that immunity, can switch in on those expanding forces, and it carries that ice-type threat. Not only the ice spinner to potentially remove a terrain that could be a bit annoying to deal with, but also icicle crash as well. It can just power through opponents very easily, and icy wind support as well. We've seen how valuable that can be in this format. So it's got a multitude of tools that you can really put to use, and extremely versatile Pokemon. I feel it's something I would like to see more of, along with that great Tusks.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe Icy Wind Chien Pao won at the Birmingham Regional Championships, piloted by Stefano Greco. So yeah,
se depender do Pokémon Champions, eu não vou tocar no Black and White tão
The
cedo.
primary reason you click that move is, of course, to reduce the speed
Ainda tem que zerar
on
o
the other side of
Platinum.
the field. So wonderful to be able to fit it in. Has to be
Tem
said as well,
o
of course, the
Platinum
great
pra
Tusks
zerar, a
brings
gente
the
tem
Chien Pao right
o
back with
Batalha da
that
Fronteira
real
pra
double
fazer.
super effective fighting type damage. So yeah, pretty evenly matched. The elephant versus the snow leopard. I just think it's so cool that we have a snow leopard Pokemon.
I know, it's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was one of my favorites, I think, from the
Pô,
whole
eu tô
Scarlet
hypado
Violet
pro
series.
Champions,
I
na moral.
love Chien Pao.
Eu já
it's a very, very
vou... Depois daqui da live, eu já vou começar a olhar o meu time. Porque o ruim é que eu precisava saber se eles já soltaram o meta do Champions ou não. Lembra, até agora eu tô pensando Protect com 8 EPs.
I know, I've got a soft spot for Tinglu as well.
Ué,
Also Wochien.
tem
Not
que
that we're completely ignoring
ser...
that one, but I don't know.
Tem
It's
que ser
like, I
justo,
like
né,
the
Marlon?
blockiness of Tinglu's design. But anyway, the trainers are getting
Tua
ready
voz
on
tá
stage. There's
baixa?
still no
Minha
plushie
voz tá
meta game,
baixa?
unfortunately.
Não, pô.
But shout out to you, Judge, for rocking that as that
Caramba.
Celtic that they know is
Ó.
lurching out for the 30th
Olha como minha voz não tá baixa. É o volume do negócio que tá alto.
here in Swiss round 4. I can't wait to see this great toss, and I can't wait to see how Gabriel's opponent will be adapting to
O
this
volume
team's
do negócio que não tá... Tava muito alto pra vocês, entendeu? Os comentaristas acabaram de gritar agora, meu Deus. Tá, o que eu ia falar? Eu esqueci. Eu precisava saber qual é o meta do Pokémon Champions. Provavelmente eles vão dar prioridade mais pros Pokés que tem Mega Evolução, né? Provavelmente eles vão dar mais prioridade para esses tipos de Pokémon. Então a gente tinha que listar todos os Pokémons que tem Mega e a partir daí ver como é que ia ficar mais ou menos o meta. Porque eles falaram que vai ser Mega Evolução, né? O 7A Mega Evolução. Mas tudo culpa de singles? Como assim? Ô, eu tô... Ô, Marlon, eu tô bolando uma estratégiazinha aqui muito maneira, que se der certo, caramba, vai ser muito da hora de fazer, tá? Não vou falar, mas vocês vão ver o meu time aí em ação. Ah, e provavelmente, gente, assim que o Champion sair, a gente organizar tudo direitinho. Se eu não me engano, dia 28 de abril, acho que dia 28 de abril tem regional, o regional não é... Tem GC pra jogar e a gente vai jogar no Champions, tá? Ó, Gabriel Lanço versus Jorge Casado. Ó, o cara é casado aqui. Oxi, está com muito protect, vai ser paia, pessoal de singles. Marlon, eu tô pensando numa coisa aqui. Eu posso tá sendo completamente maluco, mas vai funcionar muito, tá? Vai funcionar muito bem nesse primeiro meta, tá? Principalmente se um Pokémon normal tiver, porque eu acho que eles não vão liberar o lendário agora no começo. Talvez só na Regulation B, que é um time que eu diria com Mega. Marlon, me confirma uma coisa. Que o Pressure é a habilidade que faz com que você gaste o dobro de PP, certo? Mega Salamence, óbvio, ok. Eu tava pensando em usar um, mas eu acho que eu não vou usar não. Eu vou usar outro Mega. Então, nesse meta, provavelmente Pressure vai ser muito importante. O time do Gabriel Lanço, gente. Incinerod, Assault Vest, Goldengo de Metal Coach, Tornados de Covid Cloak, Fluttermane de Choice Specs, Orquepon Máscara de Fogo e Great Tusk de Clear Amulet. Olha, o primeiro paradoxo aqui diferente. Pokémon, Marlon, pensa comigo, Pokémon que tem habilidade Pressure vai ser muito bom nesse meta, porque vai fazer muita gente pensar bem se vai usar Protect ou não. 3 Protect na frente de um Pokémon com Pressure acaba todo. Então, eu só lembro do Ho-Oh. Eu só lembro do Ho-Oh, do Mewtwo, eu acho. Não sei se o Mewtwo acho que tem essa habilidade também. O Lug eu acho que também tem essa habilidade. Mas eu só lembro de lendários. Eu não lembro de um Pokémon normal que tenha Pressure. De Alga? De Alga também tem. Não, mas Pokémon normal, sem ser lendário. Deixa eu ver uma coisa aqui. São 8 e 6. 8 e 6 na verdade. Corviknight. Vamos ver, eles têm que ver se King Gambit, ok. E o time do Jordi Casado Incinerod Rock realmente Chimpau de Foco Sash, Pushfu de Água de Mystic Warrior, Raging Bolt de Boost Energy, Landuro de Life Orb e Rilabon de Assault Vest. Sneezer. Marlon, então faz o seguinte, confirma pra mim se eles já soltaram a regulation do Champions, tá? Eu já volto rapidinho.
I feel like that's got a good place here. It's got the immunity to the ground type attacks. It can threaten that Goldingo for big damage as well. And then the Raging Bolt, I feel with that Calm Mind, if you can stack a few of those and you already have the resistance to that Make It Rain, you just have to be careful about terrestrializing that Pokemon with the Fairy Terra typing. You put yourself into a vulnerable position, but going back to the Chen Pao as well with that Stellar Terra type on there, it does have a way to expedite the damage a little bit further if it is leaned into.
Yeah, Stellar, oh my goodness, it's such a tongue twister. Stellar Terra, there we go. Of course, giving a one-time boost to any individual type of move. So that would be one Ice-type boost to Ice-Core Crash, one Dark-type boost to Sucker Punch, and then it is spent. But sometimes it's that extra
não, casado. Vou fazer você virar viúvo. Ô, louco. Marlon, faz o seguinte, dá uma olhada pra mim se já anunciaram a regulation ou não. E, gente, eu já volto, tá? Rapidinho, eu já volto. Eu falei o nome, eu falei o time do casado, sim. Tá, fazer o seguinte, gente, eu vou na rua e eu já volto, tá? Já volto.
Speed control options here for Gabriel with that Tailwind could supersede the Landorus and that Chen Pao and put a lot of pressure onto both of them with the moves that it's got access to. Of course, there is the Ice Spinner that threatens the Landorus and then the other big ground type attacks that aren't going to be super effective into the Chen Pao but will threaten it with a potential speed attack boost that it might get from a Sunny Day as well. But of course, you can only choose one of those. What do you go for? Probably the Tailwind here from the Tornadus. It is vulnerable though from that Chen Pao. The Chen Pao offering a lot of damage and potentially a knockout into that Pokemon. So you've got to get value from it. If it is going to go down here, you've got to make sure that you get some return from it.
Yeah, you've got a couple of Ice-type weeks over on Gabriel's side of the field with flying and ground. Geordie is bringing this down to the wire, but the moves are locked in. Going to be the Landorus switching out now, so it's safe from the Ice Spinner that Great Tusk can go for. Coming in instead is going to be Rillaboom the Sociable. It's got a ticket to the gig, and we are bopping along. The Grassy Surge springing up all over the field, providing that passive recovery, as Tornadus will just be stalling out for this turn. Just to protect, no damage into that slot. We turn our attention over to the Great Tusk as well, which is also going to be protecting. So this is just a turn where Gabriel can scout out and now has the advantage of knowing that Landorus has switched out.
Yeah, it's a bit of a null turn here, but a bit of an advantage for Geordie here. We're able to get that Rillaboom in and now has the pressure of that fake out. So can slow down the Grey Tusks here, but can't go after the Tornadus. You can't, with the Cover Cloak, it is going to be able to avoid that fake out damage. And it does put it in a bit more of a vulnerable position from the Chen Power as well, because it's got a free target into either of these Pokemon that, well, they've both protected. So do you see Gabrielle maybe commit to the Tailwind, try and get some damage off with the Grey Tusks, but you've also got to worry about the Grassy Glide threat. There isn't just the immediate fake-out threat. You've got that Grassy Terrain on the field as well that will supersede everything else and get that really key damage onto something like the Grey Tusk this turn to make it pretty non-effective going into the rest of this game.
And if you terrestrialize a Great Tusk, you're of course at risk of taking super effective damage from the Sucker Punch that Chien Pao can dish out. So a Fake Out and Sucker Punch into that slot will be a way to cover it. But let's see what Geordie is thinking. Great Tusk has indeed shed its ground and fighting typing and become a pure Spectre. That's going to be Tornadus Tailwind, boosting the speed on Gabriel's team for a few turns. And now the Ice Spinner getting rid of the Grassy Terrain. How much will it do to this Rillaboom? Brings it down to about a fifth of its HP. The grass is going to go now, so goodbye to the Grassy Terrain too. Just the Icicle Crash, actually, so Tornadus is down. But, oh, it's not down. It's hanging on with 10 HP. A really bulky Tornadus there. The Wood Hammer, big damage into the Great Tusk, but you can see the dividends. The Ghost Terror plays. It takes that really, really well. Tornadus is able to survive with the last gasp and get another move off here, which is huge.
Yeah, you can see how well Gabriel's trained the Tornadus to take that big attack, and now it gives it the opportunity to get that all-important Sunny Day off. You think maybe you only get the choice of Tailwind or Sunny Day, but with that training now, you've got the option to set the Sunny Day up. It's going to support the Photosynthesis now on that Ghost Terror. Great Tusk, it is threatened, like you quite rightly mentioned, from a Sucker Punch, potentially from that Chen Pao, but you have two Pokemon in the back that you can see. The Ogerpon can come in, threaten, take advantage of that Sun, as well as that Flutter Mane.
Something we don't know, of course, is the training on the Great Tusk. We don't know which stat would be boosted from the Photosynthesis. If it's a defense boost, there's a chance it could hang on through a Sucker Punch, but it's going to be switching out. Ogerpon hitting the field instead, and now it's going to be a switch for Geordie as well, so that the Grassy Terrain can be set back up when Rillaboom comes back in. And coming in its place is going to be the Raging Bolt. So we now have the reveal of all four Pokemon on Geordie's side of the field. Gabrielle is going to be wanting to keep that Great Tusk safe to be able to deal effectively with the Raging Bolt now. Sunny Day, unfortunately, also going to activate the Photosynthesis on the Raging Bolt, so nice call from Geordie there to switch in the Bolt in this situation. Sucker Punch was attempted there, presumably into what was that Great Tusk slot, but now Ogerpon is threatening with big Ivy Cudgels as well.
Yeah, nice switches from both players, kind of around the threats that were immediately there. And the Rillaboom going out can now have the option to come back in, bring that Grassy Terrain onto the field. And the Chen Pao still sitting pretty healthy at this moment in time, where it is threatening with the Sucker Punch, with those big attacks. But you've got to worry about that Ogerpon. And the Raging Bolt, not really too worried about anything on Gabrielle's side right now, with that Dragon type and resisting those Ivy Cudgels, and the Bleak Wind Storm that the Tornadus provides, not really a threat. And you also have Thunderclap as well as an option to just quickly remove the Tornadus and further preserve your Chen Pao in this situation. But do you have a switch in the back? If you look at Geordie's four that they've revealed, nothing can come in on an Ivy Cudgel now that you've got that Raging Bolt out on the field.
Real thorn in Gabriel's side that Chien Pao's Focus Sash remains intact as well. Gonna have to deal at least 2 hits to that Pokemon to knock it out. Here comes the Flutter Mane, Photosynthesis activated now as well. All of these past Paradox Pokemon just bathing in the sunlight. This time Chien Pao is going to be preserving itself. Where did Gabrielle target with the Ogerpon? Of course, the Ivy Cudgel was threatening down the Chien Pao so much more than the Raging Bolt, and that Raging Bolt is just left alone to do what it wants, and what it wants to do is set up a Calm Mind, clear its head, and get a boost to its special attack and special defense.
Yeah, really clever protect there from Geordie, identifying that Chen Pao was the big target. It was threatened by that super effective attack in the Ivy Cudgel. I'm going to take this moment while I've got a little bit of room with my Raging Bolt to get that all-important Calm Mind off. It's going to set you up a little bit better against the Flutter Mane that's come onto the field, and the nice thing that Geordie still has access to is their terrestrialization. They can get rid of that weakness from the Flutter Mane that's pretty much immediate here, but at the same time, if you do that, a bit of a double-edged sword, because you become a little more susceptible to those Ivy Cudgels that are boosted by the sun.
Yeah, well, the Raging Bolt really under the thumb here, both Pokemon. It would be so nice to get a Dazzling Gleam off and then an Ivy Cudgel to be able to remove the Chien Pao from the fray. But, of course, Geordie will be factoring that into account. Lovely to have the Follow Me option too on the Ogerpon to redirect some damage away from the Flutter Mane, but in fact, going to be the Chien Pao scarpering back to Geordie's Pokeball, as now coming in instead, it will be Landorus. It still isn't going to want to take a big sun-boosted Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon, so let's see if it's going to be going down. The Dazzling Gleam, I mean, a combination with this and the Ogerpon should easily be enough to secure the KO onto Landorus if that's where Gabriel's targeted. Dazzling Gleam brings the Landorus down oh so low, and yes, that's the Ivy Cudgel. Landorus is going back to that shrine in Universe.
Yeah, you're saying that Jordy's probably trying to stall out these tailwind turns right now and then further stall out the sun as well that's in effect. The tailwind, you can see, does wear off now, so that speed advantage that Gabriel did have is now gone. We saw the special attack boost from the Protosynthesis onto the Flutter Mane, so if this is max speed Chen Pao, it probably will outspeed the Flutter Mane now that that tailwind's gone, and can pressure with those icicle crashes, can get that flinch chance as well. If you can remove that target, then things become a little bit easier because you've got that Raging Bolt +1 with that special attack Calm Mind boost. It is going to be able to threaten that Ogerpon and remove one of those big threatening pieces on Gabriel's side.
The Terrestrialization, one of these Pokemon is going to be changing up its types completely over on Geordie's side, and it will, of course, be that Raging Bolt. It's become a Terra Fairy. This is so nice as well, given the Great Tusk lurking in the back. It now can't hit this Raging Bolt for super effective damage. Icy Wind, reducing the speed from this Chen Pao. Really nice tech move that we identified. Now Flutter Mane and Ogerpon will not be half as speedy, and the Raging Bolt with its boost can dish as much damage and speed as it would like, but the Dazzling Gleam bringing the Chen Pao all the way down to its focus sash. You can see how well that Raging Bolt takes it. The Dragon Pulse now, though, into the Ogerpon with a Calm Mind boost. The Ogerpon hangs on with the 6 HP, responds with a no longer not very effective Ivy Cudgel, and it gets the KO. That's the Terrestrialization option down for Geordie, and all of a sudden, this is 4 Pokemon versus 2.
Yeah, again, you can see how well Gabriel's trained their Pokemon, able to take that double up into the Ogerpon there just to hang on and take advantage of a potential Terrestrialization. Exactly what came out. That Dragon typing gone. The Fire type does normal, neutral damage, but boosted by the Sun enough to take down that big target. In both Pokemon on Geordie's side, hanging on by a thread now. It looks almost certain that Gabriel going to be in that position where able to clean things up with just the numbers alone.
Although the health bars are kind of dwindling over on Gabriel's side of the field, and let's not forget that that Great Tusk in the back is now a Ghost type. Not going to be appreciating any sucker punches from the Chen Pao. So Gabriel's still going to be careful about where they target here. Flutter Mane, fortunately, immune to the fake out, so got some guaranteed Dazzling Gleam. I mean, one more Dazzling Gleam would, of course, just secure the game. But what can Geordie do to try and stop that from happening?
There is the potential of the Grassy Glide and Sucker Punch combination into the Flutter Mane, which could be enough to take it down. But you do have Follow Me support with your Ogerpon as well that you could lean into. Not wanting to take any chances here. We just see the switch out. So that immediate threat is gone, and the Great Tusk's entering the fray once again.
Great Tusk hit the field, but of course it cannot attack on the turn that it switches in, so it's going to be vulnerable from the Chen Pao on a following turn, or maybe even this one, as Ogerpon will just be keeping itself safe now. Grassy Glide attempted into that Ogerpon slot, so that chip damage, it might be enough to secure the KO onto this very low health Rillaboom here. I think it might be, and that Rillaboom has gone down, so it's now just this 1 HP Chen Pao against all 4 of Gabriel's Pokemon. The little snow leopard that could, as the Icicle Crash into Terra Ghost. Great Tusk, not enough to secure the KO.
Yeah, and then you can see the defensive capabilities of this Great Tusk when it does terrestrialize here. And yeah, Gabriel playing extremely well, not even losing a single Pokemon this far in the game, and playing it extremely well, making it very difficult for Geordie to get any sort of foothold in this game. And now 4 against 1, even though a lot of the Pokemon on Gabriel's side are dwindling, the number advantage here alone will be enough to just get that tiny bit of chip damage onto the Chen Pao, close this up, and give them a lead going into Game 2.
Well, incredible stuff. The Great Tusk trainer is the one that seems to be emerging on top. Of course, Gabriel just taking the time to make sure that they're not locking into any silly moves here. And, of course, gives a little bit more time to be able to reflect on their game plan heading into this second game. Of course, best of 3 is how it works around these parts, trainers. And yeah, interesting that the Raging Bolt was taken out so swiftly. That is definitely the Pokemon that Geordie was relying on to be able to clear up the game. And so, heading into Game 2, that's a Pokemon that Geordie is going to be wanting to preserve better. Now, the Great Tusk, just to dot the I's and cross the T's, that's the Headlong Rush, and that is Chen Pao down. Back to the Ice Rend Shrine. That is one game up for Gabriel Lanzo here in Swiss Round 4 at the Seville Special Championships.
Yeah, one step closer to taking this Swiss Round 4, but, you know, not over yet. I think Geordie has got a lot of options where they could adapt and maybe now has a clearer picture of what Gabriel's going to try and do in these games, and has a better idea of the capabilities of their Pokemon as well. We saw how many times they took those big attacks where you're expecting a knockout, because Jordy really capitalizing those opportunities where they had, but Gabriel's Pokemon managing to hang on, so you really need to be able to commit a little bit more damage there. Maybe it means getting Raging Ball +2 with 2 Calm Minds under its belt. Maybe utilizing things like those priority attacks a little bit better. We didn't really see Rillaboom have much of an impact in that game, which was a shame. Is it the right Pokemon to bring? I would have liked to have seen Incineroar, I think, come to this match as well. It is hard, though, because of that clear amulet on the Great Tusks and how impactful that was for Gabriel in that game.
As a reminder, Geordie, Birmingham Regional Top 64 from just a couple of months ago. So this is a season going very well for them, and LAIC Top 64 this season too. So Geordie has the wind in their sails, but Gabriel, of course, Top 64 from Gdansk as well this very season, then Top 32 all the way back at the start in Frankfurt. So pretty evenly matched in terms of achievements between these trainers, but which is going to have the advantage heading into this game? Fantastic to see the Great Tusk come to the fray, even if it didn't achieve a huge amount in that game. It'd be wonderful to see it claim that huge, massive, decisive knockout. But in order to do that, seems like Geordie would have to terastallize another target, because this Great Tusk, it seems to be an adaptation for Raging Bolt.
Yeah, it's very difficult for Geordie when you look at the overview of the teams, how you approach this matchup, because I think, yeah, you can't really stop that tailwind from the Tornadus because of the cover cloak on their prankster ability. It's going to be able to get that off. So maybe the Urshifu is something you could lean into from Geordie to try and get that damage with something like the Surging Strikes. Of course, Sunny Day going to really affect that a lot.
Yeah, and it's going to be the run back of the leads over on Gabriel's side with the Great Tusk and Tornadus for Geordie, Chien Pao and Rillaboom.
I think you go after the Tornadus. I think if you're going after anything, I think the Tornadus feels like a really good target to get rid of. But there is that problem of doubling into it and then a Protect coming out on that slot and freeing up the Great Tusk, because the Great Tusk right now feels more threatened. So it's the obvious target for your opponent to protect. Maybe Gabriel plays into that and says, well, if you protect, I'm going to go for the Protect on my Tornadus. I'm going to go for the Ice Spinner into your Rillaboom and then waste an attack from Geordie. So I've got to get this turn right, whatever they do. Obviously, the Fake Out can't go into the Tornadus, but you can Fake Out into the Great Tusk as well. So just free up a bit of movement there, seeing the Rillaboom just exit for now.
Yes, talking of freeing up, Lee, the field is now freed up of a little more damage than it would have been otherwise. With the Incineroar coming in, the adaptation that you mentioned, and now the Intimidate going not too far in this particular turn, given the clear amulet blocking the stat drops onto that Great Tusk. Both Pokemon on Gabriel's side really threatened by the Chien Pao. That's why Tornadus is going for its Terra Steel. It's riding on that cloud above the world, and now it's got an Axe to bear as well. Now going to be resisting those Ice-type moves, but the Great Tusk is left pretty vulnerable here. Protect, though, coming out from the Chien Pao. Gabriel loves to see this. Let's see if they're able to deal huge damage into Geordie's Incineroar. The Bleak Windstorm, first of all, isn't going to connect into the Incineroar. It's 100% accurate in rain, but otherwise not as accurate as that. Incineroar, a little bit of chip damage there. Of course, getting the speed drop there too, which isn't guaranteed. Ice Spinner not going to be very effective into the Incineroar, but it will be removing the grassy terrain. Of course, Rillaboom has exited the field anyway, so if it were to come back in, it would set up the grassy terrain all over again. A little bit of chip from the Rocky Helmet too.
Yeah, a nice terastallization in response to the threat of the Ice-type attacks on the Chien Pao for the Tornadus. But the problem now is that the Great Tusk can't terastallize to get around the fake-out pressure that is present now with this Incineroar on the field next to the Chien Pao. Problem is, as well, the Chien Pao doesn't have access to a fighting type attack that you would like to see here to threaten that now Steel Terra Tornado. So it's still pretty free to set up that Tailwind if it wants to. Great Tusk might feel a little more threatened. So is Gabriel going to switch it out here? And maybe you just protect it because you've got the room to after that previous turn.
Tailwind will indeed be coming out for Gabriel now, just as the dividends it paid in that previous game. The Earthquake, though, getting the KO onto the Incineroar. Super effective on Tornadus, of course, as well, but Tornadus still hangs on. This must be a near max defense Tornadus in terms of how it's been trained, or maybe just fully max defense. The Icicle Crash now super effective into the Great Tusk. How well can it take it? It hangs on with 24 HP. Gabriel really indexing hard on this physical defense on his Pokemon.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got to bear in mind as well, the Sword of Ruin is still active on this Chien Pao, so to be able to take these attacks is very impressive from these Pokemon, and Gabriel very surprised at the Earthquake, but worth it to get rid of that Incineroar and punish no Fake Out coming out this turn into that slot. So I think, yeah, make sure the Tornadus It does survive, which is great. Again, it's got that opportunity this next turn to get a sunny day off if we want to further support the Fluttermane maybe in the late game. Problem doing that, though, is as well you help the Raging Ball, but it has got that booster energy, so it was going to get that photosynthesis boost on its special attack either way.
The Raging Bolt is kind of threatened here, given the tailwind and the Great Tusk that remains on the field, but a Sucker Punch should be enough to get the KO. It's resisted onto the Great Tusk, and we've seen how bulky it is, but with Sword of Ruin as well. But this is exactly the position Geordie wants, to get that Raging Bolt out in a position where it's not threatened.
Yeah, and you've got the option, if you suspect maybe the Sucker Punch here from the Chen Pao, you can switch out your Great Tusk here, and I think that's the decision Geordie's got to make. Do you go for the Sucker Punch and potentially waste that, or do you expect the switch out from the Great Tusks? You do risk, if you go for an Icicle Crash, just kind of not getting any return from the Chen Pao here, so it's a big 50-50 call, but at this stage of the match, you're a game down, you've got to kind of be very confident in your convictions. Whether or not you can be, it's going to be another case, but there is that sunny day, Charlie.
This is going to be really interesting because we now get to see the photosynthesis boost that the Great Tusk will receive. Which stat will it be? Going to be the physical attack, as if this wasn't hitting hard enough already. But the Sucker Punch, can it hang on? No, it can't, unfortunately. That will be the Great Tusk going down. So, this star Pokemon of this matchup, the Pokemon that's really been writing the narrative here in Swiss Round 4 of the Seville Special Championships, now down and out, and Raging Bolt is able to get off this free, calm mind here. It's so much safer than it was in the previous game. It no longer really has to go for that Terra Fairy either.
No, I really like the Calm Mind here because it's so easy to go for that Tornadus, but doing that, it's not really that effective, so you'd prefer to keep that on the field and not have the Ogerpon and the Fluttermane both out at the same time, so you can concentrate a bit more of your efforts into that Ogerpon initially. The Calm Mind's definitely going to help you there with getting that additional damage onto it, but we've seen how bulky it is already. It's an easy target for Sucker Punch, though. So do you go Sucker Punch into the Ogerpon, get a little bit of initial damage there, Thunderclap into the Tornadus to preserve the Chen Pao if that turn plays out? Now, that might be a way for Geordie to start controlling this game a little bit better.
Yeah, the priority options over on Geordie's side really, really threatening in a situation like this. And can Raging Bolt get away with it? Not if Gabriel's Fluttermane in the back has anything to say about it. Of course, threatening huge fairy-type damage, holding the Choice Specs, bolstering its special attack to no end, and would be super effective into the Raging Bolt, saving a Terra. So Tornadus is going to be swapping out, and in comes the Fluttermane. Now, how did Geordie call this? Where did they target with their priority moves, the Sucker Punches and the Thunderclaps? Can Gabriel get away with this or not? Of course, the Sun basking in that, the special attack boost onto the Fluttermane. Spiky Shield onto the Ogerpon, but is this Fluttermane vulnerable? The Icicle Crash call into that slot instead, and it's brought down to 17 HP. That could be it. That could be the turn that decides that we're going into a Game 3. But down, but not out. There are still ways back.
That is a great, great play here from Geordie because obviously we talked about the presence of the priority there, but it does, if you are expecting that, it opens the door for Gabriel, like we saw, to make those free switches, but punishing that, knowing that that could be what happens here in this game, especially because the Chen Pao's sash has been broken, right? But now that Fluttermane comes in, it's not going to be as powerful as it was in that game one because it is going to be targeted by a Thunderclap will take it down, a Sucker Punch will take it down, so it is a bit an easier target to remove right now.
Okay, Chen Pao is going to go for its Protect. We don't seem to have a Terrestrialization either, just the double Protect here. Stalling out the Sun so that the Fluttermane isn't hitting as hard, and of course critical hits could be a way for Gabriel to still secure this victory against Jordan. Ogerpon's center of attention, but it's not going to receive any attention because of the double Protect over on Geordie's side. Of course, now you also know that with the choice specs, Fluttermane is locked into the Dazzling Gleam. It cannot switch up that move choice. It would have to switch out and back in to do that.
Yeah, and we talked about, you know, the threat of these priority attacks, but one thing really protecting the Fluttermane is that Ogerpon with that Follow Me that does alleviate the threat immediately. But now the Tailwind's gone, the Chen Pao is going to be in a place where we can see it outspeed the Fluttermane, and you have to be a bit more careful about how you approach these next few turns. And the Raging Bolt's still in a nice position as well with that Calm Mind set up and can throw out those Thunderbolts, can throw out those Dragon Pulses onto things like that Ogerpon that will be hit for very big damage. And even a Tornado switching in at this point is so low health. it's going to go down to anything that does target into that slot.
At least you've broken the focus sash on the Chien Pao, so it's a little bit more softened up. But Gabriel, understandably, taking all the time they need to lock into these moves because this is a much more difficult situation than we saw in Game 1. So, the switch out and Tornadus joining the field in the place of the Fluttermane here. But how did Geordie call this? As the terrestrialization finally comes out over on Geordie's side, and it will be into the Chien Pao this time around with the Terra Stella rather than the Terra Fairy Raging Bolt. Really interesting given the Fluttermane in the back, but of course it's on such low health that just a simple Thunderclap would be able to do the trick. There's that Icy Wind. The Terra Stella boost not so important here, but the speed drop certainly is, and the double connect as well. Tornadus down, Ogerpon speed reduced, and now this Raging Bolt might just be able to secure that knockout onto the Ogerpon as well.
Yeah, I believe it was 6 HP it remained on last time around with this combination, but that Stellar boost might have just pushed it over the edge like you're saying there, Charlie, but the Dragon Pulse coming out, is it going to be enough to pick up this Ogerpon? And this time it is.
Yeah, physical defense, you can't necessarily train both the physical and the special defense, and this time around that Ogerpon is going to be all the softer to that Dragon Pulse, and swooping its way onto the field once more is this Fluttermane, 17 HP in a Dream, and I'm not sure that Dream is quite strong enough.
Not without that redirection support. It is a sitting target for either the Sucker Punch, the Thunderclap here from either of these targets on Geordie's side of the field, and just testament to how well they've controlled this game right down to the 9th degree here to take it to a Game 3, which is exactly what we want to see, of course, but making things way more difficult here for Gabriel to get any momentum like they had so easily in that Game 1.
Yeah, well, it's going to be our first 3-game set of the Seville Special Championships. Our previous 2 rounds, very swift and decisive in 2, but Jordi Casado comes back and wins that game. Lee, heading into this final game, what do you think went right for Gabriel in that first game and then could have changed in that second game, heading into a decisive third?
Well, the first thing that you identify is the terrestrialization, where that fell. In Game 1, it went onto the Great Tusks. That made it a little bit harder to utilize or pressure with those fake outs. We never saw it really come to any fruition there, but I think going on to the Tornadus, it made sense. It got rid of that ice weakness from the Chien Pao that was so immediate, but did it really do much other than that, than taking away maybe terrestrialization from something else that would have been a bit more useful to take advantage of that speed control, that Sunny Day that the Tornadus had put into play? I think that's maybe what Gabriel needs to look at. Geordie doing everything right there, like the integration of the Incineroar there, that double fake out, and even though the Intimidate's not that great against the Great Tusk, it is going to be useful against that Ogerpon that does constantly come from Gabriel's side, that is boosted by what would likely be that Sunny Day always set up.
Yeah, absolutely. Great Tusk would be brilliant if the Great Tusk player was able to be the winner here in Swiss Round 4, the Pokemon that we so rarely see in Regulation Set F. And the Clear Amulet does keep it safer from the Incineroar, but so many threats that it has to deal with from Geordie's side. It's interesting that we haven't seen the Urshifu come out yet, but of course, when you're rocking the Sunny Day on Tornadus, and it's going to be a move that Gabriel is likely to click, you're very much disincentivized from bringing it. It's nice that Gabriel has access to the Fluttermane as well to be able to try and deal with this Raging Bolt. It's not just putting all the eggs in the Great Tusk basket there. However, as we saw, just calling that Icicle Crash on the switch into the Fluttermane brought the Fluttermane down so low that it was just in range of any of those priority moves, and with no Psychic Terrain available to either trainer, you're not going to be able to protect yourself from that. So here we go, trainers. It's going to be Game 3 here at Swiss Round 4 in the Seville Special Championships. The Sociable and the Gourmet Chien Pao and Rillaboom are here to dine, and here comes Ogerpon and Fluttermane, so the switch up finally from Gabriel.
Yeah, expecting maybe these same leads coming out from Geordie and having a little bit of a better position against these. You know, the Rillaboom has that active fake out, not going to be pressing into that Fluttermane because of the ghost typing there, so has an easy access to a Dazzling Gleam, maybe even terrestrializing here to put more damage onto the field. The Ogerpon is going to be a bit of a target for that fake out here, so has to be a bit careful, but do you want to fake out into that slot? Probably not, so it could open the door if you suspect fake out not coming in here for that residual damage from the spiky shield that could be inflicted from that Rillaboom going into it. You could take advantage of that because you are pressuring big fire type attack into the Chien Pao and the Rillaboom here that, you know, you could take an early advantage and maybe switch out that Fluttermane, keep it for later on in this match when it's in a bit more of a preferable position.
Chien Pao so crucial in this matchup, of course. Their ice and dart damage is just running rampant through Gabriel's team, and how can they adapt? So Ogerpon is remaining on the field. Incineroar of Gabriel's own is coming in instead, dropping the Intimidate on these two physical attackers now and providing a fake out heading into the next turn. Time for the Terastallization as well. Which of these Pokemon will be changing up its typing? Will be that Chien-Pao again, going for the Terrastella, so just going all in the offense now. You don't change up your defensive profile, but your offense is certainly bolstered. Chien-Pao with that Meow of victory. The Ogerpon going for its spiky shield, though. And, of course, with Ice and Dart moves, the Incineroar really isn't threatened very much at all, not least by the addition of Rillaboom as well.
Yeah, I think you see the fake out coming into that Ogerpon. I think you probably have to go for it there just because of the immediate threat that it puts onto both of these targets on Geordie's side of the field. Icicle Crash coming out into that Incineroar. Charlie Button, really nice switch in there from Gabrielle and putting themselves into a remarkable position going into this next turn where they've got that active fake out from the Incineroar onto something like the Chien-Pao now. Break the Sash potentially there and then follow up with an Ivy Cudgel, or you've got a free target with Ivy Cudgel and something else into that Rillaboom that cannot protect.
Yeah, Incineroar and Ogerpon really putting in the work here. We've been talking about this lead, the Chien-Pao and the Rillaboom, but of course, how do you deal with that? You bring some fire-type damage of your own. So, Geordie, very much under the thumb with these leads here. You really want to break that Focus Sash as soon as you possibly can over on the Chien-Pao so that Gabrielle has an easier time sweeping through in the later game. Here we go. So, Chien-Pao this time is going to be switching back. Coming in its place for Geordie's team will be the Raging Bolt. So getting it set up earlier this time around, and it does match up nicely into the Pokemon over on Gabrielle's side at the moment. So the special attack booster energy doesn't need that Sun to activate the boost. Just going to be the double switch actually from Geordie. So we're going to have the reveal of the final Pokemon. Rillaboom is going to the back, and coming in, it's the sociable Incineroar. Brought to the field once more. No Landorus in sight. So fire meets fire. The firepower is amplified. The Intimidate, the Ivy Cudgel, not doing too much damage at all there. And, of course, with no critical hit, even though that move has a boosted chance of getting one, the Incineroar is taking it so well. Geordie kind of giving Gabrielle a taste of their own medicine, given what happened with that Incineroar switch from Gabrielle early on.
Yeah, great double switch there from Geordie. If there was ever a time to bring Great Tusks in, it would be now, but it looks like Great Tusks hasn't come to this match. It is going to be the Fluttermane that comes in now. And again, it is going to have that immunity to the fake out. It puts immediate pressure on to the Raging Bolt if it doesn't commit to that Terastallization, and boosted by that Choice Specs item that it is holding and the potential Terastallization there, you can do some massive damage in this turn coming up. But the Ogerpon probably not in the most preferable position here, so maybe if you are Gabrielle, you want to switch that out, although it does provide that really useful follow me support to pull in those threatening attacks and just keep that Fluttermane a little bit safer going into these next few turns.
Yeah, I really like that lead because, of course, the Thunderclap wouldn't do anything with a redirection. You have to be going for an offensive move of your own for something like Thunderclap or indeed Sucker Punch to activate. The Fluttermane is in such a better position than it was in Game 2, so let's see if it's going to be the linchpin for Gabrielle here, as Ogerpon won't be moving this time around. The Thunderclap does indeed go into that Fluttermane, but it's Pokemon known for its special defense, and it takes it really well. No Assault Vest on the Raging Bolt, and it's brought down so low by the Dazzling Gleam, of course boosted by the Choice Specs as well. And now all of a sudden, this Raging Bolt, it looks like that's the tower that might fall.
Yeah, and this is a really tough position for Geordie to be in now, because all Gabrielle has to do is click Follow Me, Dazzling Gleam. Both Pokemon on Geordie's side of the field are now vulnerable to getting knocked out by that Dazzling Gleam. And what do you have in the back to switch in? Well, you've got Rillaboom. It has got the Assault Vest. It will be able to take that a little bit better, but you're not really getting any sort of momentum swing in your favor, because you're going to have to let something go down here to get that Chien-Pao onto the board that is going to be able to threaten with something other than what you've got out at the minute. So really difficult situation. Gabrielle taking full control of this game.
There's no critical hit or high roll there, just the Fluttermane brought lower. The Dazzling Gleam, not even a Follow Me coming out on this turn. Raging Bolt going down, but now Ogerpon will be outspeeding the Incineroar and just claiming the KO. So Geordie all of a sudden brought down to 2 Pokemon, and it looks like history is repeating itself, Lee. In Game 1, it was Gabrielle with all 4 Pokemon remaining going up against Geordie's 2 in the late game, and that's exactly what's happening here.
Yeah, I mean, preserving the Ogerpon, you can see it's still full health now after that grassy terrain recovery against what is to come in the Rillaboom and the Chien-Pao. It's in a great position. The Fluttermane not in the best of spots now, because the Grassy Glide is going to threaten the knockout into it. But you still have the Incineroar that you can bring in the back if you are Gabrielle. It looks very difficult for Geordie to get back into this game, where the Incineroar can just switch in, drop in all-important Intimidate. You can protect the Ogerpon for a turn, and then you've got Fake Out and the Ogerpon to deal with the Rillaboom. You don't want to go into the Chien-Pao because of the Protect there, and then once the Rillaboom's dropped, you've just got 4 against 1 situation. So all to do for Geordie. It doesn't look like there are many ways back into this game for them with the remaining Pokemon that Gabrielle still have active.
And not only does the Chien Pao not have access to Sacred Sword, but the Rillaboom doesn't have high horsepower in this situation. So Incineroar is really looking like the MVP for Gabriel in this particular matchup. It could come in at any time and, of course, reduce the physical offense of both of Geordie's remaining Pokemon. No switching potential available now. Amazing how Gabriel was able to claim the victory here. It seems so decisive, and it all came down to that turn with the Flutter Mane bringing the Raging Bolt so low, but we'll dissect it afterwards as the Incineroar now is going to come in and provide that all-important Intimidate and Fake Out heading into the next turn. It's exactly the position Gabriel wants to be in. The Fake Out, Ogerpon not moving, but that's okay. The Pokemon on Gabriel's side can very much take this damage. Look at that. That Incineroar is shrugging off the attack from the opposing cat.
Yeah, there was the opportunity there where you could have maybe doubled into the Ogerpon, but with how the game's played out earlier, where Spiky Shield's always been the option that Gabriel goes to when presented with that fake out pressure, it's hard to double into that slot and potentially waste the two moves in one of these kind of end games where everything is so important here. But yeah, great switch from Gabriel, like we talked about, getting the Incineroar in, and now going to take advantage of the terrestrialization, and it will be on to this Ogerpon.
Ogerpon Half Flame, its mask is shining bright, is looking furious, even though it's about to claim Swiss Round 4 of the Seville Special Championships, getting that boost to its attack as well, thanks to the Embody Aspect ability. Fake Out, that's going to be the focus that's broken on the Chien Pao. Really fantastic to be able to soften it up for the end of the game, which might be just one turn away, as the Ivy Cudgel now straight into the Rillaboom. It's got its drumsticks, but I think that Ivy Cudgel might just be busting that drum in two, as Rillaboom goes down to a big one-hit KO. And the Chien Pao that was so crucial for Geordie throughout this matchup is going to be the last cat standing. You're facing down two fire types, not what you want to see. A Sucker Punch for glory, going off against the attacking Ogerpon here, but just not enough in any stretch of the imagination to be able to get the KO. One more Ivy Cudgel, the hero from Kitakami, is sending the Chien Pao all the way back to the Ice Wren Shrine. And Gabriel Lanzo, pilot of this fascinating Great Tusk team, is claiming Swiss Round 4.
What a phenomenal job here from Gabriel. You know, I think game one came out of the traps, showed why they had this amazing start of this tournament, right? And then game two, Geordie got themselves back into it, adjusted. But I think the big thing here was how well Gabriel adjusted, identified the win condition. The adjustment in game three, going for that Flutter Mane as a lead there was just the tipping point and just made it too much for Geordie to unfortunately come back into this game. A very tough matchup, but what a really great composition that Gabriel's put together to come into this tournament.
It's a shame that the Great Tusk didn't come to game three, but that's not to say that it didn't provide its worth in games 1 and 2. Game 1 in particular, just really threatening Geordie with a Pokemon that they won't really have had any practice going up against. Raging Bolt was trying to get set up with these Calm Minds, but ultimately it was felled by all of the offense coming out from Gabriel's side of the field. And it just goes to show, like we were saying before, yes, we've had Regulation Set F for a while now, and we've had it 2 times, but that's not to say that you can't come out with these adaptations. Geordie, I don't blame you looking so frustrated with the amount of damage coming out on your Raging Bolt, and it's always such a mark of a fantastic trainer to be able to go lose a game and then come back and win the next one. Just keeping your head strong, not getting tilted. Congratulations to you, Gabriel, and congratulations, of course, to Geordie for playing so well.
Yeah, I mean, both players did play remarkably well in that game. I think under really difficult circumstances, Geordie turned the match around to a point where we went into a game 3 and thought you could actually come out of this on top, but unfortunately for Geordie, Gabriel also adjusting really remarkably well and then just taking the game out of Geordie's hands, really, with that Ogerpon that didn't switch at all from turn 1 to the end game there, where it was the Pokemon that Gabriel ended up even terrestrializing in the end to close things up. But that Flutter Mane was the pivotal Pokemon that was the enabler there for the Ogerpon to be that really offensive presence throughout that game. And yeah, just too much for Chien Pao and Co to really deal with.
Yeah, so well played. Really cool to see the Terrastella there as well on the Chien Pao, but ultimately it just wasn't enough. Well, we've seen a great Tusk lead. What other random Paradox Pokemon would you like to see this tournament?
Wow, if you could give me the choice of any of them.
Yeah.
now you put me on the spot.
I can go first.
Yeah,
If,
yeah, you go first. I'll think.
I would like to see an Iron Moth. I think that Pokemon is so
Moth,
cool.
yeah.
I mean, obviously it's very weak to ground, but
Yeah.
with Raging Bolt so prevalent, maybe we don't see
Got
as
some
many
great
ground
tools in its arsenal as well,
the
hasn't
acid
it?
spray, dropping
Yeah.
special defenses, yeah.
Fiery Dance as well.
Oh,
with
yeah,
that
love it.
chance to boost its special attack.
We've seen it have some success in previous formats, so maybe. But yeah, what do you reckon, Lee?
Have we ever seen an Iron Thorns?
No, I would love that.
There we go. I'm a big Tyranitar fan anyway,
Yeah.
so...
Another Pokemon that is double weak to ground.
I feel the odds of this happening are slim to none, but there might be that special trainer out there that has figured out a way to use it and innovate with it and bring it and have success with it at this tournament.
I don't know much about the TCG, but I think Iron Thorns has had some play in the trading card game. So
Well,
if
there
you want
we
your
go.
Iron Thorns fix, head on over to that blue desk over there, Lee. But yeah, I'd love to see an Iron Thorns as well.
Iron Thorns would be good.
Tyranitar.
Sandy Shocks as well is another. I do like Sandy Shocks.
Underrated.
Yes.
Really underrated.
Strong
yeah, Sandy
power.
Shocks. Would love to see that again. What's your favourite Paradox Pokemon, trainers? You know what I'm going to say, don't you? You can use the hashtag #PlayPokemon to let us know. Shall we harmonise it again?
Yes, yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Play Pokemon.
We just
There we go. That was.
It was all right, but we kind of just sang the same note. That's,
Yeah, we did.
that's a
that.
harmony.
I mean, it worked, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy it? You know what you can do? You can let us know if you enjoyed it with that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Okay, that's enough out of us. The Tusks were great, but the player was greater. Let's interview our winner of Swiss Round 4, Gabriel Lanzo.
Thank you, Charlie and Lee. I'm here with the winner of that round, Gabriel. How are you feeling, first of all, after a tough matchup?
I'm feeling great, also because Jordi Casado is one of my best friends, so it's a pleasure to battle against him. So I'm feeling very good.
Yeah, undefeated so far. You're feeling good. Well, it's been a good day so far, and it's been a great day for your great Tusk. Tell us a little bit about how that came together and what it did in the game.
In the International of Europe, I brought the exact same team, but with Ursaluna. But then I had a problem. I couldn't outspeed Qianpao with Tailwind, so Great Tusk actually does outspeed Qianpao. So that's the main reason.
And we saw Great Tusk outspeed Qianpao in that matchup as well. It looked like your team setup was specifically built against these type of teams. Is that true?
Yes, it's built against balance, because if not, it's very difficult for me. If my Tornadoes leaves Icicle Crash for against Qianpao, so it helps a lot.
Yeah, and then also in the first game, Ogerpon taking the combination of Icy Wind and the boosted Dragon Pulse. So then in the second game, though, Jordi adapted and went for the Terra Stellar on Qianpao, also bringing in Incineroar. So how did you feel about that game too?
Jordi Casado played really well. He outplayed me, honestly, and I thought my Tusk lived the Sucker Punch of Qianpao. It ended up dying, well, sorry. And that's it. So that's why I lost.
Yeah, that's why you lost the second game. But then in the third game, you made an adaptation, this time leading with Fluttermane and Ogerpon and bringing Incineroar in the back. Is this something that you had prepared, or was this in the moment?
This game plan actually works very well. So I decided to not bring that game plan in game 2 because I was feeling comfortable with Great Tusk. So I had no other option to bring this game plan.
Yeah, and then of course, Jordi kind of stuck to the tricks that he tried to use in the second game. And then first turn, Qianpao goes for the Terra Stellar. You switch an Incineroar. How did you feel in that moment?
Amazing, because I know Jordi, I know how he plays, and I knew that I had him. Turn 1, it was over.
Well, yeah, and then of course, you played well after that and didn't take any unnecessary risks and took home that game and the series. So now you're still at an undefeated record. How are you feeling about the rest of your tournament for you?
I'm going for the 8-0, so yeah. I need to win Sevilla.
Yes.
It's my goal.
Okay, wow. So trying to win it all. Finally, do you have anyone you're working with or anyone that you want to shout out?
Actually, I'm working with Jordi Casado and all Muy Serios. Shout out to Muy Serios. And that's it.
Yeah. Thank you very much for joining us in the lounge for this short interview. And then, well, you heard it here. Goal is to win the entire event, of course. Best of luck with that, and we'll go to a short break before we will be back with more Pokemon action.
Hi, I'm William Vassolino, WJ Box for as your username. It feels unbelievable. I worked so hard in the last 10 years. Like this January marks 10 years of career, and I really wanted to celebrate some way, and I think I found the best way to celebrate.
So many years of competing. William Vassolino is your Birmingham regional champion.
The games against Poke-Alex in top 4 were the best games I ever played. Like against an opponent so strong, make it look that I deserved it. Like I read him, and I think that moment was the moment that I realized I have to win it all. I lost the third round against a team that I just don't like to face. And going to one, I said, no, I'm too angry. But then I spoke with some friends, and I decided that all that emotion, I have to transform it into focus. And like from there, I just win it all. I think Ogerpon, Hearthflame, I didn't use her at all in Reg F and first in Reg G. But then trying her in this team, I just fell in love because of her versatility. I have a new favorite Pokemon. I always said I had 3 dreams. One was to get streamed on this stage. The second one was to win a major, so like a regional or an international challenge. And the third one is to win Worlds. I started playing in the 3rd of January 2015 with the idea I want to be the very best. And now I just set another brick towards that goal.
Ok, chat. Desculpa a demora, mas eu tive que sair. Tive que ir na rua comprar algumas coisitas pra casa, por isso que eu acabei demorando, beleza? Então, pelo que eu vi, o cara do Reagindo que ganhou, né? Legal. Vou tomar meu café aqui. 3 horas e 41 de live. Desde já muito obrigado a todo mundo que tá aí. Desde já um ótimo sábado, um ótimo final de semana pra todos nós, né? E seguimos aqui pra live. Deixa eu ver que horas tem. 10 para as 9. Me ajeitar aqui. E o Knight foi a... Esse mesmo foi a Peru, né? Aluga! Ah, eles não fizeram isso não, né, cara? Cara, eles não fizeram isso não, né? Olha que... Cara, na moral, isso é um desaforo. Opa! Eles não fizeram isso não, cara. Não fizeram isso não. Pera aí, gente, rapidinho. Só desconectar o... Vou só desconectar o... Opa! Só desconectar o fone aqui rapidinho.
And one final brilliant dance
partner in Natalie, also before him. Yet now, here he stands.
Straight onto Oranguru and then use it for, oh yeah, it's Precious Trolley, getting all of your basic Pokemon out. Whatever 5 basic Pokemon Ryuki wants to get on the board here are coming.
Here we go, look at all the pieces ahead.
Ryuki is going to be your European International Champion 2025. He came to Dortmund, he won the whole thing, and now he comes to London and won the whole thing.
Here comes a big Astral connecting down into the Torkoal. No damage to the protecting Calyrex. It hangs on with 13 hit HP. But did Torkoal go for Eruption? Which is... It into the Torkoal there. Torkoal is down. Ismail seems to be once more on this back hoof. That's it. Your EUIC Junior Champion, Fabian Musicant! It's not going to be enough damage there. Ian's Urshifu soaking this up. This game is slowly but surely coming to a wrap.
It has been Ian's that's been going fast. The close combat.
To Louis Urshifu, it's going to be the KO. We have our senior EUIC champion, Ian Larson.
With the electric drift, it is moving before the Flood of Main.
Here we go, which is an into the Flood of Main, and it is going to be enough. No, is able to close this out with Ferrograph's only option, able to go for the Psychic in Immune.
Wolfling is able to take the title. He takes his second international championship and becomes your 2025 European International Champion.
I'm just thinking about the scope. I could not have won this final if I didn't have the support of some incredible people.
Amazing, man. Back-to-back UIC.
Ich fühle mich super erleichtert, weil ich war sehr nervös am Anfang.
Live shout out my friends, my locals, and my family for helping me to get to this point.
All my family, my friends, I love you all.
めちゃめちゃ嬉しいです。
É, o Wii que vem aí. Quem sabe é nós aí.
Welcome back. We are here for Swiss round number 5 at the 2026 Pokemon Seville Special Championships. I am Prostar, this is Lee, and we have been having an absolute treat of matches and hype moments. So far, Lee, it's been spicy throughout the day.
It has.
How are you feeling?
Great.
Yeah?
Really looking forward to the rest of it. I am, yeah. How about yourself?
Honestly, like top of the moon, top of the sun, whatever you want to call it. You know, there are a couple of headlines that we're sort of trying to spec out in terms of going into this weekend's the final regulation set F major event. And yeah, what were you? Were you expecting anything too awry or?
I love the integration that Carson brought to Houston last weekend with the Ninetales, and I think that if you look at the top 8 there as well, there's a Torkoal in there and lots of Chi-Yu, so I felt a very strong kind of feeling towards more Sun users, more Chi-Yu as well, because of the not just because Fire's generally quite good at the moment, but into that Psychic pairing as well. Chi-Yu, as we've seen already on the broadcast today, Chi-Yu has a very good way of being able to easily dispose of things like the Iron Crown pretty easily. So I think for that reason alone, it's got the Beta Ruin as well on top of that. I felt like Sunsetters being able to activate those photosynthesis abilities more over than nothing, but Chi-Yu as well I would move into there. So yes, is Sun about to take over Regulation F in Seville? Maybe into the sunset we go, into Regulation F.
And I mean, it's very poetic, right? If we were to end it like that, on that foot. Like you said, Chi-Yu has been running amok, in all honesty, having the Focus Sash variants going, just clicking buttons, praying for connects, and you know, get a cheeky little flinch with the Dark Pulse, why not?
Being one of the original kind of players with the Iron Crown and DD core and having success with it, I'd love to know what your iterations would be.
Wait, are you talking about me? Oh, sorry, I was like, who is this guy talking about?
Yes, you, Costa.
Hey, I
don't underestimate yourself. You're a very strong player.
I'm very grateful, thank you.
Yes. We all saw you do well with Iron Crown back
and also
a few regions ago.
But no, it's true. I mean, Iron Crown is a great Pokemon, but my kind of headline, at least for right now,
okay, we'll
was
come
another
back to my
cheeky
question.
one. We will, don't worry, we're coming back.
Here we go.
1 strike, 2 bans, 3 titles. We have got Dark Fu, doubly named, but basically Urshifu single strike, the dark type variant, winning 3 consecutive major events, looking for from the 3-peat to the 4-peat, or a Wicked Legacy.
I like that.
Do you like it?
Yeah.
Get in. I totally didn't spend more than an hour. It's fine. It's okay. But no, it has. Like, I know that we had Houston, regional, just, prior, but then we also had a couple of more special events as well. The Son of Fun. And coincidentally, the pattern there is that Urshifu Dark was able to just get the title with 3 different varied compositions. You got a hard Trick Room from Ben Grisma. Then, of course, you had, was it Houston, I think, as well, with the sort of version of the Psych Terrain with Iron Crown and stuff like that. And then San Juan, I'm forgetting exactly. I think it was like was it a balance core? With the Urshifu single strike over the rapid strike? I'm not sure, but it was Focus Sash there versus the band on the other side of the field.
Both definitely have their kind of pluses and negatives, right? The Sash gives that little bit of an extra awkwardness to deal with. You're committing twice into it to remove from the field. But yeah, I think again it shows more reason towards why the dog types are kind of lean into a little bit more, like that GU, because the Wicked Blow with that guaranteed critical hit as well, top of the choice band, and sometimes that dog terrestrialization on top of that is just enough to remove those targets, even if they're not weak to that dog type either. So that's a I think no surprise, and I think you might be onto something with the 4-peat this weekend to kind of set sail out of the way of Regulation F.
It'd be a way to go about it because, we're talking about Rapid Strike Urshifu always being, top of the usage stats and all that.
It was to day one. Yeah. Day one. We've got it top there. Where is the other Urshifu?
Well, that's kind of what it does. It finds a way to be able to sneak in.
Like the underdog.
I like the underdog. I know. It's just like, forget about these multi-strikes and stuff. But no, that's left to be seen. So far, I have observed a couple of them on the field, but we have also got our trainers so far with their own efforts that they're trying to battle through with the introduction of this round at number 5 coming up, and Manuel Rodriguez actually leading the 4 with a 4-0.
Yeah, incredible to see. There's a lot of 4-0 still in the tournament, but Javier Senorina, another player, very well known.
The old guard would be very well familiar as well. Don't worry, I'm including myself too. You're good.
But yeah, coming in, having a phenomenal start in their home region and playing a very unique. We know this team, right? There it is, the balanced team. And I think a good choice coming into this tournament because I think for players that are very good at kind of controlling the field, taking their time, patient, and know the game inside out. Teams like this suit them down to the ground, and Javier is definitely one of those players that slots into that.
You just have so much more flexibility with it, and Javier is a trainer. We've been able to see Rock and Iron Leaves in previous seasons as well, which is a bit more out of his flair, the niche that he would use, because he predominantly actually plays with a lot of balanced cores, so I'm not surprised to see Javier Senorina do so well with it, but he's not the only Javier that is on an absolute winning streak. We have Javier Macias as well in 6th spot, also with a 4-0, doing an incredible job too.
Well, not only that, but another top Spanish player. I mean, all these players are, top in their own respective way, but one that I do want to talk about a little bit more is Antonio Sanchez.
Yeah.
We've seen Antonio over the past few seasons really stamp their mark onto these formats in Scarlet and Violet and continuing to have a great start here this weekend. And would be no surprise to me to see Antonio go all the way this weekend with the ability that they've got, how they've played in the past, and their, again, comfort with these balanced teams. We can see very
very kind of the Chen Pao not always on these balance teams, but the iteration of it, the key components are there, and I do like the adaptation with that Chen Pao.
It's more of a offensive take, right? In order to be able to enable your Urshifus, the Rillavoons, and even to an extent the Incineroar in a way if you want to go on the offensive rather than utility support. But Antonio, definitely no stranger. He's a previous regional champion as well, where he was able to rock the Faridra too, so no priority blockage. The usage right now just going on the offensive rather than defensive.
Yeah, well, let's not concentrate on all Spanish players, because
although there's so many.
Italian right down there, Davide Fazio in 15th, still at that 4-0 record and playing again that kind of balanced composition and having success with it. Is it what we're going to see for the remainder? Is this a kind of earmark where we're heading? More balanced teams as we head deeper into the tournament, or are there going to be more of those teams like we saw in that previous match where Great Tusks is going to make an appearance and make it really difficult for these balanced cores to kind of operate how they would normally want to?
Yeah, and it's more of a safety net in order to be able to handle all of the tricks that the meta has to offer. But Davide also, let's not forget, EUIC top 8 at the event that just passed, of course, along with other comrades from Italy doing such a great job representing and, you know, proving me wrong when I had called out that no, there's not going to be any Italians in top 8. Obviously, Davide, as well as other friends, had a...
You cursed it.
I did, didn't I? No, but that's fine. It was more motivation I was trying to give to them all, and it worked out quite well.
It was a bold claim. I think someone had to make it.
Someone had to make it that is bold as well, so, you know.
Well, you were very brave.
And bold.
I meant bold and not that bold, more as in brave.
But no, I mean, enough of, you know, the flabbergasting and stuff, but my point is they are such a strong unit, the community as well. 5 out of 5 regional or major events here in the EU, who knows, may be able to see some more action coming up. But talking about action, we've got notable matches. And of course, we're going to be featuring one of them here on stream for us to be able to enjoy and check out and notice all of the flair in the air.
Yeah, well, we'll be heading into Swiss round.
Wow, okay.
Great match we'll be going into next year. Francesco Piapero had that phenomenal finish recently at EUIC in that top 4 position. Roberto Parente as well, another player that had a strong finish at EUIC, so another notable match. But Francesco going up against Forhad, and they're going to be an incredible game here because Francesco changed up their team coming into this event, and Forhad kind of playing similar things to what Francesco played at EUIC, minus the Ting Lu, of course.
Yeah, exactly, and they did also play in EUIC, were able to get top 206, but most notably, back in the previous season, 2 seasons ago, 2024, was able to get top 16 in Utrecht Special Championships then. So definitely a trainer that is quite acclimatized in terms of the higher echelon kind of competitive play. So sometimes, Lee, I'm not sure about yourself as well, I find that it allows you a bit more structure in terms of trying to read your opponent if you know they are very well known in terms of the experience and skill they carry.
Yeah, and if they've been on broadcast before as well, and you've watched them, then you can kind of pick up on like little traits that they've got with play styles and really lean into that, because some players will always play a more safer game, some players will play a little bit more risky game. So you can take advantage of the times that you've seen them before. That's where you, if you haven't been on the broadcast so much so far, this is starting your journey out, then you might have that slight advantage there if you've been paying attention to previous matches. Of course, these players can adjust, and this is what makes them such great players, because they adjust on the fly and they don't just settle on what they've been doing. They keep on adapting and growing as players as we go further and deeper into these seasons.
Yeah, exactly. And even though, you know, Forad at the moment may not have the amount of achievements that, let's say, Francesco does, they're both at undefeated record at this very moment. And like you said, this could be a sort of telling of an underdog versus the, you know, favorite air quotations in terms of the matchups. But talking about the matchups, I'll be quite curious to see how these two teams do eventually sort of pan up to one another, because we saw Francesco, EUIC, this was the same format, by the way. is brought a completely different team. Like, there's no Thundy, right? Thunderous for the prankster sort of shenanigans, but there's an Archaladon.
Yeah. I feel like this is something that Francesco's had success with in previous formats, in Scarlet and Violet in previous years.
Was it Stuttgart?
Yeah, maybe.
Previous year, or Dortmund, actually?
Yeah, one of those events. And I think the rain is a favoured kind of weather condition for Francesco. So for them to go back to it, in a way, because you also got some nice elements around just the Pelipper, the Archaladon. But to go back to this core, I think, especially coming into this event where it maybe felt like Sun was the most powerful weather, Sun was the big threat, and those fire types were the big threatening Pokemon. With those two alone, you kind of nullify that threat, and I really love the call from Francesco, and he does make these brave calls, so yeah, it's going to be all to do for Forward, but don't underestimate what Forward's brought. We'll get into the teams in a minute because we can take a look at the achievements from both of these phenomenal trainers. Forward there, recent great finish at EUIC, Gdansk top 32, 64 finish at the Dortmund Regional previous season, and then a top 16 at the Utrecht Special Championship event in 2024. So familiar with this stage, familiar with getting deeper into tournaments. Hopefully this is the one where they can do it.
Yeah, and a lot of experience that they would have been able to attain for themselves at EUIC, given it was the largest VGC tournament of all time. But Francesco, of course, on the other hand, whole list of achievements we've seen in time and time again, no surprise. However, we do have Forward's team, and it's going to be the Chien-Pao, Rillaboom, Kingambit, Gouging Fire, Dragonite, and the Annihilate. So full physical attackers on display.
I love it. I do love it. I think we've got to talk about it a little bit more in depth because the Kingambit, not something that we see that regularly in this format, but I think it's got a real place. We talked about it, touched upon it earlier about how these dog types can have their own place, their niche in this format where there's so many psychic types. It fits in perfectly. The Annihilate as well, we see it with that safety goggles option here. It has got access to Taunt to shut down those Trick Room threats. It's got the Ghost typing to avoid any fake out, and big damage with that final Gambit, being able to just remove targets pretty seamlessly with that, and then the close combat or Rage Fist. If you're in positions where you've taken a few hits, that powers up and you can become a huge threat to your opponent. Just nice combination between the stats there. Then you've got that Dragonite combination with the Chien-Pao. We all know about that. If they get in the field together, they can be a dominant force to cut through things. The one thing that you would say is going to be very difficult for Forward to deal and contain is the Archaladon on Francesco's side because of the ability there and its ability with that stamina boost, get those free defense boosts, and put itself out of range from those physical attacks.
And that's the beauty of it, especially when it's escorted by the good old-fashioned Pelipper partner by its side, bringing that rain. And actually, not only support via Wildguard, there's no Tailwind, there's Protect and Life Orb, so not exactly going purely for the support there. Wanting to actually be able to capitalize off of the Weather Ball in rain is such a good play, especially if, let's say, there's sun on the field, you could turn that into Fire type. But then also having Chien-Pao of his own, Amoonguss, Urshifu, it's going to be the Rapid Strike, but it's also going to be Choice Scarf, and then the Flutter Mane, which does not have Icy Wind, but it does have Booster Energy, so it could very well be an offensive Flutter Mane. Maybe have it proccing the special attack side of the Photosynthesis.
Yeah, and on paper, it's always interesting to look a little bit deeper into these teams, because on paper you think it's got a lot of defensive elements, this team, but actually, on the face of it, there is so much offense here. The Chien-Pao can be paired next to the Urshifu. If the rain's already set, that's going to be a huge threat, especially with the Choice Scarf. The Archaladon we've talked about with that stamina ability, but then yes, like you've mentioned, that Flutter Mane with the ability, with the Photosynthesis maybe activating with that booster energy, it's going to be a huge threat, especially with that Fairy Terrestrialization that you can stack on top. Those multipliers, damage-wise, something it's going to be difficult for Forward to kind of contain, but there is ways around it. I think the biggest thing, like we talked about going over to Francesco's preview, is that Archaladon. How is Forward going to deal with that Pokemon, especially with all 6 Pokemon on their side being physical attackers?
Yeah, and Flutter Mane may well be a big MVP in Francesco's play, but it's not going to be revealed just yet, as we've got the Choice Scarfed Urshifu Rapid Strike alongside the Pelipper, so this is another mode of being able to capitalize off of that ferocious rain synergy versus Forward's Rillaboom. So you've got the Grass Terrain on the field, Fake Out available alongside the Chien-Pao.
Yeah, it's a great position here for Forward with that fake out available this turn. The Chen Pao can put on a lot of pressure onto the Pelipper early on in this game. But the thing is here that once that fake out pressure is gone, the Urshifu with that choice scarf going to be in a really good position to pile on pressure onto that Chen Pao. It is being checked almost by the Rillaboom here, but the Pelipper, you can't ignore that because it can protect this turn with really no downside. The next turn, it'll be able to go for those Life Orb boosted Hurricanes into either of these targets and do some notable damage, if not pick up knockouts.
Yeah, and the Urshifu does have Terra Grass, so there could be a scenario of a mind game in terms of early commit with the Terra in anticipation of even an Ice-type move coming out from the Chen Pao if you want to get really frisky and cheeky. But first Terra that's going to be revealed so far, of course, it's going to have to be the Urshifu because of that choice scarf. But now you're going to be able to resist any grass-type moves at the cost of the Chen Pao being able to attack, but not given the opportunity because the fake-out does not come out from Farhad's side, allowing the Chen Pao to get absolutely decked and chucked out of this game one. All of a sudden, a lot of momentum going.
Huge momentum swing here, turn one, and taking advantage, punishing the fact that there was no fake-out here. And you get some return, a critical hit with the Woodhammer into the Pelipper, so at least you get some value out of this turn. You've lost your Chen Pao, which is really unfortunate, but at least you got rid of the rain setter, that big threat in Pelipper early on.
Yeah, mate, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not sure if the crit mattered. It may well could because we know how physically defensive Pelippers tend to be. But then this set in particular, Life Orb, it may promote the need for higher investment in its speed rather than its bulk.
Yeah, that's so true. And I think now the Amoonguss coming onto the field further increases the difficulty that Forrad's going to have to break down everything on Francesco's side of the field. There is the Spore threat, which is immediately into that Annihilate here. And you've also got the Rage Powder as well to almost protect the Urshifu even further. You're not going to be able to pull in the grass-type attacks from the Rillaboom, but you're a grass Terra type on your Urshifu. You don't really care about those right now, so you've got a nice option where you can just go for the Surge and Strikes, boosted by the rain, into the Annihilate once again, and hope that that is enough to take it down.
Yeah, this is a tough spot because the Annihilate is a bit of a sitting duck, even against, you know, I'd say the Pelipper normally, but the Amoonguss is just in such a great spot to be able to, I would say, do its best. But then again, like you said, it kind of awkwardly can't because safety goggles is such a good way to be able to deter any Spore focuses and such, but this may even allow Forrad so much more room to be able to navigate around. But Francesco with the Archaladon switching.
Yeah, maybe suspect. Oh, there we go. Here it starts right now. Really nice switch from Francesco. Yeah, you identify. Oh, a high horsepower though coming out into the Archaladon. And another critical hit. Huge damage. Really unfortunate for Francesco coming into this turn, but covering bases in case anything like that happened. Going for that side pole and puff. Going to restore some of that lost HP. And now it's +2 defense.
Yeah, there are quite a few different interactions that happened there. So Francesco, like you said, being able to still utilize the Amoonguss in some form rather than go on the offensive with the Sludge Bomb, which sure you've got the option of going with the Rillaboom. You now allow our Chaladon to be able to have +2 in defense, which is sort of what we were talking about. This is the big final boss in terms of Forrad's sort of matchup disadvantage, right?
Yeah, you do have that final gambit though on the Annihilate. That could be a way right now if you can outspeed it. The problem is though the Rage Powder, but that would be in normal circumstances. But with that safety goggles, you can ignore the Rage Powder, go for that final gambit into the Archaladon, and it might have just taken enough damage here for that final gambit to be able to pick up the knockout. You would imagine so. It will be enough. So that's an easy way to remove that target, and this is the answer maybe that Forrad's got to that big threat in Archaladon.
Here we go! The final gambit can indeed do what needs to be done. Archaladon is down for the count. There could have been a scenario where Francesco would have been more willing to switch in the Urshifu, allow that to go down, but there could have been a couple of mind games going on. The Dragonite will get some damage dealt. Obviously, this is an inner focus variant as opposed to multi-scale. That is why it takes quite a bit of damage, but let me not take away the spotlight from Amoonguss. It can also pack a punch when it really needs to.
Yeah, it really can. And I think now, here we've got Forrad coming to the floor. It's got the active fake out. Knows you can safely go for that into the Urshifu here. And then almost go, we'll lock in with whatever you want. Maybe the aerial ace here. Super effective into both of these targets from your Dragonite. It is banded as well, so we'll be hitting that extra bit harder. You are susceptible to a Spore from the Amoonguss though if you do leave it unchecked. So maybe you chase that down this turn. It's really hard to say, because is the aerial ace going to be enough to get the Amoonguss in this spot? And can you avoid getting put to sleep and pick up a knockout in the same kind of turn?
Yeah, it's sort of like a fought scenario where you're trying to force one of two situations to occur, and Francesco may still be able to have enough in the tank if he's able to essentially survive and get any sort of maneuverability going. But the fake out going into the Amoonguss, there will be Rocky Helmet chip damage incurred onto the Rillaboom, but close combat, the move of choice, it's not enough because of, I'd say, the natural bulk of the Rillaboom, but maybe hoping that the Rocky Helmet interaction would have assisted, but Aerial Ace is definitely more than enough. This feels like an end game scenario for Rad with that 1-0 advantage, because at this point, the Amoonguss, is it in a weird spot that maybe it could? No, it can't, because Aerial Ace is just going to absolutely just knock it up its little base.
Yeah, and the Dragonite not really taking enough chip to get any sort of damage with the Rocky Helmet there, and I think the combination of that and a high horsepower will be enough to wrap this up, and it's exactly what we're going to see. I think taking that pretty well here, but we will have to see the Rillaboom go down for its troubles, but it's probably done enough with that fake out, the positioning of it, and here's that Aerial Ace wrapping up the game for Forward there. It does take that little bit of chip from the Rocky Helmet, but more than worth it. What a way to get through these big threats on Francesco's side.
Yeah, Final Gambit Annihilate with the safety goggles being such a key piece in this matchup. I want to ask you, Lee, we saw that the close combat came out, right? Into what was, of course, the... Oh, my lord, I'm forgetting my lines. But my point is, it was into the Rillaboom. There was no Surging Strikes into the Dragonite. Do you think the Dragonite was within range that maybe Surging Strikes in the rain would have been enough? It is Dragon type, so it's going to be able to resist, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it would.
I don't think so.
No, probably
I think
not,
you're probably better off going for the close combat there. Yeah. Remove the Rillaboom, and then you've got all your efforts kind of the next turn concentrating down onto the Dragonite between the Amoonguss and the
Sludge Bomb, and then you try to go for the close combat. Yeah.
Really tough, though, you know, in that scenario, I think, and you can't really tell how things are going to go with the, you know, I think Forward probably got a little bit of fortunate earlier on in this match with those critical hits that they landed, right? Maybe not into the Pelipper, like you said. I think the Woodhammer would have been very close. Depends how that Pelipper's been trained, but we'll not know until we get into game 2 and maybe see that interaction again. But definitely the high horsepower into the Archaladon, because otherwise, we did see the side Pollen Puff. That Archaladon would have been full health. Would that have really made much difference with the Final Gambit that next turn? Probably not. But I think where you called it out, the switch out to the Urshifu, I think you sacrificed that. And then the match becomes a lot more difficult to deal with, because what is your answer to the Archaladon then?
Well, yeah, exactly, especially because, worth noting, Francesco didn't bring the Flutter Mane, which could have been quite handy, especially when not only for, let's say, the Dragonite, if it commits with the extreme speed focus or whatnot, but the Annihilate. You're able to potentially threaten a one-shot because you've got the booster energy, most likely bolstering special attack. We're going to have to see and confirm, but Shadow Ball is so cool and crucial when it comes to at least deterring the Final Gambit range, because we did get confirmation, at least visually, the health points seem to indicate 210. That, I think, always guarantees max HP Archaladon, so that's a sort of bump that you need to be able to meet. So Forad is quite confident in that affair.
So if you're Francesco, you've got to make sure to reduce that damage.
Yes,
one of those ways, like you've said, is that Flutter Mane. I totally agree with you. I'd love to see that iteration, especially because the Pelipper doesn't have a way to support the rest of the team with any speed control either. The Flutter Mane has that immediate speed that can put pressure on.
Yes, as we do have the same leads from both of our trainers. Let's get a reminder there. They are both 4-0, already doing such an amazing job. But Pelipper, now, we've got a couple of interactions noted, worth comparing to game 1. There was no fake out. Do we think that could be a choice here?
I don't think Forward's going to let the Chen Pao go down as easy as they did in that first game, so that's something that I think you need to take into consideration if you're Francesco. Do you commit to going for the Surging Strikes in the Chen Pao again, or do you maybe adjust, maybe protect the Pelipper here? Don't allow that to go down as easy this second game. Maybe adjust, switch into something like the Archaladon here, which could come in and start stacking up those stamina boosts early on to force maybe the Annihilate onto the field.
Yeah, and I think you need to be able to utilize that, or at least force Francesco's hand in that affair, because, like we said, there may well actually be a Flutter Mane in the back, depending on Francesco's priorities. But we know for sure the Archelon's going to be there, but we're going to see at the moment, mirror-like affair with the turn interactions, the Terra Brass with that Urshifu.
And there was always the threat of the fake out and then the icicle crash, suspecting this.
Ooh.
Yeah, but it is the sucker punch.
Sucker punch, grassy glide, it's not going to be enough. Of course, because Urshifu is known to have quite respectable physical defense, and the fact that Fora didn't go for the fake out will mean that Chien Pao is yet again down for the count. Sure, Sword of Ruin does allow more damage potential from Forad's side, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and here's the problem. You let that Pelipper alone this turn. You knocked it out last time, but the Hurricane 100% accurate in the rain into the Rillaboom. Life Ball boosted, and it will be enough.
Well, of course, because it's not the Assault Vest variant. Let's not even obviously talk about that Life Orb multiplier 1.3 stack, which is absolutely impactful. Forad, all of a sudden, running away in game one with a pretty solid play, now down to his final 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, and it backs against the wall now, because if you need to keep that Annihilate, if you need to keep it for the Archelon, then you've got to get rid of both of these targets now, right? And do you have a way to do that without taking any damage? Not looking great. You do have the extreme speed on your Dragonite, so you can remove the Urshifu, but by
Archelon.
Yeah, the switch in.
Yeah.
It's very risky to go for that, right? Because if it switches in on the extreme speed, it's not taking really any damage. It's getting that stamina activating early, and then it leaves a Pelipper in a spot where have you got enough to be able to take that down in one hit? Because if you haven't, another Hurricane's going to come out and it's super effective into your Annihilate. It's looking very difficult for Forad. A really dominating start to this game too from Francesco, really changing up the options here and taking full advantage of the tools that they've got access to.
Yeah, and we do see the switch out of the Urshifu. It is going to be the Amoonguss, clearly trying to take advantage of that rocky helmet available to itself, and also the disruptive nature of it, with the Archelon confirmed to be yet again the 4th Pokemon to complete the quartet of what we had seen Francesco bring in game 1.
Yeah, and it is going to be the Terastallization here on the Dragonite, going for that normal Terra Type 2 boost, that extreme speed that might be leaned into here from Forad to get through these targets. Could be a read.
Yeah, could be an E-Speed, maybe a final gambit into the Archelon if you want to get very frisky, but that would be very risky. Even though there is a critical hit onto the Archelon, we see it can absolutely take it quite nicely there, but Rage Fist is going to be the move of choice from Forad side. Just wanting to make sure that you're able to get any sort of damage and not put yourself in a spot where, okay, I don't think Dragonite will be able to 1v4, probably because only of that Archelon.
Yeah, now do you almost bait the final gambit from the Annihilate now on the Archelon? Do you switch it out now if you're Francesco to say, okay, well, if your final gambit into that slot, like I know you want to, I'm going to sacrifice something in the back. And at the same time, if you do that, it leaves the Amoonguss open. It's going to be able to take an extreme speed and put that Dragonite to sleep and really make this endgame close down completely, especially if you can just preserve that Archelon going into the rest of the game once that Annihilate has been felled. But, you know, there's also the option where the Annihilate goes for the Taunt, suspecting that turn into the Amoonguss, shut down the Spore, and it opens the door up to go for an extreme speed into the Archelon slot. It is very risky, because if it stays on the field, it's not great, and maybe this is what we're seeing happen.
That may well be the case. Extreme speed. I don't even think a crit would have been enough there. We know the Amoonguss is so bulky on its side of the field, but this is a complete ignoring effect from Forad's side of the field, going for the taunt in order to make sure that no pesky spores will come out from the little mushroom. But Archelon, is it in a spot to even be able to pick up a KO? Because if it's going for the Annihilate, they tend to have a bit more bulk, especially because it's utility Annihilate, but it seems to be the Dragonite surviving on 55 health points, sorry. And right now, this is kind of, I guess, what Forad wants. You want to be able to not have the Archelon get away with a lot whilst being able to slow the tempo down and whittle it down slowly.
Yeah, but the more you're doing that, because you're down to your last 2 Pokemon, the Dragonite here is only going to be able to take 1 more attack. Now the Amoonguss can't support really, or disrupt, but it can still attack with that Sludge Bomb. Is it going to be going down to another extreme speed? Probably not.
Maybe a crit, though.
Maybe a crit, yes. But again, at the same time, can you double up into the Archelon here to remove that? Because I think that's the big thing that you need to remove here. The longer that sits on the field, the more it's just going to be able to fire these electro shots out. The rain is active on the field. Francesco's got the Pelipper to bring in reactivate it when it does end, which will be in a couple of turns. And yeah, it's going to be very difficult. So I think you do need to prioritize that Archaladon as soon as possible, but not forget about the Amoonguss at the same time. It is enough.
Oh, wow, just barely. Of course, it will be taking some Rocky Helmet chip damage to boot, but getting rid of the Amoonguss is quite nice, although it's still not end of the game scenario. Close combat, I think Forad was hoping for a crit there in order to be able to just pick up the KO where necessary, because even if, let's say, for example, the Archaladon goes down, there's still the Pelipper and the Urshifu in the back, and Forad needs to try to find a position where he doesn't have both of Francesco's Pokemon attacking at the same time.
Yeah, that's the problem, and how well Francesco's kind of set this end game up, whereas normally if you've got the advantage with Pokemon numbers, if you're Forad, you don't mind using the final Gambit because you've still got Pokemon to kind of replace the fallen ones. But when you've only got one Pokemon or two Pokemon left, you really are resistant to going for that final Gambit until it is the only option, which, you know, now it is not, unfortunately. And you can see the end board state here of the Urshifu coming in. It is going to pressure with that Choice Scarf, going to be able to do enough damage, and then we'll tie it up and take it to a game 3 potentially here, which is exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, even within the rain, there's been so much spicy action from both of our trainers, and obviously Forad going ahead and just trying to conspiculate right now. That's probably a made-up word, but all words are made up, I guess. In terms of what to do going into the game 3, taking advantage of all the additional time remaining. So we saw quite a bit of a mirror effect from both of our trainers, an absolute rampage that Forad went on in game 1, followed by Francesco in game 2. So this sort of builds up really into how the leads go, how that turn 1 ends up, because Forad just lost all momentum in game 2.
Yeah, and you can see like the mind games straight away like start to apply themselves in this scenario where you've got the fact of where do you go for the fake out into either the Pelipper or the Urshifu here, or do you commit with an attack into them? I think by not going for the fake out into the Urshifu, you are risking losing the Chen Power pretty early on. And I think the Pelipper as well is one of those targets that you just can't afford to ignore, because as Hurricanes, we've seen how hard they're hitting, and especially because Forad hasn't got that usual Assault Vest on the Rillaboom. It's not going to be able to kind of soak those attacks up as comfortably as it might otherwise be able to do. So I think you really need to kind of prioritize getting rid of that Urshifu as early on. But do you maybe switch things up? Do you maybe lead with something like the Dragonite here? Maybe the Rillaboom, lean into that fake out a little bit more, preserve your Annihilate in the back to be able to utilize that final Gambit onto the Archaladon that worked so well in the game 1, and then maybe tag in something like the Chen Power for a late game kind of sweeper.
And it could also be the fact that even though, let's say, Forad got that critical hit onto the Pelipper in game 1, that could actually be working against him in terms of his thought process. Maybe not being confident that Rillaboom can actually pick up that KO naturally, forcing him into a scenario where he doesn't want to try to go for it just in case it gets caught out and doesn't work out as much as he'd like.
You've got to think, though, with the Swords of Ruin ability next to it, that's maybe why Forad's going with the Chen Power, the Rillaboom, because that additional boost that you're getting on your Wood Hammer with the grassy terrain in effect is going to be enough to get the Pelipper. But again, it does throw a question. It would have been nice just to see that damage without the critical hit, to have that kind of solidity going into this next game.
What I think could also be a situation that Forad could actually look into is baiting the Chen Power yet again, going for the fake out turn 1, bring the Dragonite in as a switch with your Chen Power from your Chen Power, and then that already puts you into a spot where you start threatening huge KO or damage at least. But we're going to switch up from both our trainers. Forad with the Rillaboom now alongside the Annihilate, and the Amoonguss now alongside the Urshifu.
Yeah, so a bit of a variation here from both trainers. The mind games still come into play, of course, because the Amoonguss is it's not really threatening anything with a Spore. It has got that Sludge Bomb, so can do a bit of damage to the Rillaboom here. It's got the Rocky Helmet, so it's not likely going to be the target of the fake out, whereas that Urshifu on the opposite side from Francesco is probably the target for the fake out. So do we see a switch here? Maybe this is the time Archaladon comes in on the field, maybe scouts out that fake out, and that's probably why Forad's been hesitant with those fake outs previous games because you don't want to fake out into a target like Archaladon and get that free stamina boost. But it is an opportunity here for Francesco to take advantage of potentially if you do see that coming out, because leaving the Urshifu unchecked, it can be dangerous, especially because it is scarfed.
Yeah, I think you may have just called it. There it is, Archaladon. If it does have any sort of fake outs or disruptive moves targeted into it, it's having a great day. But the question is, Forad had a really strong lead in anticipation of the Amoonguss coming in, bringing the Annihilate, but is going to be able to commit with a read in this scenario. Maybe go for the raw close combat into an Amoonguss. That would be an insane level read, but no, the fake out will allow the Archaladon to get a oh-so-free +1 defense boost thanks to the stamina. U-turn, that has to be a critical hit. Last I checked, that does not deal that much damage, and that is indeed the case. So much resource already taken away from the Rillaboom. It's quite detrimental, but we haven't seen the Annihilate move just yet.
Yeah, it could go for, I mean, you gotta say it is the final gambit, and it is into the Amoonguss. It's just switched, and it's not gonna be enough because of how much HP it has, but wasting the Annihilate on Forad's side. It was a 50-50 which slot you went into, and just getting it wrong with Francesco. Rewarded getting it right.
Yeah, that's so tough because Forad knew what he had to do. He just needed to get the call correct. It's not necessarily over, but it's a huge blow to be dealt, given the Annihilate. Not only is it there for the Archaladon, but it allows you to be able to circumnavigate around that Amoonguss.
Yeah, it definitely does. And the Amoonguss now, it is in the position where it can switch out, take advantage of that regenerator ability. The one thing you see that Chen Pao has the advantage of is that Sacred Sword that it's got, where it can ignore those defense boosts. So that is another way to kind of leverage yourself against this Archaladon. But you've got to deal with this Amoonguss in the first place, and because of the speed interactions here, the Chen Pao will be moving before the Rillaboom. And I don't think a Grassy Glide, will a Grassy Glide be enough? Because if it is, you could go Grassy Glide and then Sacred Sword into the Archaladon.
I mean, you've got to factor in the times for resistance of the grass type from that Amoonguss, of course, being a grass type of its own, but having the poison dual typing too. We're going to have to see him find out. Rage Powder will be unleashed. Grassy Glide is not enough. The Amoonguss survives with a slither of health. That is so detrimental to Forad's game, and I'm going to be completely real with you. I think this is game over. You have now broken your focus sash on the Chien Pao. The Archaladon could go for that body press if it really wants to try to commit, but it doesn't even need to. It goes for the flash cannon. It picks up another KO. Forad with very weak Rillaboom at what was 22 hit points, now 33, alongside the Dragonite. And this Archaladon is looking mighty fine.
Yeah, it's looking in a really strong position now. Yeah, coming out with that Urshifu once again, so full health. The Urshifu going to be able to fire off close combat into the Rillaboom. You could even scout out a Terrestrialization onto the Dragonite close combat that slot.
Right,
if you're suspecting it. It's in a focus, not multi-scale. So you would be able to remove that pretty quickly, and then the Archaladon in such a strong position right now where you think, how am I going to deal with this Pokemon? You have got high horsepower, but it's not going to be enough. I don't know if it will be enough at this stage in the Rillaboom's solo health now. Any attack into it will probably be enough to take it down.
Yeah, and this is the problem. Like, I'd maybe say if there's a scenario that you could go for the critical hit onto the Archaladon with a Stomping Tantrum, but then you need to be able to outpace it as well. Both of these Pokemon tend to be trained in very similar speed tiers, so it's just going to have to come down to the wire, as we do indeed have the Terra normal commit here, but it's going to be the E-speed into the Pelipper. Not enough to be able to get rid of that Dark. The Grassy Glide, though, is, however, Archaladon with the greatest opening for this board state is allowed to go for the Electro Shot, trying to pave the way for Francesco to be able to get that 5th win, as we're obviously going to have to wait a bit with the animations. However, the Rillaboom's gone. You are now just bolstering after bolstering various multipliers. The Urshifu is just in a spot where it goes for the close combat, like you mentioned, Lee, and Archaladon paving the way with its bridge to success strategy Francesco is deploying.
Yeah, and having to make a decision with that choice band, you're having to lock into the extreme speed, not great against the Archaladon, and Urshifu good defensively, so you can see able to take it, not going to be enough. Followed up with that close combat that is super effective, taking Francesco as victor in this round 5.
What a way to go about it. 5-0. Francesco must be happy. He is in the clouds.
Wow, well, he's done it again. He's come back from game one that looked, this game was out of sight, but showing why Francesco time and time again has these great finishes and keeps appearing at the top tables at these events, because what a turnaround there. What a way to come back in that match. After that game one, you thought, how are you going to deal with this final gambit from the Annihilate? How are you going to deal and contain this Dragonite once it's terastallized? Well, game two, game three, adaptions, knowing exactly what was presented to him, maybe caught out a little bit in game one with Florid's kind of approach to the game, but they had adaptation, and I think this is why Francesco's such a strong player, because in those really awkward positions where the back is against the wall, they can come back, bounce back, and respond time and time again, and what a way to do that. But, you know, you've got to give huge credit to Forad. Had a great game plan coming in against what really is a bit of an unconventional team in this format, right? And, and doing remarkably well to kick off that game.
Yeah, it's sort of like trying to embody Iker Rodrigo's spirit from last season with the full physical attacker Pokemon that were able to pick up Sevilla Special Championships, but at least for right now, slowed a bit down in terms of the tempo. Final Gambit, as we saw in that game one, was quite crucial to be able to just not allow this Archaludon any sort of room, and Dragonite was able to essentially act as that endgame sweeper.
Yeah, I mean, there was situations in game two, we might see it in a second there, with the replay, where there was opportunities for Forad to go for that final gambit into the Archaludon. A number of times it had already taken a bit of chip damage, but Francesco being pretty bold in their decision-making, saying, okay, well, I'm going to keep it on the field, I'm going to go for the Electro Shot. If I get it off, I'm going to punish you for not going for that final gambit. And that's exactly how it played out, and it's really tough when you've got maybe that one answer to that big threat on your opponent's team, picking the moment to do it. Forad was decisive in game one, but it becomes more difficult as you get deeper into the sets, and that's exactly how we saw things play out. That in game three as well. Could have gone for either slot. It was, and just got it wrong, but Francesco getting it right, and all credits then, because once they did, once that Annihilate was gone, we saw the pieces crumbling for Forad, and Francesco capitalizing from that position.
But it was such a beautiful set, top tier, no joke about it, because both of our trainers, the fact that they just absolutely swept one another in game one and game two, and it just led to sort of what they've learned from each of those individual games, both of them at the same time, as a culmination onto how they can try to get that win in game three. And yeah, it was tough. I do really like Forad's brain of the Annihilate as a lead, because that's sort of a Pokemon that you want to be able to save in the bat in order to check the Archaludon and, you know, ignore the Amoonguss. But just being brave enough to recognize there could very well be an Amoonguss being led as a lead in order to slow down your momentum was so crucial. But Francesco, you know, we've seen him time and time again. Amazing player, amazing guy. He's so passionate, so driven. He's got that tap into the flow when he needs to just lock in into that mode, and that sort of showed there. He was able to get the call right.
Yeah, he was, and I think, like, just going to show as well how well they play something like that Scarfed Urshifu as well. It's got that pivot ability where you've got the flexibility to switch things around, move your board state up very freely, and Francesco, one of those players that's very, very good at doing things like that to make it hard for the opponent to get a foothold in a game.
Yeah, ferocious trainer, but I'm sure we'll be able to hear from himself just now, as we do have the interview primed and ready. Please take it away.
What are you doing, Francesco? You're bringing all the rain over to Seville. It was so nice before. Wait, you've got a microphone. That's your umbrella.
Yes.
How's that working out for you?
I don't think I need it.
You know,
I brought the rain, so...
You are singing in the rain, my friend. Francesco Piopero, our champion of Swiss Round 5 here at the Seville Special Championships. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. As I told you, like, I wasn't feeling too well. Like, I had a little bit of a cold. It might have been the rain, but then I got used to it, and yeah, I'm feeling fine, feeling great. 5-0. I think I wasn't expecting, like, to win the rounds or anything. I was just like, let's see how this goes. And it being a special event, I think it's really nice, because we always play for the money on the line. I'm here just to play, man. Like, I wouldn't be... I'd rather be, like, anywhere else than here. So I like to play Pokemon, and I wanted to be here.
And as you were saying before as well, Seville's such a beautiful city. I know we have time to explore that later. I'm glad you're feeling better now as well. So in that matchup, you lose game one. What are your thoughts about that one?
Yeah, in game one, I think I kind of had it at one point. When he switched out the Rillaboom, I was like, I think I win either with Archaldon or with Urshifu. So I didn't want to give up the Urshifu on a free close combat. My opponent went for Final Gambit. And if I kept my Archaldon, of course, that would have been better for me. But I was like, if I managed to have Urshifu, I can still win, right? But I did like, I think, half of a play because like the only way I think my opponent could win was recycling the fake out. And I was this close to sporing the Rillaboom because I was like, then he has fake out and blocks my Rage Powder. I didn't for some reason. I don't know. Maybe I was too relaxed. I lacked focus maybe in that game one. My opponent played his outs really well. I think I could have played a little better. So I was like, okay, in game two, let's just approach the game in the same way. I led with the same Pokemon, but this time, like, let's try to make better calls. And my opponent defended himself very well. That Annihilate was a really nice touch on his team because, like, he can touch my Archaldon, but with Annihilate, with Final Game, he just doesn't care about the Amoonguss and the defense boost. So really nice team by my opponent. Yeah, I was able to win in the end, but it was a nice battle, I think.
Yeah, you did fantastically well. And of course, you did fantastically well at EUIC as well about a month ago. I got to bring this up, Francesco. Every single regional level event in our EU season has been won by Italians.
Yes.
You think you can win one this season?
Yeah, of course. I think I can win every event I participate. But of course, like, you just say that and then you have to prove it, right? So I don't see it as like I'm going to a tournament I want to win. Of course, I want to win. But I try to walk my way like one foot after another in front of the other and play game by game and then see like how to score, and then like I just look up to it when the tournament is ended. So
yeah, well, it's working well for you so far. That's fantastic. How are you feeling about your championship points as well? You're doing pretty well so far this season.
Oh yeah, I think like my season, like in the past years, is heavily dependent on my EUIC performance, and EUIC being like it went really well for me. I think like that puts me in a good spot in the leaderboard. Of course, like I'm not too worried now because of that performance. But at the same time, I want to play every event because I really like playing the game in general. And so, like, it's nice to not stress yourself about, championship points and whatnot because I got the auto invite. So, yeah, that's, I think, very relaxing. Allows me to risk more, I think.
Cool.
That is the get-go I got from UIC.
That's really good, risking more. So, approaching future tournaments with that mindset, you feeling like you're learning more than you would if you didn't risk?
Oh, yes, of course. I think so. And Reg F, being such a wide format, I think brings that to another level, too. Because I think, like, I wouldn't have been able to do nearly as well as my colleagues did with their main archetypes. Because like I don't feel I really don't like playing mirror matches, and so I had to come up with something, and like so those conditions were either that like I was forced to evolve or like accept that I wasn't doing well at the European International Championship. So I think that was a nice level up given by the circumstances of the format and the tournament, and now I can do that even more by being in a good spot in the leaderboard. So yeah, I like to experiment so I can, master more styles. As you can see, I've never brought Incineroar to a Regulation F tournament.
That is fascinating, yeah. Especially because, of course, in Italy, you're known for these more balanced teams. So a lot of Incineroar running around. Is that just a personal preference thing?
Since Incineroar came out, I've never gone to a tournament without it on my team until Regulation F 2.0. So... yeah, it's mainly style, I think, in Italy, and people like try to play more, waiting for the opponent to make a mistake rather than being maybe more active into finding a win condition. And Incineroar that helps because it's a bulky Pokemon and allows you, to have that wiggle room between the turns. But I think maybe trying to win is the end goal anyway, so I might just as well try to do that in the first place.
Yes.
So
do it faster.
Yeah. And I don't like how much he is countered and the mirror matches. Sure. So I just wanted to have to look at the picture by another angle, and so that's why I'm playing this Rain team. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a fascinating team at that. Well, brilliant. Thank you so much for all of your insights there, Francesco. Any shout-outs that you want to give?
Yes, I want to shout out my friend Flavio, Pado that helped me in like playing by countless hours only this week before the tournament because I had like other obligations, and he is really a good teammate and supported me a lot, and he's supporting me right now. I also want to shout out Lele, the regional champion, that also helped me practice, and I want to shout out my group, the Paradox guys, that is my family basically, and I want to shout out my team, the Team Aqua, of course, and the friends from university that are watching me, that always cheer for me, and it's a beautiful thing to fuse together those two important aspects of my life. Yeah.
Do your friends from university that also don't play Pokemon, do they also cheer you along? And
well, it's our generation, of course, always came in touch with the brand,
sure,
and they like it, and some of them do know the game and the VGC as well, and I was surprised by that. I was gladly, surprised by that, and they watch the games, and I'm really happy, and I always try to win. So to account for something, like I'm not like just going to play video games while you guys are studying. I'm trying to do something good as well. So I'm happy I was able to win on stream. Yeah.
You're studying in a different way. Well, good luck for the rest of your tournament, Francesco. A pleasure to talk to you as always. Everybody, what thrills we've found. And now we'll get ready for our next Swiss round.
The 2025 North America International Championships were exciting times down in the Big Easy. However, the event would be anything but easy for the trainers trying to qualify for the World Championships in Anaheim. New Orleans was the last opportunity to earn championship points on the season, so much more was on the line than who would win the title. For the first time in VGC International Championship history, not a single home region trainer was represented in top 8. With 4 of the final 8 trainers remaining in the field, Italy paraded their way into the finals, thanks to Marco Silva taking down former IC champion Eric Rios and Federico Camparisi defeating Kazuki Kobayashi. But Kazuki still went home a winner by earning that direct World's invitation from top 4. As friends, teammates, and fellow countrymen, Marco and Federico wanted to prove that the Italian VGC talent is unmatched. And with a 4th IC win, Marco could make his claim not just as the best player in New Orleans, but the best player in the world. Federico caught Marco off guard in Game 1 with a perfectly timed wide guard, stopping Astro Barrage. Then in Game 2, after another well-timed wide guard, Marco landed a critical hit for a KO and forced to Game 3. With the championship on the line, Federico relied on his trusty Lunala for Trick Room. He would find his championship moment under those twisted dimensions.
He goes for the moonblast! Federico Camparisi is your 2025 North America International Champion.
In the junior division, Joaquin Roquette used the power of the sun to shine through with Fluttermane and Koraidon, winning the set 2-0. And in the senior division, Brazil's Isaac Marrero neutralized the competition with Galarian Weezing. As poison gas ticked away at Lunala's health, Isaac secured the championship. What will happen in Anaheim? Will EU ride this momentum and continue their international dominance? Will NA defend the throne? Or will another region take home the title of world champion? Check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information and see if it could be you as our next Pokemon champion.
This is going to be a no-holds-barred match between Shiliang Tang and Justin Tang, 2 friends meeting each other in the finals of the San Antonio Regional Championships.
My name is Justin Tang, and I'm born in Maryland. If I was a Pokemon, I would probably be a Dark type. Wait, I messed it up. Wait, can we reset that?
A rising star who cannot be stopped, the 3-time regional champion, Justin Tang.
If I was a Pokemon, I'd probably be a fighting type, just because of Pancham, my favorite Pokemon, so.
I mean, you must be on top of the world right now.
I don't know, it feels better than the first time and the second time, I guess. I don't know, man, it's still gonna be real.
My first partner Pokemon was Mudkip, had a copy of Emerald. Like, I didn't really know how the game worked at the time, so I just gave it all the HM moves, and I was kind of circling around the sea for like hours and hours, and I don't think I ever beat the game. So yeah, I guess that's my favorite.
I mean, like, I've only been playing for like a year and a half in BGC, and I'm playing against guys who've been going for 10 plus years, and it's really insane. It's really cool to not just be winning, but to meet all these people, and it's just been great.
That's awesome.
I got into competitive Pokemon through a lot of YouTube creators. You know, I mean, Wolf is like, you know, everyone's example, right? Cybertron, like watching them ladder and like trying to make my own teams and then trying to play the game, even though I wasn't very good back then.
This should be enough to clean it up. Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion.
The first team I used at Knoxville was a variant of the, you know, Wolfie Orlando team. And I think it shows that, you know, you gotta start somewhere.
To watch out for
Justin
Tang winning his second regional championship here in Fort Wayne.
So impressive.
It's in the red, and with a third surging strikes, Ice Spider Calyrex goes down, and Justin Tang, three-time regional champion, winning the San Antonio Regional Championships.
Winning an event again, it just feels unreal. This is something I've been chasing for a long, long time. Winning 2 your first season is really a hard goal to achieve, and to try to come back at that peak, it's tough to kind of like falling short when you're so close, because I topped at countless tournaments last year. I topped 16 almost every tournament this year.
A long time coming after Justin had such an explosive start to his competitive career.
And I'm finally back. Paired from this finals to my other two I've had so far, honestly, it's been so long. I feel like it feels similar. It's just that adrenaline that hits. Just because I've been shooting for this. Like before, it was unexpected. I kind of went in blind. I didn't have those standards at the time. And having another win after chasing it for another year now, it feels really good.
Is there a player or just a mentor in the scene that you have?
It's gotta be Shilang Tang. You know, he's one of the most calculated players in the world. Like, whenever I watch a stream game of him, it's some of the most impressive work. Like, he sees things that most people don't see. Like, we're both grinders. Like, we both put in the work because, you know, we love this game and we want to do well.
Shilang Tang, one Pokemon knockout away from moving on to the top 4 and closer to another regional championship title.
We'll forfeit the match, and Shilang Tang is our first Tang in the finals.
And I feel that I'm learning something new from him every day. It's just been great working with him just because I, you know, find someone that just fits me best. So, yeah.
And Justin, one Pokemon away from moving on to the finals where he has to face his team-building partner.
Some parts of my gameplay I want to try to get better in is kind of just thinking more in turns. I feel that I can be calculated when I'm thinking right, but sometimes I just overthink. I try to cover things that I can't always cover, and I end up losing for it or trying to make overreads. During my top 8 set, I almost lost because I spored to a sleeping Calyrex already because I misclicked. If I just gave more thought, I can just sport out a slot. I've also had experience like that at Toronto, like trying to cover Wolf's every move.
But our Chaladon not going for the protect.
Which wasn't possible. Like, thinking things that he wouldn't do, realistically, and he didn't, of course.
Who do you predict to win the San Antonio Regional Championship?
In my heart, he's been feeling the energy. He's been getting really into it, so I'm going to have to lock in Justin here.
I knew I was going to win finals after I saw the last turn trick room. His only way of winning was if he high horsepower crit me, and he didn't. It was Cali Ice versus Lando Ursh. Like, the moment I saw the bar go down to like 20, I knew I had the game won, and it felt really good. I can't lie. Like, finally able to beat Shilang too. He always beats me in mirrors or in practice, so, you know, it feels good being one of the best players in the world. My #1 goal for this season is to do well at Worlds. Shilang actually last year, he knocked me out of Worlds in the exact 6-1 mirror, so it feels really good to have my revenge on that. This year, I hope that things can be different and I can finally have that Worlds dub or cut, something that's just better than what I've had before. After 2 Worlds of maybe not the best results I wanted, I just want more.
Record my gameplay and watch it afterwards to see what I'm doing in the game and become more aware. I don't really think about it in the moment, I just perform. So I record it and then watch it afterwards to actually, you know, have the practice mindset, see where I can improve in.
Bom, eu amo muito Pokémon e uma das coisas que eu mais gosto de fazer é dar bastante carinho pra eles. Por incrível que pareça, dar carinho pra eles faz com que, às vezes, ele consiga dar uma evasiva. Apesar de não funcionar isso tanto no campeonato oficial do VGC, é muito legal ver ele saindo da Pokébola com aqueles coraçõezinhos, porque ele ama muita gente.
Para melhorar, eu sempre tento observar o estado do jogo, do oponente, sempre tento pensar à frente o que ele vai fazer. Eu acho que um treinador, para melhorar, ele pode ver os resultados de outros campeonatos, né, e sempre tentar progredir.
Eu gosto de rever os meus erros, ver onde eu poderia ter melhorado durante a partida e a partir disso ver o que eu poderia ter feito melhor naquele momento.
Bueno, para poder jugar mejor Pokémon GO es importante salir siempre a capturar muchos Pokémon, aprovechar los eventos al máximo para sacar los Pokés con mejores IVs y siempre estar entrenando constantemente en las batallas del juego para poder seguir mejorando.
What a fantastic day it has been here in Seville. We are coming up to Swiss round number 6. I am Costa, this is Marcus, and what a joy it has been so far with all of the fascinating teams thus far. So, I don't know what I said there. Was it thus far? Something like that.
I mean, what did we see? We saw a couple of Dondozo to start off the day. Now, a little bit of rain mixed in here and there. It seems like the water types are taking over. Is that true?
No, well, I mean, that's what I've heard, and that's what sort of Charlie and Francesco were alluding to as well in the interview section just prior to this match and intervention. So, I mean, it's kind of cool to be able to see it. You know, you got to douse out the fires, cool things down, and Francesco, as we've seen, is very familiar with rain-type cores, being able to go all the way to a finalist spot in Stuttgart, I believe 2 seasons ago, if I'm not mistaken, against Eden Bachelor.
Yeah, I guess talking about cosmetics, I feel like with my suit color, I can kind of mix in with the water types, and I also have the Rillaboom in
Isn't that anti-water type?
No, in case the grass types are also popping off, you know, whereas you're kind of locked into fire.
Yeah. Because, you know, it's kind of the name of the game in a way. You know, fire and grass, to be fair. So we do have that in common. That's like the connecting bridge.
So we're the 2-caster fire, water, grass core is what you're saying.
Yeah! You know what? We're kind of missing an Urshifu as well. But no, talking about fire, water, grass...
That is exactly what I was going to say, because this is the core that I would have brought to this tournament if I was playing it as a player. And we went around the casters and had a look what teams they would be bringing. And Costa, well,
hello.
Look at that. A cheeky little combination there. Tell us a little bit about what's going on with the team that you would have brought to this tournament.
Oh, okay, all right. Oh, I've been waiting all day for this, Marcus. Thank you. So, Dondozo Tatsugiri, check. This in particular, Dondozo, does have substitute. And the reason why is, you know me, I'm a bit of a psychic terrain connoisseur. I gotta bring my female Indeedee, gotta bring my Iron Crown, Carmine and stuff like that. But the Driftblim, now that is Psychic Seed, Unburden, and for a lot of our viewers that, you know, may not be as familiar to what this particular Pokemon does.
Can I take a guess?
Okay, go for it.
Does it minimize baton pass?
Oh, okay. You may have been one of the people going up against me a ladder. That's fine, that's good to know. Yes, exactly that. Unburden allows, with that Psychic Seed attached, the bolstering of speed by double. Go for the minimize, you got the redirection of female Indeedee, and then what this allows you to do, cheekily enough, is you bring the Dondozo in. It gets the +2 in evasion stat stages. And then, obviously in turn, you bring that Tatsugiri in, and all of a sudden you've got a Dondozo that is not only very powerful, it can get the order ups going, you've got substitutes in order to avoid Intimidate and Sleep and stuff like that, but you've got a very elusive Dondozo, Catfish, where, yeah, it could be quite tilting, is what I've heard my opponents say.
Wow, yeah, quite the strat there, Costa. So
sorry.
I'm glad for everyone out there that you're behind the desk and not playing in the event, actually.
Yeah, no, probably for my own sanity as well. No, I mean, it's something different and out there, and, you know, a lot of people have been running as well, some fellow Greeks too, so, no, it's been really fun. It's a fun team. But there were other teams as well. Unfortunately, I just got too, you know, overwhelmed with my amazing one.
I mean, that happens sometimes, right? When you have a topic that you're, like, so invested in and you really want to talk about it, and everyone else is like, yeah, you keep going, and you keep on rambling about, you know, okay, so then turn 3, guess what's gonna happen?
Dude, am I that guy?
Dozo is protecting to get the leftovers recovery, and you're like super excited about it, and then everyone is like, okay, like, yes, that's great.
Yeah, it's a great little fun stall strategy, let's say. But no, I mean, you went with a solid team, you're a solid trainer as well. We saw that you were able to get a really good finish in Birmingham, so I'm not surprised to see that would be the team you bring to.
Yeah, talking about solid finishes, our players in the tournament, they're not done yet, but we can have a little look at where we are right now in terms of the standings, because even after 5 rounds, there are still a couple of players who are undefeated at the flawless 5-0 record. In total, if I count correctly, there might be up to almost like 20 players who are still undefeated. So we see 16 of them over there. Antonio Sanchez, currently our first seat in the rankings, former Liverpool regional champion. And then also, Samu Pereira, very, very strong up-and-coming player from Spain as well. We got Mikel Paquete in there from Portugal.
Yes.
Also, one of the more veteran players, Francesco Piopero, we just saw over on stream with the Rain team.
Yeah, exactly. And then we also have Andre Marquez as well, who has been able to get top 4, believe it or not, with an Eternatus last season, which is wild, to say the least. Not an Eternatus there, however, on their team, but they do have Gouging Fire.
You got me excited there for a second. Wait, did he
which format?
Sneak in the Eternatus? Into this Regulation F format, but no. Okay, no, it looks, that makes a lot more sense than bringing Eternatus. A lot of physical attackers, supported by the Amoongus. Very, very powerful combination as well. Might be one of those teams where the Gouging Fire is supporting the team with a Howl.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great way to be able to not only bolster your own Pokemon or your own self, that Gouging Fire, but also the partner Pokemon, which absolutely capitalizes when you've got the Chi and Power. You've got so many different various multipliers in terms of further bolstering your physical attack. And we saw that just in the previous round from Forad, running a very similar team with just pure physical. You just got a great way to be able to put on immediate pressure.
A player that also likes to put on immediate pressure is Roberto Parente from Italy, coming hot he's coming off of a top 4 finish at EUIC, where he was using, I think, this exact team, definitely favoring the more aggressive play style, and using this spam kind of team. Indeed, he's setting the Psychic Surge and then Iron Crown. With a booster energy, then using that to launch some very powerful expanding forces. And it seems like it's going well for Roberto as well. A teammate from Francesco, who's leaning into the Rain side of things. Well, both of them are 5-0, so doesn't really matter which team you're bringing, apparently. But no, they've been doing quite well here at this event so far.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It's definitely the company that you hold nearest and dearest that, you know, you're able to just excel off of one another. I had the great opportunity to see them both as well back at EUIC the previous night of Day 2 and Phase 2, which was amazing to see the camaraderie between them and sticking with the same team from EUIC. Pretty cool.
Absolutely. Another international player that is coming into Seville to take home some points, hopefully, is Aurélien Sula, and they are also leaning into that combination, Indeedee and Iron Crown. This time around, it is the version with presumably a choice band Landorus Therian form. So very, very close probably to what Zachary Weed was bringing to EUIC a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly. Over that Regidrago, which tends to be sort of that 6th slot, that you just want that immediate offensive pressure available. But what Landorus Therian does incredibly well is not only does it have Intimidate, but it's got that ground typing, flying typing. It's great into sort of common balance calls, especially as the Raging Bolts of the world. Although, you know, Aurelion has the hope that they don't find a sort of Paul-level trainer that's rocking a Raging Bolt across from them this weekend.
Absolutely, but yeah, coming back after a little bit of a break with such a great result so far. 5-0, so many international stars are here and mixed in with a lot of local heroes as well. A lot of Spanish players still undefeated here, of course. They're trying to take their home turf title, just like last year where they claimed 7 out of the 8 spots in the top 8.
Yeah, that's incredible. It's such an incredible stat, and I wouldn't put it past all of our local trainers to do it again, as, yeah, we're going to have to see and find out, but we've got the notable matches available. Miguel Paquete, which we did roughly talk a bit about now in the standings, versus Samuel Pereira. What a fascinating bout between both of these trainers that I'm sure are actually quite familiar with one another, maybe have attended a couple of locals or two together too.
Wow, yeah, and maybe this great Tusk is a little bit of a story already to take away from this tournament, because this will be the second time that we get to feature this team. We saw Gabriel use it earlier, now Samu coming in with presumably the same combination here with that Choice Specs Fluttermane and the really bulky Tornadus and really bulky Ogerpon. But also, some of the other matchups, definitely some highlights. We have Francesco Piopero with that Rain team we just saw win, going up against Antonio Sanchez with that standard balance team. Definitely two very established teams going up against each other. And yeah, that's also a pretty hype match. And then we see a couple more games down there where there's a lot of Ndidi and Iron Crown still flying around at 5-0.
Yeah, kind of not surprised really, because it's just got a great way to be able to handle quite a bit of balance in terms of, you know, options and limitations. Calm Mind, Iron Crown has been absolutely popping off, but we do have our trainers now preparing on the stage. Of course, like we mentioned before, we've got Miguel Paquete on the left-hand side versus Samuel Pereira, who's on the right.
Yeah, Miguel, pretty known for leaning towards this Incineroar, Rillaboom, kind of switching, U-turn, parting shot, fake-out kind of play style, and that's also what he's bringing to this tournament. Samu, on the other side, I think their style is more so to bring, well, I guess, any attackers that do not have to switch around too much. I think, of course, like, if you're switching around your Pokemon, then oftentimes, well, it's great to reposition, but you're not actually doing any damage,
right? Yeah. So, a lot of top players also like to favor playstyle where you're not actually switching that much, but instead you try to trade more and try and trade well, have Pokemon that have good resistances and that can trade favorably into the metagame. And I think this great Tusk is one great example. Also, the Ogerpon and Tornadus, we saw them earlier on stream in one of the other games when Gabriel played. And remember how Tornadus was able to take the Icicle Crash with just a couple of HP left, and then Ogerpon was able to take the combination of Icy Wind and boosted Dragon Pulse. So having those Pokemon that maybe surprisingly can take a hit, that can swing the momentum instantly, and yeah, this is something that Miguel has to watch out for.
Yes.
Because, yeah, you don't want to run into some of those prepared calculations.
Well, yeah, and that's sort of what you want to be able to take advantage of when it comes to standard-esque cores. You want to find a way to be able to incorporate a couple of little secrets and surprises for your opponent to not anticipate when it comes specifically to the damage calcs. Tornadus, bulky Tornadus, we've seen actually do an incredible job in previous formats as well, even seasons. Not going to be surprised to see it back on show again, but it's all about how you're able to take advantage of its utility. And essentially, it's staying power, because a really nice point that you made there, Marcus, was just sometimes you don't need to necessarily go ahead and try to do forceful big reads and stuff. You want to be able to out-sustain your opponent's resources and are willing, essentially, to make those trades in order to further progress your board state.
Absolutely, that's what you want to do, and that is what both of these players will want to do. Sitting there comfortable on the stage. Miguel and Samu, both of them have been in this same spot before. Miguel, for example, with their top 8 performance at the Lille Regional Championships a couple years ago, but then also there are some more high finishes, top 32 EYC 2024, and then also in Bologna and Stuttgart. Shows over different formats. Miguel is a player that was able to get those results in.
Yeah, and Samuel as well, having quite a bit of consistency. Both of our trainers having accomplished their highest achievement being top 8. Samuel, of course, 2025 Sevilla Special Championship. So yes, this very tournament last season. And Utrecht special top 32, got a top 64 with Gdansk as well.
Yeah, and Seville last year was Samu's breakout performance.
Yes.
And yeah, he definitely will have a lot of fond memories. We also saw him on this very same stage, well, just one hall across from where we were last year. But yeah, he definitely has good memories about the city and about this tournament. But first, let's have a look at Miguel's team. Those are the exact same 6 Pokemon that I would have brought to this tournament, but I would not have chosen a Choice Specs Fluttermane. That is quite interesting, but I understand it. Well, we have the support from Incineroar with Fake Out and also Helping Hand. Interesting choice there to support Fluttermane even further, but it's not a Follow Me on Ogerpon. That's maybe one thing that I would have expected here, but instead just the regular Swords Dance, Grassy Glide, Ivy Cudgel offensive set.
Yeah, and you do still have the Fire, Water, Grass core on Miguel's side in order to be able to... Okay, sure, you don't have Redirection available, but you've got the Fake Out Pressure, you've got the fantastic synergy between one another, and then you've also got the Raging Bolt, where it has Calm Mind, so you've got so much variety in terms of the different modes you want to go for. So maybe the Fluttermane acts as that pure, immediate offensive presence that maybe suits Miguel's playstyle.
Yeah, it's really difficult to kind of switch out a booster speed Fluttermane that is often used on these teams, because then, yeah, you give up the boost, it's a one-time boost, as both players here are exchanging their team sheets. Now we'll get a closer look. Let's have a look at Samu's face as he's looking at this team. Now, okay, getting confirmation. Okay, it's Choice Specs Fluttermane on the other side. Well, I also have one of those Choice Specs Fluttermane, but yeah, quite the different support cast, because here we have the Follow Me on Ogerpon.
Yeah, and actually this Fluttermane doesn't have access to any sort of speed control.
Follow Me on Ogerpon, that's maybe...
Water Grass core on Miguel's side in order to be able to... Okay, sure, you don't have Redirection available, but you've got the Fake Out Pressure, you've got the fantastic synergy between one another, and then you've also got the Raging Bolt, where it has Calm Mind, so you've got so much variety in terms of the different modes you want to go for. So maybe the Fluttermane acts as that pure, immediate...
Essa aqui. Não o Pikachu. O Pikachu até é legalzinho, mas a moça aqui. Que nunca saberemos se é casado ou não.
Offensive can go for a lot of damage, and then you might have the Fluttermane in Ogerpon in the back, but we also saw the second game plan where if you can bring your own Incineroar to this matchup, it might also be quite difficult to knock that out. However, yeah, that matchup was a little bit different. This time around there's no Chien-Pao, no Landorus. And yeah, let's see what both of these players are going to do.
So what are your initial thoughts in terms of what each trainer needs to bring as a lead? This is game 1 right now, and you need to potentially even scout out your opponent's playstyle.
Yeah, I like the Great Tusk and Tornadus lead from Samu. Over on Miguel's side, I think Urshifu, because it has the Focus Sash, could be a great way to get something done early on. It seems like, well, one of them kind of listened to my idea there. It's Urshifu and Fluttermane for Miguel, and Ogerpon Fluttermane over on Samu's side.
Yeah, so they're both Choice Specs Fluttermanes, like we discussed. Power Gem being available on Samuel's side, not going to necessarily be useful in this scenario against the Urshifu, but it's going to also have a couple mind games in terms of the speed tiering between them.
Yeah, absolutely. Figuring out which of the two Fluttermane is faster is going to be crucial here for this very first turn, and you don't want to find out by being one-hit KO'd by a Shadow Ball. So instead, maybe there are some terrestrializations up in the air, since of course that would allow you to, to not be KO'd by this Shadow Ball. Urshifu, with the Focus Sash, still under a little bit of danger of being knocked out because it's staring down two Pokemon that are faster than it.
Oh, but Miguel, of course, and we did see a very swift input there, last second, quite literally before the turn time did expire. Lock in with an Icy Wind, maybe opting to go for that speed control, but this could be tricky because both of these Fluttermanes could actually have the exact same speed, and it's down to a flip coin of a 50-50 as the Follow Me comes out.
Yeah, it's a very aggressive turn there by Miguel, but it could pay off since their Fluttermane is going to outspeed. Icy Wind comes out, ignoring Follow Me, dropping the speed of both Ogerpon and Fluttermane, and now Urshifu is going to move next. boosted by the Terra Water, that's going to be a lot of damage on Ogrepon.
Yeah, but is it going to be enough? Some Ogrepons have got a lot of bulk to them. Oh, it's going to be marginal, but I feel like it should just be enough, and it is indeed. So Ogrepon, all of a sudden, is out for the count. The Follow Me, I guess, is great for utility, but the Flutter Mane has yet to move. And there's no terrestrialization from Miguel's Flutter Mane. The Dazzling Gleam will be unleashed, respecting the potential of that terrestrialization with Flutter.
And I think this is actually something that can come up quite a bit because, well, this was a great first turn for Miguel, but now Tornadus is joining the field, and Tailwind and Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam is a big threat. Since Miguel's Flutter Mane was able to withstand this first Dazzling Gleam with over 50%, the second one wouldn't get the knockout, but we have that damage increase, the option for the Terra Fairy over on Samu's side, and with that combination of moves, despite the Icy Wind speed drop, that's going to be 2 knockouts there for Samu, and looking at what Miguel has in the back, I don't really see a great way to answer that threat.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tough, and we see Miguel really coming down to the wire in terms of inputting those moves. The Urshifu actually switching out. Most likely going to be able to bring that Incineroar in, like we're sort of talking about, where you're able to act as sort of like a damage buff or some sort of absorbent and have that pressure immediately following in the subsequent turn. Because obviously the Intimidate is not going to do anything against 2 special offensive Pokemon on Samu's side. It is going to be the commit of the Terra Fairy Flutter Mane. It wants to go for big damage. Tailwind by its side, most likely gonna be opted in. And is it enough to be able to pick up the KO? We've got the various multipliers compounding one another, but is it? And yes, it does confirm. 76 hit points are now 0, and the Incineroar has taken so much damage, Marcus, and sort of proving that Choice Specs Terra Fairy Flutter Mane doesn't have a lot of switch-ins that he can tend to.
Yeah, the one thing that Miguel has going for him is the fact that now this Flutter Mane is no longer a Ghost type, so you can go for Fake Out into it. And by bringing out Raging Bolt, you're kind of scaring away Tornadus from just going for a Bleak Wind Storm in this position. So if you can call this move perfectly, maybe there's something you can do. Yeah, I mean, Samu could even consider swapping out Flutter Mane. Samu could think about going for just Bleak Wind Storm, but no Taunt on this Tornadus. So yeah, the Calm Mind play on Miguel, I think I like that. But the issue for Miguel is really the fact that Terra is already committed, and this Raging Bolt will be weak to Fairy type moves until the end of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a tough spot to be in, especially because of that early commit. Were you able to get as much mileage as you were looking for? And really, you need to make sure the Flutter Mane is out of this affair. Although the Fake Out will make sure that it's not going to be able to utilize any sort of moves. This Raging Bolt Calm Mind is hoping to be able to allow Miguel to have that priority, but most importantly, be able to survive the absolute onslaught the Flutter Mane's going on.
Okay, I think I see a way. I think you need to... you need to swap out Incineroar into Urshifu, let Urshifu go down, go for the Protect, bring Incineroar in again, then you can go for Fake Out on Flutter Mane and go for another Calm Mind, and then you want to go for a Helping Hand, Thunderclap at +2 to hopefully knock out this Flutter Mane. I think it's a small line, but yeah, Miguel identifies it, and that's what he's going for. The fact that Incineroar over on Samu's side is an Assault Vest, it cannot go for Parting Shot, so any boost that this Raging Bolt is able to accumulate is going to stick until the end of the game, and Tornadus isn't a threat to Raging Bolt at all, so it all comes down to whether Miguel can find a way to overpower this Flutter Mane somehow.
Yeah, and that's a really good shout, as we see Miguel trying to go for the Fake Out, understandably targeting the Raging Bolt. You need to ensure it does not get that additional Calm Mind going. The fact that Choice Specs locks the Dazzling Gleam into the only move this Flutter Mane can go for, essentially allows that free switch-in of the Incineroar on subsequent turn, as this Urshifu will be going down. So I think that's a really good call that you made, Marcus. I'm going to be real with you. The helping hand could well be that play, but Samu has the opportunity to be able to read into that, maybe even forcing a hard switch of the Flutter Mane out, but at what cost?
Yeah, I think this turn you can still go for Fake Out and Calm Mind first, before you go for the Thunderclap commit. And yeah, I think that seems to be quite safe. And actually, well, Samu had a great early game, trading Ogre Pawn for so much damage, and then bringing in Flutter Mane in such a great position. But I think Miguel might have found a way now to set up this Raging Bolt into a spot where it's going to be so difficult to knock it out, because you don't have any more Follow Me. Like, if Samu still had a 1 HP Follow Me Ogre Pawn around, then it would be so much easier, because then, yeah, Moonblast is going to do so much damage still. Because that is not the case, how do you deal damage to this Raging Bolt? Well, U-turn is going to help, but that was only tickling Raging Bolt there, and it's going to set up the second Calm Mind now, and then you need to make a lot of calls against the Thunderclaps to make any progress in this game.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, you want to make sure that you can sequence to the point where you have the appropriate board that allows you to be able to just essentially pick up that KO. The helping hand Thunderclap might just be a bit too obvious. Samu could read into that if he really wants to, but Miguel can try to go above that, not even go for the Thunderclap commit to try to end the game a bit more quicker. Depends. It's risky though.
Oh, wow, and I think Miguel Pakechi did lock something in.
Here we go.
That is a little bit of a hard read here.
Oh, he might be going for it.
Reading that Flutter Mane is gonna switch out, I'm almost like...
that's what I mean.
Whispering a little bit, because that is such a crucial turn now. Is Flutter Mane staying in and just going for the offensive, or will Samu take it and switch out here due to being threatened by Thunderclap?
Oh, it does! Miguel, are you absolutely on fire? I mean, so far you are 5-0, but we're going to have to see where the targeting is going to be opting in for right now. Samu trying to essentially make sure he's got better positioning the following turn. Protect with the Tornadus, make sure that you don't essentially get quelled in that read with the Dragon Pulse that was committed. So both of our trainers trying to establish a really good position for themselves, but also respecting their opponent's read potential.
Yeah, so by going for Protect on Tornadus, this repositioning was quite safe. I mean, unless, I guess, there was a Dragon Pulse aimed at the Flutter Mane. I mean, that would have been next level. But yeah, once more, Incineroar joined the field, so Samu will be able to maybe get rid of Incineroar, so maybe that's the progress you can make. Go for like Fake Out Bleak Wind Storm, try to whittle down Incineroar over on Miguel's side, so that in the end, it's really coming down to this 3v1 against the Raging Bolt, and then maybe you can overwhelm it.
I was going to say, because at this point, you just ignore the Tornadus, right?
Oh, in terms of for Miguel?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I guess there's gonna be a Fake Out coming in anyway. It's not doing anything to the Raging Bolt, but it can do something against Incineroar. So I think you want to knock it out eventually, and Incineroar over on Miguel's side is not able to do much anyway, so... yeah, let's see, it's just some parting shots just to ensure that the damage that it can do is going to be even less.
Yeah, it's not going to be a turning tail and going back to its Pokeball just yet, as there's no other Pokemon to be able to do so. Now, we are in a scenario where the Rage Bolt is just wanting to make sure it strikes true. It needs to make sure that essentially it gets value for its money in terms of being able to get the targeting going. There's Thunderclap scenarios that it needs to be read in, and also the power points that could be limited in terms of the Thunderclap use that you're going to be able to preserve.
Yes, it's so risky to play this position for Samu's side, because anytime he attacks, there could be a Thunderclap just knocking something out. Or are you going for a switch maybe to just try to stall out the Thunderclaps? There's going to be a double protect by the Tornadus. Let's see though, Miguel going for a Dragon Pulse, not going to hit. No, once again, no real progress is being made here.
Well, unless the Flare Blitz,
tava dando uma
is
olhada
enough
aqui
to pick up the
nos
KO, but the
negócios.
Incineroar being able to survive on 7 hit points, unless it opts to go for its own Flare Blitz, which it does not. It just wants to make sure it is staying on the field for as long as possible, whilst being able to reduce the damage output
Se
from
tivesse
Samu's
vindo
side.
alguns,
The Tornadoes, okay, sure, you've got that
pelo
additional
menos uma
protect
horinha
as a
atrás, tu ia ver o
safeguard there,
Francesco
but the
Piopeiro
Rage Bolt,
jogando.
it just wants to strike true. Could there be a scenario, though, that there's a mandatory
Mano,
switching
como é difícil abrir lata, meu Deus do céu.
with the Flutter Main in the back to be immune?
Sei que não é força
Absolutely, yes.
extra, mas...
It is a little bit risky as long
Cara,
as
essa do
Incineroar is
Volcano
still
aqui é
around for
muito
Miguel, because you
bonita,
don't
olha
want
isso,
Flutter Main to
cara.
be hit with like a Flare Blitz or Parting Shot on the switch-in. So I guess the ideal scenario would be to go for a U-turn, knock out Incineroar over on the other side, and then bring in Flutter Main safely. But of course, Miguel also knows about that and can try and maybe aim at Incineroar for once. With the Dragon Pulse,
Ele
as
jogou agora há
Tornadoes
pouco.
is being
Ele
swapped
foi,
out,
ele
I
foi a
like
partida
that,
passada,
because you
o Dragon
need to
Pulse.
keep all 3 Pokemon around, I think, for some if you want to win this game. But I think Miguel once again has called this play.
Oh, here we go. Helping hand. Boosted offensive prowess from this Raging Bolt. Dragon Pulse into the Incineroar. Not enough. Even a +2 of its special attack. U-turn from Samu's going to be able to finally quell Miguel, allowing him now
Esse bicho vai levar fazer um V9? Não vai,
uphill
pá.
battle with a 1 versus 3 disadvantage. However, like we said, you've got quite a bit of boost going. Is it enough to be able to position yourself where A, Samu doesn't have Fake Out available on the field, but also B, he can pick up the KO with Thunderclap.
And I think what Samu does is exactly what he needed to do in this spot, because well, you have 3 Pokemon remaining, so you can switch. As long as you still have 3, you can switch around Thunderclap. Once Samu goes down to only 2 Pokemon remaining, the game is pretty much over, because then Miguel has the guaranteed Thunderclap KO into Flutter Main, and then can just go for attacks into the remaining Pokemon. But because there are 3 left for Samu, he can bring in Tornadoes now, and now it's going to be a mind game for a couple of turns. Okay, are you going to Thunderclap this Flutter Main? Miguel has shown before in a couple of previous turns that he is willing to just go for Dragon Pulse, and he's willing to make hard reads, so will Samu go for the attack this turn? Every turn counts now.
Yeah, this could well be a conditioning aspect from Samu to be able to
É claro, pô, lá em Sevilha, consigo. Tu consegue ver pra mim se a Pokémon Company já lançou a regulation do Pokémon Champions?
Oh my lordy, sunny day! Flutter Main is on the field still. Photosynthesis, special attack boosted, sure. However, Thunderclap goes ahead and dispatches of the Flutter Main. Samu now to the point where he's got a bit of a tough battle ahead of him versus this ever so stacked Raging Bolt.
Yeah, I'm calling it now. This game is over. Miguel looking with the back against the wall, finds the line of
tem mega evolução com Pokémon não lendários. Não, mas tá, beleza, mas eles colocaram a Dex, qual é? Mas os Pokémon que podem ser usados?
Well played there by Miguel.
Eu tô querendo aprontar um negocinho, mas eu preciso saber se dá pra usar.
We know for a fact Incineroar is an Assault Vest Pokemon, so it has to go for some offensive moves, is being knocked out as well, and then finally Tornadoes is going to follow as well, and Miguel will take this first game.
Yeah, and what stellar fashion as well as the player time has actually run out. Miguel technically gets the win through the timer running out, of course. However, I was going to say, there could have been a scenario where, in theory, the Incineroar from Samu's side could have gone for Fake Out in order to out-prior
Eu tava falando com o Marlo Dragapult, que ele tava chorando aqui porque, ai, só dá pra... O Protect agora só vai ser 8 PPs, que não sei o que. Aí eu tava falando com ele aqui, ó. Fazer um meta aqui, ó. Tô buildando Salamense. Você também?
Raging Bolt just
casada, amor?
Stealing the show there, and Miguel really nicely
voltando.
Okay, if I can get
Eu tava falando aqui, o Dragapult, de montar um meta com Pressure
So the very hard commit by Miguel on turn
Montar meta com pressure, entendeu? Vai dar muito bom. Tô pensando num negocinho aqui, tem que ver se tem algum poke que não seja lendário que tenha pressure, entendeu? Ó o Dragas, bom dia Dragas. Já quer tomar timeout? Pera aí então. Já quer ser banido da live? Pera aí então.
Okay, you're bringing the great task now with how the first game went. So,
já valeu a pena aí. Pra Sevilha só de ficar lá. Pô, com certeza.
I think you kind of have to in some capacity, maybe not as a lead, even though I'd probably like it as a lead, because you've got clear amulet, you've got a direct way of being able to, maybe if you have the Tornadus by your side, go for spam, earthquake, if you're not anticipating.
O cara chega e faz graça e ainda xinga, olha isso, gente, que audácia.
There could be some venue for it, but surely Miguel
has
to feel like it's a very valid Pokemon to be able to bring in anticipation of great task.
Absolutely. Let's get into game 2. Same leads coming out from Samu, and Miguel is going to copy that right away. Miguel getting confirmation game 1. Okay, my Flutter Mane is faster. I have Icy Wind. I am not worried about this scenario here. And yeah, might have to go for another one of those Icy Winds right away. Maybe even following it up with a Terra Ivy Cudgel. Do you need Terra for anything else?
Ô Dragapult, a Pokémon Company errou de novo, tá?
Yeah, I think you can just go for Icy Wind and Terra Ivy Cudgel.
Me passou a perna no horário aí, tá? Tô eu todo feliz e contente, eu falei, vai ser 4 horas da manhã, né? Tá lá, 4 horas da manhã. Os caras me abrem 5 horas da manhã. E tá lá, programado pra 4 horas da manhã. E aí você vai no canal da Pokémon, tava programado pra 15 para 5. E ainda assim, foi 5 horas que abriu.
In its attack, and Icy Wind was seen in game 1. Miguel's Flutter Mane was able to move first. It's going to be coming out again, connecting with both of its targets.
Sim, ô Leone, o jogo lança dia 8 de abril. Dia 28, se eu não me engano, a gente já tem um campeonato dentro do jogo, que é o, acho que é o Global Challenge, ou Grand Challenge, alguma coisa assim. A gente vai estar participando se tudo der certo, tá? Se tudo der certo, a gente vai participar, vamos fazer torneios aqui no canal, vamos brincar, vamos fazer umas brincadeirinhas aqui, beleza? Não vai precisar ser um profissional nem nada pra se quiser jogar. Basicamente, Leone, se você tiver uma conta no Pokémon GO, você consegue transferir os teus Pokémon do Pokémon GO para um aplicativo chamado Pokémon Home. E do Home você consegue pegar os Pokémons e passar aí pro jogo e jogar. Entendeu? Basicamente. Torneio no canal. Já pode me dar um treino. Não vai. A gente vai fazer uns torneiozinhos amistosos, né? Porque não tem como fazer valendo nada, né? Os streamers de vocês mal tem coisa pra ele, imagina que dirá pra fazer sorteio, né? Quem sabe um dia. Já pensou? Nós sorteando aqui altos gift cards, hein? Ó, valendo que é o melhorzinho. Não, a gente... Ô Dragapult, eu não vou fazer campeonato pra dizer quem é melhor. Eu vou fazer o campeonato aqui do canal pra gente brincar, pra ser uma interação entre a gente. Entendeu?
I think that's going to be a big turn for Miguel once more.
Let's see where the commit goes. It goes into the Flutter Mane. Grassy Glide. You got +1. You got the grassy terrain on the field. Further bolstering the base power of this move. It's enough. Of course it is. And given the fact that we saw the Tornadus go on the defensive with the Protect, may indeed be an indication the Great Tusk is in the back. There is no Incineroar, because surely that is the moment that you bring it in, and there's the confirmation.
There is Call Me Largo, and it's ready to battle. It was waiting in the Pokeball, ready to be like, okay, give me that Raging Ball. I'm ready. I'm ready to rumble. But it joins the field, and there's a Rillaboom and Overrun. And it's looking back at someone, he's like, well,
Eu vou jogar de Reagindo. Vai poder fazer um time. Ô Dragas, dentro do regulamento, tu vai poder fazer o time que você quiser. Desde que os Pokémons estejam no regulamento, você vai poder usar o time que você quiser. Eu só sei de uma coisa, me aguardem que eu vou fazer um Pokémonzinho aqui, ó. Vocês vão ver, vai estar sendo meta aí, ó, nos campeonatos. Aí vocês vão ver, nossa, o pessoal tá usando, aí vocês vão lembrar aí o Lindras que fez esse pessoal usar. Vocês vão ver só. Vão ver só. Dragazinho, Mega
Trying to do exactly the same with the Woodhammer. Of course, we know how physically bulky the Great Tusk is, and it's not looking good. I'm not gonna lie, Marcus. Ice Spinner, okay, sure, it does get a critical hit, picks up the one shot onto the Rillaboom, but you're outpaced by this Ogerpon. You have less than half HP left because the terrain does just end, and this Raging Bolt, it doesn't mind too much facing up against this non-ground type Great Tusk.
Yeah, this game is absolutely over.
Pô, é isso mesmo que vocês estão fazendo? Vocês estão distribuindo Mega Salamence? Beleza. Marlon vai montar o time do Reagindo. Pô, não vale não, hein? Tem... Ô, vocês não podem ensinar o Dragas não, gente. Tem que deixar o Dragas aprender sozinho. Sai da frente, cara. Sai da frente. Ah. Peraí. Não tem problema. Pronto. Casada?
As we've got much about the Great Tusk in that game one, not even opting to bring the Rillaboom because he knew that Samuel had to respect that. And that's why Samuel just didn't bring the Great Tusk either. Because you're just in a scenario where, okay, you got mind games galore, but then in game two, we saw that the Rillaboom was wrong. So in the back, doesn't need to come in the lead because you don't want to like show reveal your card just yet. You want to be able to have some defensive switching as well.
Yeah, we only really understood the implications later on in the battle, but this first turn, getting rid of Ogerpon was so crucial for Miguel in that first turn, because even though it looked quite bad against this Terra Fairy Flutter main, because of the terrestrialization, it could be faked out later on, and Miguel was able to set up those call mines, and then in the end game, nothing could stop this Raging Bolt. Thunderclap here, the Thunderclap there, and in the end, Miguel takes that game one.
Yeah, what a way to go about it as well. And then, understandably, we got the transition into game two. The turn one, absolutely on fire, picking up that Ogerpon with that Terra commit from his own Ogerpon. Shadow Ball, sure, it was traded away, went down to the Shadow Ball.
Eu sou jovem de 2.900 anos, né? Você é jovem de 16, 15
as well, even though we tried at the end, it was sort of what we said. It's a bit awkward of a spot. It's like, yay, I'm happy that I'm
Eu acho que eu entendi a referência disso aqui.
Oh no, what are you doing, Sam? Please, I don't.
O Dragon vai entender a referência disso aqui.
Yeah, that's sure.
Yeah, but Miguel really knowing when to bring out Raging Bolt and trading really well, trading around Samu's plan, so Samu never really got to execute their plan for that second game. I think in the first game you could argue, well, the Tailwind and
Ah, é a moça do negócio aqui, ó. Essa moça aqui, ô Marlon. A gente tá falando aqui, ó, casada, entendeu? Essa aqui.
As we've got Miguel Paquete beat
fake out plus call mine plays, and this is all I need for this match. And Miguel proving once again that this team of 6 still can do it even that late into the format.
Achei que falar a idade do... Achei que falar a idade do YouTube aqui dava problema pra pessoa que assistia, mas ok, então. Vou pra Sevilha agora. Ainda dá tempo, Marlon. Tem mais um dia de regional.
I would say version 2 of this format earlier on in Toronto, and now just in version 2's end essentially. And obviously, Paul Chua was able to be crowned champ at UIC a couple months ago.
Yeah, so this team going into this format, it was known as the Tim Edwards team, second place at the UIC all the way back in 2024, and then Paul Chua himself brought it to a second place finish in, I believe, in Toronto, and then was saying, well, another one of those teams where it doesn't get the champion title, but no, in the end, while Xuexing was able to also get a second place with it down in Sydney, Paul was able to win, and also Hideo was able to win a tournament with the same 6 Pokemon. And then maybe Costa remind me, I think there was another good result someone had with the same 6 Pokemon. Maybe like Birmingham? Maybe he's standing next to you?
Is he? Like, I don't see anyone there. Oh, wait, what, you? Yes, of course. Mr. Marcus Hummer. Who would have thought the 6 that you would be bringing today was something that worked so well for you earlier this year? But no, I mean, there's a good reason for it. And you've identified all of the correct points as to why it functions so well, even though, like you mentioned, the choice specs on the Flutter main, at least when it comes to Miguel's variant, is a bit different from the booster energy that I think
eu acho que até mais tarde, né? Porque daqui a pouco vai...
All of those Flutter main that we saw on these different teams, they were mostly using the booster energy. So, yeah, well, we're not talking about the exact same moves and everything. No, we're just talking about the same 6 Pokemon. And of course, even within the same 6 Pokemon, there can be a little bit of room for creativity.
Tá faltando monte de coisa, né, Dragon?
In this case, for example, Miguel going with a very fast and also offensive, if I'm not mistaken, just based on how much damage he was dealing with these Icy Winds.
Não vira nenhum desses 3 Pokémons aqui, né?
Not one of those really bulky ones like Justin Harris and I were using almost max HP and max defense. Even when you give it a bold nature, it can't take any hit, and then you go for Pain Split and heal up again. And then there was other Flutter mains that were a little bit more in the middle, and then Miguel now going all the way on the offensive. Just goes to show with these 6 Pokemon, there's a couple of different ways in how you can go about them.
Oh, 100%, because in the end of the day, maybe Miguel's just identified that there's multi-role compression that more advances his play style as well. But, you know, there's been multiple opportunities for us all to be able to test things out at all of these major events we've been seeing, all of the results flood through. However, there's a great sort of playing ground to be had with local events as well. If you want to be able to go ahead and attend any sort of future event, at least on this level, on a major event level, make sure to utilize our
o próximo aí é teu, né? É o próximo regional que você vai jogar, ou Dragon? Cara, depois eu tenho que ver quanto custa essa carta do Volcano, na moral.
Yeah, we got Utrecht, we got Prague, we got Turin. Of course, there's also tournaments going on over in NA, and then, well, Pokemon XP in August. But yeah, I think that's enough from us behind the desk. Now let's hear it from our winner, Miguel, who also, I believe, with this win, has now guaranteed that they will move on to Phase 2. So let's kick it over to the couch.
Thank you very much, Marcus and Costa. I'm here with a round 6 winner, Miguel. How are you feeling after that? After such a formidable team to come up against in what was such a great match?
Feeling pretty good, thank you. Always a pleasure to be here.
And I want to touch on a few things, I think, coming into this interview, because I think that game, there was such a contrast between Game 1 and Game 2. Where Game 1 was this long, drawn-out game where you had to get the precise turns right to get around what was the threat of that Flutter main. You opened up the game with a really great turn, you got rid of the Ogerpon, but then the Tailwind was set, the Flutter main terrestrialized, and you were under a lot of pressure there. But I think the key moment I want to talk about a little bit more, get a bit of insight from you, was the turn where you sacrificed the Urshifu for the second fake out to get that second Calm Mind, and then timed the Thunderclap perfectly, because you could have Thunderclapped quite a few times previous to that.
Gente, vocês têm planos pra hoje?
Perfect moment. was your thinking during
só
that
acordaram pra ver
period
minha
of
live e
setting
depois
up
vão
that
voltar
ball
a
position,
dormir?
and then when you timed
O que vocês vão fazer hoje,
like you
chat?
did?
I'll start
Eu
answering the
após
question
essa
from
live
the
eu vou
end
fazer
because something really interesting happened in that
Vou dormir.
game. So towards the end, when my bolt was set up and
Esse ronco foi
my
bem
opponent
realista,
was like
parecendo
just
que eu tô
dancing,
dormindo
trying
ali,
to
né?
keep
Do
my
jeito
bolt
que eu
in
tô na
check,
live, mas
I
não
thought to
estou
myself
dormindo,
that
gente.
timer was a
Apesar de
possible win
estar com
condition for my
bastante
opponent.
sono.
But then I
Não
looked
faço
at
ideia
that
do que
and
vai
his timer
acontecer
was
hoje.
so
Aí, ó.
low that I was like, wait,
O
no,
famoso
he,
só sei
he
que
is on
nada
a
sei,
timer.
né,
He's gonna
Zuri?
lose if he doesn't lock his moves quick.
É porque nós
So
não
he's
vai ter
probably going
transmissão.
to
Sim, infelizmente,
make like me
Dragas.
intuitive
Nenhuma.
blocks, which allowed me to
Nenhum
to kind of
tirando
exploit that in order
o
to
Laí
get
que
turns
tem,
right, because
tem
like if we kept
transmissão aqui.
playing, it looked like a game that was
Curitiba,
favored
do
for my
Rio,
opponent if we kept
de
drawing
São
it out.
Paulo.
But I was
Só
pretty much guaranteed
o
to win
Laí
just
que
off
tem
the fact that
transmissão.
he had no timer to execute the timer win con. As for
Mas se
the
você
positional
ganhar,
aspect of that game,
você aparece, tá? No...
not as surgical, not as planned as it looked.
Você aparece lá no...
It was my first time seeing that team. I was not even
No
watching the stream
pessoal
earlier, so I was
que...
like, wait, what do I
que
do
tá...
into this? However,
Você vai disputar ou o Laí que é o Mundial, né? Alguma coisa assim. Eu acho que é o Mundial, se eu não me engano. Posso estar enganado, mas eu acho que é o Mundial. Tudo culpa da Pokémon Company. Aquela jacaré-pago.
Generally versus those teams, they have
Então,
a
né?
very
Aquela...
complicated dilemma because their counterplay to Surging Strikes is Sunny Day, which means that if they don't open Torn, Surging Strikes
Então,
melts
deixa eu
their
ver se eu
team.
entendi.
And with that in mind,
Do GC que vai vir aí.
decided to open Flutter
Do
Urge
GC que vai vir
because
no Pokémon Champions. Vai
Samu has to
participar
pick between Sunny
eu,
Day or Tailwind to control either the Urge or the Flutter,
Dragapult,
which allows me
Marmo
to
e
always
Zurlin.
get a
É
positive
isso?
trade into his offense in that case.
É nós
He didn't
quatro
open
que vai
Torn, so I just
participar?
played Searching Strikes game 1 and I because of game 2.
Yeah, and I really love the layers of thought that you have during that end game as well. Not only the
Cara,
thought
eu
process
acho que agora a única
thinking 2-3
desculpa que vai
turns
ter
ahead to when you're
pro
going to
pessoal não
try and
jogar
close this
é
game
mais
up, but
tempo,
also
tá?
the fact that you're keeping an
Porque
eye on
agora
your timer
dá pra
and your
jogar até no
opponent's timer, and then
telefone.
kind
Então,
of making assumptions off the time remaining that they had to know what to do to close that game out so well like you did. And then what a turn of events in game 2, because you think, okay, that was long drawn out, it went right down to the timer. Are we going to see a similar thing game 2? But you turned the screw in game 2 where you brought the Rillaboom. The adjustment there was perfect, knowing that the Great Tusk probably had to come to that game to help deal with the Raging Ball, and made it so difficult for Samuel to kind of get any sort of momentum in that game.
então,
Yeah, so basically,
é só nós quatro que vai participar, né? Vamos ver, né? Já pensou, a gente se enfrenta. Ia ser engraçado. Eu vou ver se eu faço, se der certo, gente, eu vou ver se eu faço em live, tá? Os jogos, tá? Pra vocês verem.
It's actually the second time it happens today in one of my earlier rounds, not against this exact
der
team.
certo, eu quero mostrar pra
A pretty
vocês os
convincing
jogos.
game 1 without bringing Artflame, and I
Teremos
thought to myself,
transmissão
okay, I won without Artflame. My opponent will probably think that I'm just gonna stick to the same lines. And then I just bring Artflame, and now that they didn't bring whatever other team controls it, I just get to click Heavy Guzzle for free. It's really satisfying.
Yeah, very. And I think you're kind of understating the decision making here, because it's you're playing the team to such a high level and really highlighting the different threats that are in this team as well. So, you know, it's not surprising you've had such a phenomenal start to the tournament, and you've guaranteed yourself into phase 2 of the tournament now, which